This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. All credit goes to the original author. Greek mythology, The Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 299 Kill Me. The 10,000 Years Ship. Its real name is the Sun Ship. It is the vehicle of the god Ra and the representation of the sun in the eyes of the Upper and Lower Egyptians. It can be as huge as a city, but it can be as small as a dust mote. The golden and red hull is engraved with complex runes, and the material looks like metal or wood. The slender and curved hull has its head and tail raised high, like half of a disc, while the flames burning from it occupy the other half, forming a complete circle with the hull. It has always been on Ra's body, the sun disk hanging above Ra's head. In the past, Ra rowed the sun boat back and forth between Upper and Lower Egypt and the underworld, fought at night with the incarnation of the chaotic side of the world-destroying demon Apophis, and returned to the sky when the sun rose. This gives this artifact the ability to travel through the front and back and penetrate the world at extremely high speeds. As an artifact, although it is called a boat, it obviously does not have to be ridden on it to be effective. The mind is set, but there is no change on the surface. He still maintained his previous appearance, having fought with the gods from outside the territory twice, relying on the geographical advantage to fight with them. Until a certain moment, after trying again to get close to the light ball behind the black-clothed god to no avail, Law suddenly summoned up the divine power in his body. Without retreating to the sun disk above his head suddenly shone brightly. Although this method of use other than writing cannot really fully utilize the power of the artifact, Law at this time still possesses unimaginable speed. Just like the golden crow turns into a rainbow, in Eastern mythology, the current eagle-headed Ra does indeed have some resemblance. In an instant, even Ryan didn't react. He quickly approached another light group, then waved his arms like eagle claws and grabbed hard in front of him. 10,000 Years Ship? Slightly startled, the changes in front of him were somewhat beyond Ryan's expectations. He had thought that the other party would choose to retreat when he realized that he was not his opponent, and he had also thought that Law would find a way to bring something back before leaving, but he did not know what the other party's trump card was. After all, although the legend of the sun boat was widely circulated in later generations, Ryan always thought that it was an artifact similar to the golden sun chariot in the world of Khaos, a treasure specially used to pull the movement of celestial bodies. The sun disk above the head has always looked like an accessory for healing injuries, rather than a wooden boat that provides extreme speed. Brush. The surprise lasted only for a moment. Ryan then took a step forward. The space folded in front of him, and the distance between him and Law instantly reduced to size. He actually doesn't care much about the fate of the other gods in Khaos, but now the world of her menu is more or less what he has to deal with, and Law is the biggest local snake. In order to make it easier to deal with in the future, he naturally couldn't watch the other party get what he wanted. Clang. The sword blade collided with the gas scepter, making a crisp sound. However, this time, the sword edge was only delayed for a moment or two before continuing to move forward. It's not because Ryan hasn't used any force before, but because most of Ra's power is currently used to break the barrier protecting the god of chaos. But just when the sword edge was about to touch LA's body, the sun disk above his head deflected slightly, blocking the edge that could tear his divine body apart. Click. With the sound of wood breaking, although it can be regarded as an artifact that can be used to defend against attacks, after all, this is not what the solar boat is best at. A gap cracked on it, and right behind it was a white palm protruding from the void.
Boomstreepje.
The palm of his hand collided with the sun disk, and the rising flame left a red mark on his palm. But the hit solar boat was even worse. It made bursts of crunching sounds all over its body, as if it was about to disintegrate in the next moment. Caught it? Unfortunately, there is not enough time. It seemed like a long time passed, but in reality, it was just a moment. In a short period of time, the artifact that had accompanied him for a long time was almost damaged, but LA's expression remained unchanged. His hand had already penetrated into the light mass, as if he had caught a part of a foreign god. It's just that the power of the light group has not been completely wiped out, and Ryan and Nyx are beside him. So Law is not greedy, but pulls hard. Tear. Something was pulled down immediately by Law, feeling that although it came from a foreign land, it was somewhat consistent with his own power. Law no longer hesitated, and once again urged the sun ship to leave quickly. He could feel that because of his actions just now, the foreign laws that were fighting against the will of the Hermione world instantly rioted. If he stayed for a moment longer, he might not be able to leave. Snort. With a soft hum, a black ribbon was stretched across the front of Law, and further away, a dark sword light rose from the void. Making a judgment in the flash of lightning, Law did not choose to reserve his strength to block the obviously more lethal black sword, but summoned up his divine power to tear the ribbon apart, and then rammed his head towards the sword light. Laugh. The sharp edge entered the body, bringing out bursts of blood, and then disappeared under the power of death, but the pulling speed did not slow down at all. As he judged, this was actually a temporary trap. If he chose to block the sword light, he would inevitably be slowed down by the black ribbon. If it's a moment slower, it's hard to say what the consequences will be. The golden light flew across the void towards the sun when it came, and the sun also erupted instantly to welcome the return of his master. Even when he stood on the celestial body, R.A. still didn't feel at ease. He pressed down hard and then took the entire sun back towards the boundless darkness that enveloped the world of Hermione. Fortunately, the two alien gods behind him did not pursue him. Just before the sun was about to set in the world, he was pulled back in half by a huge blood stain and looked back. If they come after him, R.A. is already prepared to destroy the sun and leave one person behind. After all, this is the home of the world of Hermione. Although the creation-level forces between the two worlds neutralize each other, the destruction of the sun would be enough to cause the most fundamental turmoil in the world. At this moment, Law didn't know whether to regret that they didn't fall into the trap, or to be glad that he didn't have to go to this point. Looking at the alien gods looking at him from a distance, L.A.'s face was cold and pale. This is just the beginning. The next time we meet, we will decide whether to live or die. Turning around and disappearing into the darkness, unlike the gods of Khaos, the gods of the Hermione world will grow old and die, and R.A. is no exception. After receiving a fatal blow from a being of the same level with almost no protection, the original god might just be able to fight again with his aura weakened, but Law almost lost half his life. Now he has to return to the place that makes him most at ease, and then find a way to recover from his injuries, or even try to go further. Before, Law had never been interested in such risky things. He was the lord of the gods of Hermione, the founder and protector of Heliopolis, the pharaoh of Upper and Lower Egypt, the sun that never set, but now it was different. Under the coercion of foreign gods, he may have to make some preparations in advance. Next time we meet, we will indeed decide whether to live or die. Standing in the void, Ryan looked at the sun gradually sinking into the darkness. As this huge light body sank, the surroundings returned to coldness and deathly silence again. Some light groups are still emitting light, but their retreat trajectory can be clearly seen. As Pallas entered the world of Hermione along the gap of pulling in and out, the conflict in the Order of Khaos itself had slowed down a lot, and the behavior just now intensified this. He forcibly took away part of the origin of a god. This was something that could not happen in the world of Khaos, or even in everything covered by his power. But after all, this place is too close to a foreign land and the opponent's resistance is still fierce, so this kind of thing that shouldn't happen still happens. Compared to the huge size of Khaos, this kind of loss is not much, but it is still enough to make him furious. As a result, the conflict of order that was still raging was forcibly smoothed out in a more destructive behavior, and the gods began to return to where they came from. As this change occurred, the invisible channel connecting the two worlds also began to show signs of dissipating. This road, opened from nothing, is inherently temporary. When the mission is over, the road will naturally disperse, and both Ryan and Nyx have discovered this. The soul was sent in, but my sense of him is almost gone. It seems that we still have to wait until the winner between the two worlds is determined. Is this nail placed in advance meaningful? Retracting the black belt that had been torn apart before, it was actually an expanded sleeve on Nyx's black dress. It was burned a little ugly by the power of the sun, but under the wash of Ms. Ye's power, it was gradually recovering to its previous appearance. I always feel that what you are doing is a bit useless. If you have to wait until there is almost no resistance in this world to be effective, then there is really no gain, right? Forget it, it's time to go back. If you don't go back, there will be no road left. He stroked his sleeves carelessly and smoothed away the marks on them. Nyx turned to leave, but she soon discovered that Ryan had no intention of leaving. You go back first. I will stay here for a while. After waving his hand, Ryan was still looking at the place where Law disappeared. Stay for a while. Do you have a way to travel through the nothing between the two realms after the power of the world disappears?
No.
Shaking his head, Ryan denied this. Actually, as you can see, I have no intention of going back. Exclamation point. His expression changed slightly, and Nyx looked carefully at Ryan, whom he had known for many years. I have no plans to go back. If I don't go back now, the next time will be the time when the two worlds are completely integrated. She didn't know what Ryan was doing by staying here, but it was definitely related to the previous soul. As for what he was going to do and what he was thinking, Nyx had never understood it clearly. So, this is the real purpose of you calling me here. It's not to hide your soul. After all, as a god from outside the territory, how can my power really be useful across the barrier of a world? It's not to deal with the enemy. If it's just the guy just now, if it can't be killed, it will be the same with or without me. The place where you need me is not here, but in Khaos. If you don't go back, I want to go back. This is why you and I came here, and then promised benefits. The tone gradually became calmer, and Nyx looked at Ryan's back. She didn't know why, but looking at this figure, she suddenly had an illusion. The god side of him seemed to be rising. Then, why do you think I will do what you say? I can't promise, just treat it as a favor for me. You don't need to do anything for me. You just don't let others do anything to the spirit world. Of course, before I leave, I will also be better prepared for the unexpected. Smiling, Ryan didn't wait for Nyx's reply. It's best if the other party is willing to help, but it doesn't matter if they don't. He came into this world alone, so from beginning to end, he never counted on anyone other than himself. He just raised the sword in his hand, and then slashed it down at himself. The sword edge cut across the body, but there was no sight of flesh and blood, only something seemed to be peeled off. In Nyx's eyes, the Ryan in front of him looked more and more like a god. He was not the god of chaos, but a god who was as cold and ruthless as the world, overlooking the changes of all things. But corresponding to it is the thing that was stripped out. The separated intangible thing seemed to be full of all kinds of joy, anger, sorrow, love, hatred, and seemed to contain emotions that the original Ryan had never had. Seeing this scene, Nyx seemed to understand something. The gods can't kill themselves, and you can't kill yourself. So you can't separate your humanity from your divinity, which is meaningless. In the final analysis, your connection cannot be severed. Then you are still one person. Yes, that's the case now. Holding the illusory and uncertain substance, Ryan threw it towards where it came from. It's time for you to go back, Nyx. And I will stay here, wait until the sun sets, and then start the end of this world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 300 God Amon and Infiltration. Laugh. The huge celestial body moved slowly in the boundless darkness. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun, the darkness quickly recedes in the light. But it is like the molten magma in the deep sea. No matter how much seawater is evaporated into water vapor, it is so insignificant compared to the vast and endless ocean itself. Sitting on the celestial body, Ra's eagle-like head was gone. When the power in his body calmed down, He once again regained his human-like appearance. In the world of Hermione, the gods in animal form tend to be more inclined to strength, while the human form is more inclined to reason. This is also a rule set since the beginning of the creation of the world. As the strength stabilized, the injury became apparent. At this moment, LA's eyes were lowered, staring at the sword mark that almost split him into two. The authority of death is crisscrossed on it, and is even spreading to the rest of his divine body. It looks scary, but in fact it is not that serious, and there is nothing you can do about it. In any case, this is the power of a foreign god after all. When he returns to the realm of the world of Hermione, this divine power that is incompatible with the world will lose most of its power. Even if you don't care about this, the threat of this death divine power to RA is not as great as imagined. The reason is simple. Simple death has not completely entered the realm of greatness. Even if this authority is suitable for fighting, it cannot change the gap in status. Lane wouldn't always use it to fight if he didn't have better options. But having said that, even though Law had many ways to get rid of the traces left by the power of death and then slowly healed his injuries, he did not react in any way. He just silently looked at his eroded divine body. Even if this situation continued, he might not be long before he experienced real death. I really didn't expect that our world is not the only one. Not only that, he is not even the most powerful. Released his right hand, Law temporarily looked away from the wound and turned to look at the wings that he had torn off, which contained the original power of the alien gods. RA didn't know that in the long history of later generations, there had been human beings who had proposed the geocentric theory and the heliocentric theory, thinking that their place was the center of the universe, but the facts proved that they were just the center of the universe. Nothing more than an insignificant existence. However, despite the differences between gods and humans, as well as the estrangement of years, at this second, Law did have the same feeling. If you dominate your own territory for too long, you will inevitably have this illusion of arrogance. In later film and television works, outsiders are often the ones who are eventually repelled, but Locko does not have such inexplicable self-confidence. Others can come to the door across a long distance without you knowing. This is the most obvious proof of the gap in strength. My own world is at a disadvantage. Fortunately, it's not yet a complete defeat. It's just a pity that these foreign gods don't have their sun god. If their world has a sun, if I can get the source of the sun from another world, maybe I can complete my rebirth in a more perfect way. Now this, light, is just an extension of my sun authority. Once I analyze the foreign laws it contains, let it be used as a lighting tool on the solar ship. If there is any disharmony in the future, maybe it can become a fallback path for me. Looking at the pair of eagle wings in his palm, RA made a decision. Just as there is no god of fire in the world of Hermione, there is no god of light here. These scattered divine powers are attributed to the sun, and together they constitute the power of the sun god that surpasses all gods in the past. This is also the reason why RA finally chose an alien god of light to start with, because they do have an overlap in authority. Of course, among those alien gods, there is actually more than one god with authority similar to that of the sun, and in the end, I chose the one in front of me, mainly because the other party had the true form of an eagle. Apollo, the god of light, I am afraid he himself does not know that one of the reasons why he was selected as the target of the attack was because he turned into a black eagle during the Typhon disaster. Otherwise, for RA, who would he finally attack? Still an unknown thing. Boom! With a sound like a bubble bursting, the sun finally passed through the endless darkness. The four-layer structure of the Hermione world, what is now presented in front of RA, is endless space and primordial water. The overlapping water of virtuality and reality is spread across the void, and the world is opened up from this. The creator god in Hermione's legend, the previous sun god Adam, was born from the primordial water. Of course, Lanung was sure that the so-called creator god was just Adam's boast. Just like he is now praised as the almighty creator of the world, but RA knows very well whether he has such power. Thoth, my mind, you are finally here. The sun is walking on the water, slowly falling to its original position. At a certain moment, Law suddenly turned around and looked at a rapidly approaching stream of light in the distance. Just like Ra, who showed off his animal head when he went all out, the one who came had a human body, but the head of a crested ibis. His curved mouth is like a crescent moon, but he has a head of flowing black hair. In his palm, he also held a clay tablet and an ink pen. It was a symbol of Egyptian wisdom, the personification of the moon, the record keeper of Heliopolis, and one of Ra's most trusted confidants. Thoth is not a respected nine-pillar god, but the glory he actually enjoys is not inferior to those of the main gods, especially since Isis was deprived of power by the god Ra and died like a mortal. He is likely to inherit the other party's magic. The part of knowledge is supplemented to become the new 9 pillars of gods. Supreme God Ra, I don't have the supreme power like you to easily penetrate the world barrier. Even just coming to this primordial water that carries all things is already a very difficult thing. The flow was smooth, and the endless flames of the sun made way for Thoth. Approaching along the road, the god of wisdom lowered his hands slightly to show his respect to the god Ra. Supreme power? You see, I don't have any supreme power. He spread his hands and pulled Thoth to reveal his terrible injuries. However, opposite him, the god of wisdom showed no signs of contempt or surprise. From the moment you chose to ride the sun away and asked me to wait here, I knew you were going to face a difficult battle. Thoth said with a smile, and a light and elegant sound came from under the slightly curved beak. I don't know what you are going to face, but since you have been prepared, I guess everything is still under your control. Ra nodded and looked back at the darkness behind him. Under control, maybe at least for now. Thoth, tell me, if I die, what will happen to Heliopolis and what will happen to the gods? Some of them will fight for the legacy you left behind, trying to become the new sun. And some gods will still be loyal to you. They will believe that even if the sun sets, it will eventually rise again. Still smiling, Thoth calmly explained his opinion, and Law listened quietly and finally nodded again. In this case, then Thoth, I am going to die. After a pause, Ra looked at the vast primordial water. My power as the sun will remain on the sun, but no one can touch it. Because he was not killed by anyone, so no one can take away this power. In the future, there will be a new god who will take over my legacy and become the new sun. When the time comes, remember to assist him in continuing to rule the world. Then what is his name? Thoth's expression remained unchanged. I will become his servant as soon as I learn of his existence and help the new sun return to his original position. Amon, God Amon, this is his name. In the future, he will inherit my power and become Amon Ra Adam. This is an unchangeable destiny. Okay. Weiwei waved her hand to indicate that Thoth could leave. Go back to Heliopolis, and then go witness my sunset. Thoth, you won't let me down, right? Certainly. O Supreme Ra, your will be carried out. With a slight bow, just like when he came, Thoth turned into a stream of light and disappeared, and on the vast primordial water, only La was left again. The sun is still moving slowly. Such a huge celestial body is destined to be unable to be as flexible as a god. Seeing Thoth's figure disappear, La silently stared at it for a while, then pressed his right hand on his chest. The next moment, an illusory and unpredictable power was pulled out of his chest. It looks different from the power of the sun. If you observe carefully, you will even find that it has some similar characteristics to the void outside the previous world. In the battle with the foreign gods just now, the world of Hermione naturally stood on the side of its own people. He provided Ra with geographical advantages, that is, the partial blessing of the outermost layer of the world, the absolute void. But looking now, although the battle is over, La still secretly left behind some of this extremely special power. Amon. After whispering the name, Ra-Shin knew that Thoth should understand what he meant. After all, this name is so special and so famous. At the beginning of the creation of the world of Hermione, the world was divided into 4 layers: absolute void, endless darkness, endless space, and primordial water. In those years when the gods were not yet born, that it is because of this differentiation that the great and indescribable will of the world briefly gave birth to an incomplete personality. The more powerful the power, the more difficult it is to manifest in the form of personality. The world of Hermione can briefly reveal the personality, but in fact it is a manifestation of his weakness. But this has nothing to do with R.A. He only knows that in those early years, the world instinctively tried to possess wisdom, so he gave birth to two personality manifestations in the form of a man and a woman in the four major structures. There are 8 of them in total. The male god is a human being with a frog head, and the goddess is a human body with a snake head. Of course, the act of personifying the world failed in the end. Although the personifications collectively called the 8 souls and Hermione had their own names, they failed to possess wisdom in the end. Even this incomplete the image also collapsed with the subsequent growth of world power. But although the result was a failure, their short existence actually brought some changes to the world. For example, the original sun god Adam, the predecessor who was swallowed by R.A., was conceived by one of the incarnations of the world, the male symbol, none of primordial water, and the power that R.A. has now gained can also be conceived by it is believed to be given by Amon, the male symbol of absolute space. Of course, the real god Ammonius does not actually exist. He is just a failed creation of the world and a non-existent personality, at least before today. As for what happened next, looking at the power in front of him that legally belonged to Ammon and that the world had given him the power before, he finally made up his mind. Hermione's gods are mortal, even die of old age, and even he is no exception. As the only god, R.A. has already been thinking about solutions to the problem. Fortunately, after a long period of exploration, he did find a way to change this result, because Hermione's sun is different from Khaos, and it itself has the power of rebirth and a rebirth. Reborn in a certain way when he is about to grow old, and then let his new self devour his old self just like he devours Adam, in order to avoid aging and death. This is Ra's plan. He had even made arrangements a long time ago. Thebes, a place far away from Heliopolis and outside the traditional system of Upper and Lower Egypt, was the place he prepared for his new self. The new self will be the patron saint born in this city-state, and then silently replace the old sun. It is possible that the gods have not yet reacted, and a change of godhead has been completed. But that was the original, and now Law felt that he had a better choice. If he could obtain the power of the foreign sun god, he actually wanted to evolve a new self based on the power of another sun, and finally complete the initial integration of the concept of suns in the two worlds through the ability of the Hermione gods to devour each other. Although it is impossible to do this now, the existence of absolute void is not much worse. The new god Ammon will evolve based on this power, and then inherit the name of one of the 8 gods. As the supreme leader of Hermione, R.A. would no longer have the idea of devouring other gods, because those divine powers that are far inferior to the sun would not only not increase his power, but would even turn him down.
Drag.
But this does not exist in front of the world itself. The power of the 8 Yuanshan, even if it is only a trivial point, it will only strengthen rather than weaken him. That's why I said, next time we meet, we will decide between life and death. Outer God. It's just you die, and I live. He clenched his fingers tightly and was in no hurry to start reincarnation. The death of the sun requires a grand ceremony, and he also wants to see what choices the Egyptian gods living in Heliopolis will make when he dies. Since he is about to face a foreign enemy, no matter how he thinks about it, he needs some cannon fodder.
D.
The soul is floating, passing through the portals one after another. Wandering in the primordial water, Pallas's soul was gradually completed. Passing through the outer layer of the world, it began to fall toward the Nile River basin. There were lives with similar blood to him there, and although he hadn't truly come to life yet, he instinctively began to move closer there. Tiske, you really made me wait. A white and slender arm stretched out from the side and gently pulled the soul's arm. Under the green skirt, she looked like a girl loved by all things with a smile on her lips, looking at the spirit body whose foreign aura had not completely dissipated. Just like Yi before, he is another outsider, but this one seems to have been sent in on his own initiative by beings from a foreign land. Reincarnate 10 times among a group of people with foreign blood to eliminate the abnormal aura, and then completely integrate into this world? This started from Yi back then. It is really a long plan. With her eyebrows arched, Isis smiled. Since the sun left not long ago, she secretly left the shelter she built with magic and came to the place where the Hebrews lived the most. All the gods are paying attention to the departure of the sun, and the all-seeing god Ra is no longer there, so no one has the ability to discover her. So, silently, Isis discovered the foreign visitor for the second time, and both times, she was the only one to find him. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 301. This is chaotic evil. The hem of the skirt is slightly above the knees, and the scattered tassels are swaying in the wind. Looking at Nome, the general name for the ancient Egyptian city-state, on the ground in the distance, Isis admitted that this time she was able to bump into the soul of a foreign land, which was actually more of luck. Unlike Io, the princess from another world has had some kind of connection with her from the beginning, and the mission given by Khaos Destiny is to let her replace Isis. So, last time, she easily discovered the other party's arrival and took the initiative to cover up ES traces. After all, unlike this soul whose half-soul was born from Hermione, the mortal princess of Pisratsi was a real alien. If she hadn't secretly taken action, I'm afraid the gods of Upper and Lower Egypt would have known about the existence of the alien world. But although the result was good, it was this behavior that caused Ryan to misjudge the situation. He thought that Io had been discovered long ago, and it was because of this that Ra learned about the existence of the outside world, so he only built half of Pallas's soul. Because Ryan didn't know that there was actually an ethnic group with the blood of the god Khaos in the world of Hermenu, which could be used as a basis for soul attachment. If I had known this earlier, I might have saved myself a lot of trouble. Well, give it a try. Her eyes flickered slightly, and wisps of green light appeared on Isis's fingers. She wanted to try to see if she could use the remaining life authority in her body to directly shape this soul into a body that would not be rejected. If she can succeed, then she, the goddess of life from Hermione, might not be recognized by Khaos. Huh? Why is this soul from another world being rejected by the fate of his own world? His fingers were about to touch the illusory spirit body, but the next moment, a warning sign of impending disaster flashed in Isis's heart. It was as if her instruction would cause some irreversible consequences, and she froze on the spot for a moment. Perhaps because of the previous experience, or perhaps because Khaos power was not dominant in foreign lands, Isis quickly discovered the source of the problem. This soul from another world does not seem to be recognized by his original world, at least it does not recognize him as alive. So if Isis really allows the other party to be reborn on her own, I am afraid that it will not only be a disaster for her, but also very likely to bring harm to her. There will be more dire consequences. For example, Khaos' fate wants him to die, but this is a different world. Excluding the possibility of destiny shrinking from this, there is a high probability that he will devote more power to break the world's barrier regardless of the cost. And it is obvious that the world of Hermione will not allow itself to be invaded like this, and allow the power of Otherworld to enter the body. No matter what he is here to do. In this case, he will definitely resist to the death. So, is this the plan of the gods from another world? To use a special soul that is not recognized by the fate of his own world to provoke a more brutal and cost-reckless fight between the wills of the two worlds and end the conflict that might have lasted for tens of thousands of years? The dispute was compressed into 1,000 years, and the will of the two worlds was damaged. No wonder it needs to be reincarnated 10 times. This is not only to eliminate the traces of the other world, but also to make this collision last as long as possible. Because before the last life comes, the life in this other world cannot be considered to have truly completed the reincarnation. He only half alive, so the other world will continuously invest its power and try to kill him until he is completely born, and fate has to admit that the dead has come back to life. Pursing her lips, Isis glanced at the soul and finally let go. Unlike this time, she didn't dare to take action. Tisk, God's will. Looking up at the sky, Isis happened to see the sun reappearing from the end of the sky little by little at this moment, but it looked a little bit wrong. It's obviously still noon, but it gives people a feeling of sunset. But looking at this scene, Isis just shook her head. Wisdom is really the most precious wealth in the world. Without it, even an existence like God's will would only be manipulated. His eyebrows raised slightly, and with a flash of spiritual light, Isis' figure disappeared. Pulling back, she didn't dare to look down upon this god, who could stand on the sun and overlook the world. No matter what tricks he is playing, as long as the other person has time to pay attention to the world, she will hide well. I just don't know what will happen to this sun that never sets when the world comes to an end.
Khaos, Northland.
Several days have passed since Mount Olympus was breached and the gods fled. Of course, this was only time in Typhon's eyes. Because of the chaos in time sequence, in a very short period of time, different time spectacles appeared throughout the entire world. Some hundreds of years have passed in just a few days, and even longer years have passed at the end of the ocean deep in the starry sky. However, Typhon was unaware of this, because this change in time was caused by the confrontation between fate and order, and it did not take effect on the king of demons. So wherever Typhon passed, time passed as usual. It only remembered that it had been to many places and seen many lives in the past few days. It threatened every being he encountered to tell him how to kill the god king, but no one could give him the answer. Then a black storm swept across the sky, but the vast starry sky was empty, and the star gods who were originally active in it had long since hid. So the impatient Typhon went to the sea again, but except for some unintelligent sea creatures, he could not find a sea god. Now, it has come to the remote northern land again. The black wind that filled the sky destroyed everything in its path, and Typhon unleashed his anger wantonly, until he finally found a god with an old and terrifying face on a high mountain peak. Who are you, and what is your god? The black storm gradually dissipated outside Mount Nysa, and dragon heads poked out of it one after another. The demon with the body of a snake and the head of a dragon looked at the old woman, and a huge voice resounded throughout the mountains. I am Atropos, the god of destiny, or rather, his messenger. Destiny. The dragon's head shook, as if thinking about what it was, but then Typhon's eyes shone again. This is not an exaggeration, because the eyes of the king of demons really rose up with black flames that destroyed all things and burned a big hole in Mount Nysa in one fell swoop. I've heard of fate, this power that can threaten the god king. Then tell me, goddess of destiny, how can you kill the god king? I thought you would be more polite, Typhon, at least as a courtesy to fate.
Boom.
With a wave of his giant claw, Atropos' words were interrupted in his mouth. Typhon held fate in his hands and watched as her frame creaked. Tell me how to kill Zeus, and I will be the last to kill you. This is my courtesy to you.
Boom.
With a casual throw, Atropos hit the mountain of Mount Nysa, sending rocks flying everywhere. The goddess of fate obviously did not expect that she would be treated like this. She even thought that she had misunderstood what Typhon meant. Ahem. What are you talking about? The last one to kill me? So you are saying that if I can really tell you how to kill the gods, you will kill all the gods, including me, and just be the last one to kill me? Yes, this world does not need immortal things. As if he did not realize how ridiculous his threat was and how confusing his logic was, Typhon's dragon head said loudly, So now, tell me how to kill Zeus. I will give you one last pleasure. More or less speechless, threatening an immortal god, trying to get away to kill the god, and the reward is to be the last to kill you. Atropos doesn't know what to say. If he hadn't come here for this from the beginning, then Typhon would never have been able to get the answer from anyone. But it doesn't matter. It's easier for a fool to cheat, and he doesn't even need to find a reason. Shaking his head slightly and standing up from the ruins with difficulty, Atropos showed an ugly smile. To kill the God King, you have found the right person. As the goddess of fate, I do have a way to help you kill him. I just don't know if you can afford the price. What price? He asked first, but Typhon then danced wildly. There is no price that I can't bear. Stop talking nonsense and tell me how the God King should die. Hundreds of heads are shouting in disarray, making it impossible to distinguish what it means, and one can only feel confused and upset. But Atropos didn't pay attention. She just fumbled between her clothes with trembling arms, and it took a while before she took out something. Fate. Only fate can determine the life and death of the God King. You know it. She lifted the thing to Typhon. I can't help you, but you can do it yourself. Typhon took it from Atropos' hand, and it was a fruit. It was rotten fruit, half as clean as new, half as dark and brown as insect-eaten rot. Disgusting pus dripped from it, and it seemed to be corrosive in some way.
But its taste was not like that.
With Typhon's keen sense of smell, he could detect the alluring aroma of the fruit, direct to the soul and irreplaceable. This is the one-day fruit, the fruit of fate, and also the embodiment of the connection between you and Zeus. It can determine your fate and your life and death.
Us.
Even Khaos like Typhon felt a little ridiculous. Can a strange fruit determine its fate? Yes, it will decide your fate. Atropos smiled, then pointed at himself. Typhon, you have seen more than one god, right? Have you seen their appearance? Among them? But who is like me, with such an old and ugly face? Typhon did not respond. He had indeed never seen her before. The goddess of fate in front of him seemed to be an exception. In front of him, Atropos continued, This is a backlash, Typhon. The destiny of the world was interfered with, and his backlash fell on me, and it became this kind of backlash. This is the blame of the world, and the God King also had a part in it. He swallowed his wife Modi Palace, tried to prevent the birth of a true god, and he actually succeeded. I don't know where I mustered up the strength again. The North Sea was stirred and rolled endlessly, and Zeus's big hand was actually lifted inch by inch. The God King was a little shocked. Even if most of the dragon's head was chopped off, even if his power was being continuously absorbed by him, could this terrifying monster still resist? Zeus stared down, but all he saw was the high head and eyes burning with fire. The winner is the king or the loser. Zeus held up the thunderbolt and said without mercy, If will is useful, then Prometheus should stand in front of me to collect debts, and those mortals should attack the sacred mountain instead of struggling in the eyes of the sea. Sink in death. As he is, so are they all, and so are you. You are all the same.
Boomstreepje.
Thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the storm that had been lingering around Typhon was completely broken through. Under the power of the God King, its remaining dragon heads fell like wheat, leaving only the last one, the one at its core. Then, with the attention of the gods, Zeus grabbed an island from afar and suppressed it towards Typhon. For this monster, until now, the God King still hasn't figured out how to deal with it. There were some promises that he couldn't say in front of the gods, and he also had some concerns that he couldn't express clearly, so he still wanted to try, not to mention using the power of fate to kill such a demon who was originally more powerful than him. Zeus's heart was inevitably a little sad. The last chance. Standing high in the sky, Zeus looked at the island below his feet, patrolling around with a cold face. I hope this damn beast can grasp the few kindness he has. Typhon sank to the bottom of the sea. Zeus's true form did not catch up, but it had no strength to move anymore. Following the water waves downward, the power that was originally enough to stir up the world was empty, which made Typhon feel uncomfortable for a while. It saw a huge black shadow impacting above it, covering its body underneath. That was the island moved by the God King, and it contained his divine power, as if he wanted to suppress this monster forever. Of course, it's just an island. As long as its strength is restored a little, it won't be able to suppress Typhon at all, unless Zeus personally sits here. Therefore, the Demon King did not even take a second look. It just sank in the sea water, falling towards the bottom. It was getting a little tired, but Typhon had no intention of giving up. It is just silently accumulating strength, waiting for the time when it is enough to break the island. However, at the moment when the island crashed down, accompanied by the rolling waves of the vast expanse, the phantom of Zeus appeared in front of the king of demons. He stood on top, and Typhon lay on his back below. But even though he was the loser, the king of demons still gave the visitor a look of contempt. It knew what the visitor wanted to say, but it didn't want to hear it, and this attitude made Zeus frown again. Typhon, I don't understand. Aren't you afraid of death? Don't you want to live? Is there nothing in this world that interests you? We are not necessarily enemies, and there are no eternal enemies in this world. You are just that crazy woman and Gaia instigated me, so you don't have to be so hostile to me. Taking a deep breath, Zeus still didn't quite understand Typhon's psychology. There is obviously no conflict between them. Although Typhon is the descendant of Gaia, Zeus does not think that Mother Earth can let this crazy and self-centered monster be used by her. So what makes it necessary to kill itself, and what makes it not care about life or death? Just a simple desire for destruction? Zeus couldn't figure it out. He wanted to get an answer, but in front of him, Typhon just looked at him with disdain. Tell me, Typhon, what do you want and what are you dissatisfied with? I am the king of gods in this world and the supreme ruler of heaven, earth, and sea. There is nothing in this world that I cannot give you. As long as you are willing to be used by me, we can talk about everything except my throne. He spoke in a deep voice. If these words were heard by the gods of Olympus, it would be enough to greatly reduce the prestige of the god king. He simply does not look like a conqueror, but a faint king who cedes territory and seeks peace. But Zeus didn't care because no god could peek into the conversation here. He just stared at Typhon's eyes, trying to see even a little bit of wavering, but he was disappointed again, and all he could see was deeper contempt. The other party looked down on him from the beginning to now. Nameless fire burned in his chest. Zeus couldn't help but said coldly, Typhon, do you think you can still succeed? From the moment you eat the one-day fruit, your failure is inevitable. If you persist now, what else can you gain except death? Typhon clenched his fist, as if he was holding something, and Zeus was unable to make a move because Typhon, who was incapable of doing anything, finally showed his final threat. The power of fate lingers around him. Although the immortality of this monster is so powerful, just like the branch piercing the palm of Erebus, although Typhon is not theoretically immortal, but with his own power alone, Zeus can't kill it, but he still has a destiny. As long as he is willing, one-day fruit can help him achieve his goal. He could kill the monster completely, crushing all its will. Oh, is this the God King? Another puppet on a string. There was no fear, no flinching, feeling the closeness of death, looking at Zeus, who was clearly threatening it, but still had expectation in his eyes. Typhon smiled happily. It knew Zeus didn't understand it, but it wasn't going to let him. For a being that has been a tool since birth, it just wants to do whatever it wants. It is born with knowledge, but unlike those Titan gods, what Typhon knows comes from blood and from his own power. Therefore, the content he can read is only related to the source of these powers. It knows the existence of the Mother Tree, the supreme being who regards it as a tool to spread power. It knows the existence of the Earth Mother, the first life it sees after its birth, and regards it as a vengeful thug. It also knows that it originally belonged to the fate of Typhus, which was the reason why he could still come to the world even though he possessed the power of an alien god. That fate was to become the defeated general of Zeus, demonstrating the prowess of the God King. Until now, another person stood in front of him, wanting to make him do things for him. Even though he was just a lackey of fate, this so-called God King actually tried to convince himself to surrender to him. Why? Just because you were born named Zeus, you can rule the world, and I was born named Typhon, so I should be stepped on by you? If this is the order of this world, then let him kill me personally. Amidst the laughter, Typhon's strength began to recover, and the dragon's head grew again on the 99 sarcomas. It was so upright and undisguised. The God King clenched his fists, and the power of fate boiled like never before, and amidst this boiling invisible power, the old voice of Atropos came out. Zeus, think twice. Typhon's fate should not end here. It should also be immortal. It's just that some force changed the result, but it shouldn't be killed by you here. I don't know what will happen if you kill it is definitely not what you want. But I have no choice, Atropos. If it gives itself a chance, I'll gladly accept it. Raising his palm, Zeus looked at the king of demons below expressionlessly. Why did he want to get to this point? However, in front of him, the God King only saw dragon heads growing out one after another. You will be my stepping stone. You will bring me prestige. You will be regarded as a buffoon in the story by mortals and as a gossip by the gods. The world will only know that I, the God King of Olympus, suppressing the brutal monsters here and saving all sentient beings from the demons who wanted to destroy the world. This is the only truth. Typhon, is this what you want? The dragon's head was raised with a disdainful smile, and Typhon's body stirred up strength. The island on top of him began to shake, with cracks all over it. Mixed and overlapping sounds echoed in the deep sea, and the will of the demon lord never wavered. Do you think you won? Today it's me. Tomorrow it's you. Zeus, a person who begs for mercy in front of fate will never be able to fight against it. Come on, Zeus, come and kill me. This is just the beginning.
My death is not the end.
From now on for 100,000 years, the world will remember my name. I am the king of demons, Typhon. On the sea, a small island that had just appeared was shaking violently. Red light shone through the gaps, and magma erupted from the mountains. Standing high in the sky, under the gaze of the gods, Zeus lowered his head. He seemed to vaguely see that contemptuous look on him, but this time, he no longer hesitated. The palm fell, and as a thunder exploded, all sounds stopped. However, Zeus was expressionless, because he knew that this Typhon disaster, its own life and death, was just the beginning, and its impact would never end. Perhaps as it says, in the next 100,000 years, all sentient beings will be forced to remember the name Typhon, whether they like it or not. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 304 Bloody Day. The arrogant king of demons is dead, his rise is booming, and his death is sudden. There is no argument that Typhon rests here just below this unnamed island. When fate denies its existence, and the power that created it no longer intends to maintain it, the strongest demon in history is destined to fall, sooner or later. But flying over the island, Zeus also knew very well that although he killed Typhon, the power of fate was only directed at the demon named Typhus. In addition, apart from the power he absorbed, which was judged by fate to be enough to change the strength of him and his opponent, the remaining origin that originally belonged to Typhon will not disappear out of thin air. They spilled out, in some way that Zeus didn't quite understand. Under this sea area, which was later called the Tyrrhenian Sea, a steady stream of power was penetrating outwards, becoming an indispensable part of this world. As the God King, Zeus has already felt the will of the law. He does not want to see this phenomenon continue, and it is Zeus's job to solve this problem. So there needs to be a seal here, and someone needs to be here to guard it. Not just here, but also on the earth. His eyes flickered, perhaps because he also mastered part of the power derived from Typhon, and Zeus had a glimpse of the direction in which some of these powers spilled out. They separated from the dead demons, and then gathered on the live beings. The limbs of Typhon that fell all over the world during the war are their targets. If they are not curbed, I am afraid that the earth will once again life is in ruins. Although many mortals died because of Typhon, most of them were accidental injuries. After all, the king of demons never puts his energy into humans, but the same cannot be said for these beings who inherit its power. In order to prevent the source of faith from suffering too many casualties, Zeus thought it would be better to make plans in advance. It just so happened that he stayed here to try to seal Typhon's body, and the gods also had a chance to show their presence. The chief culprit is dead. With a stern look on his face, Zeus turned his attention away from the island at his feet and scanned the gods. Then what happens next, Ash? The words stopped suddenly. Zeus suddenly raised his head, and the gods also felt the changes in the sky, and then raised their heads one after another. The scorching sun still hung high in the sky, as if there was no difference from the past. But I don't know why, when they saw it, the gods seemed to see a human face smiling at them. When? Where is Helios? Where has he gone? Such a change in the sun cannot be accomplished overnight. Zeus even felt that the nature of the sun's light seemed to have changed now. There is some kind of power contained in it, and all life that is illuminated by it will be subtly affected by it. And this kind of power, Zeus is very familiar with. Outer God. Zeus took one step forward and wanted to head to the starry sky, but the next moment, the quiet island at his feet stopped him. He could sense that if he dared to leave here now, he might be able to solve the problem of the sun, but the power after Typhon's death would completely lose control and pollute the entire world with the North Sea as the center. Turning around to look at the gods, they were the only ones who could solve this problem. However, under the gaze of the god king, the gods bowed their heads. The sun and the sun god cannot be confused. If it was Helios who had changed, they would all dare to fight him, but it was the sun that had changed. Zeus, let me go. I'll go. Two voices sounded almost at the same time, and Hestia and Athena looked at each other. The kitchen goddess was a little surprised. She had always thought that the relationship between her nominal niece and Zeus was not good, but she did not expect that she was actually willing to stand up and share the worries of the god king. You should also have some sense of the nature of the power in the sun. I am the goddess of wisdom. It cannot affect me, so I am the most suitable candidate. Seeing Hestia's gaze, Athena smiled and explained her reason. But standing aside, Zeus made a prompt decision. Then go ahead, Athena. I believe you can solve this problem, at least temporarily stop the sun's rays from diverging. But what about Apollo? After looking around, the god king didn't see his son. This task should be much easier if the god of light helps, but Apollo does not appear here. However, the situation was urgent, and Zeus had no time to look for him. The god king just snorted coldly, and then ordered. The chief evil is dead, but its influence continues. Go to the earth and wipe out the demons left by Typhon. When everything is over, I will celebrate your success on Mount Olympus. The starry sky and the ecliptic realms. It was only a few days to the gods, and less than a month to Zeus, but a long time had passed for the life on the earth, and even more so for the stars. With the return of the gods and the fall of Typhon, the wonders of time caused by the disordered laws gradually faded away, and the timing of the entire world gradually returned to normal. But at the same time, the changes in the sun have finally come to an end. Like the straw that broke the camel's back, when Typhon died, his power was scattered. The part belonging to Mother Earth gave birth to many non-god but rational beings, while the power belonging to the Mother Tree naturally gave rise to more evil things. But the most powerful one among them is none other than the sun itself hanging in the sky. Ancient evil object, corona of the fallen, it is gradually resurrected from a dead object and has its own chaotic thinking and will. The sapling growing on the back of the celestial body has grown into a towering tree, and a steady stream of power has been absorbed from the void. Although the sun can carry close to the upper limit, the power it absorbs has not weakened at all. Those things that the sun cannot absorb are spread out to the world along its rays. The earth, the stars, the ocean, and even some small worlds attached to the present world. Most of the interfaces derived from the fragments of the 9 realms do not have their own light bodies. They only rely on the sun and moon in the material world to rotate, and they do not even have life. So now, the power of the outer gods follows the light of the sun, invading their bodies. Perhaps it should be said that they are returning. After all, their predecessors were the 9 realms, and the predecessor of the Mother Tree was the sacred tree that supported the 9 realms. They already had an inseparable relationship, and now they are just going back to the past. At the core of the sun, Helios no longer has a fixed form. Wooden thorns extended out from his body, pulsing like a pulse. If the sun is a person, then he is like its heart at this moment. Innumerable power flows through the body of the sun god, and then becomes consistent with the requirements of the rules under the processing of his priesthood. Is this a failure? It's really ridiculous. If I had such a powerful power, how could I be where I am today? Although he was in the starry sky, Typhon's troubles did not escape Helios' observation. In other words, most gods in the world could see it all. Typhon's power, Typhon's cruelty, its successes and failures. Helios even saw more than other gods. At least he knew the details of Typhon and the similar powers between them. If I had such power, how could I have been imprisoned since birth, and how dare Cronus force himself on me? Monsters are monsters, and they don't know how to judge the situation at all. What's the point of everything you do? No one will understand you. No one will praise you, and even the things you have done will be distorted and rewritten. You will become the original sin who wants to destroy the world. Your victory will become the plot of a cunning person, and your failure will become a medal that reflects the wisdom and strength of others. Mortals will celebrate the great god-king who removed you from the world, thus achieving his fame and prestige. The most important thing is... Helios sneered and looked at the divine light flying from the sea. You are dead, so everything is settled. The gods are immortal, so they always have a chance to make a comeback, but you have not. Just like now. I can't fight the world with my own power, but so what? As an immortal true god, I will always wait for my opportunity, such as the next era change, and the god-king loses his throne. The low voice echoed in the sun, and Helios felt that he had spoken too much. He actually understood that it came from his envy and unwillingness. He envied Typhon for being far beyond his beginning, but he was unwilling to accept that it ended like this. Seeing that such a being could not escape the fate of failure in the end, Helios felt a little sad for his misfortune and angry at him, but then he felt that his emotions were inexplicable. It's just a demon, just a madman. What it does has nothing to do with him. What's more, even until the moment of death, Typhon's power is still beyond his reach. His thoughts turned around, and Helios stopped thinking about it. He looked towards the earth, where many powerful beings were born due to the death of Typhon. The 100-headed dragon born from its fallen dragon head, the 9-headed giant snake born from its broken snake body, monsters with lion heads and sheep bodies, creatures with sphinx bodies and faces, they inherit a more orderly power. At this moment, they were running away, with no thought of revenge for Typhon. But at the same time, more of the lives born as a result of Typhon's death were evil creatures carrying the power of external gods. The flesh and blood it left in the starry sky corrupted an ancient celestial body. As the power after death overflowed, the star was evolving into an ancient evil object, the star of omen of death. The life that Typhon accidentally killed could not survive counting, their flesh and blood piled up together, aggregated and distorted under the power of the Demon King, and gradually evolved into ancient evil object corridor of flesh and blood. The flames burning from Typhon's 100 eyes did not extinguish. They transformed into ancient evil immortal demonic flame, and the black storm that originally surrounded Typhon was also activated by the power from the mother tree at its root, and transformed into as ancient evil object, world-burning wind. They have inherited the power of Typhon and also inherited the indelible immortality, and they are not like those rational monsters who run away. After Feng's death, he became violent and began to destroy everything around him crazily. Being in the starry sky, Helios could see that in addition to Athena coming towards him, there were more divine lights flying towards where they were, trying to prevent them from harming his believers. This is only on the earth. The sun god can feel that the changes in the underworld are even more drastic. The reason why the gods of Hades were so quiet from the beginning to the end is because they simply had no time to take care of themselves. The power of the mother tree is being released there without any scruples. Although with the death of Typhon, part of the anchor point between him and the material world was temporarily cut off, this is obviously only temporary. As long as his power spreads in the material world, one day he will be able to find a way to bypass the shackles sealed on the surface of Nibelheim and even come to this world in person. What a mess! Shaking his head, Helios regained his energy. At this moment, Athena was getting closer and closer, and he was also a little curious. In the sun god's prediction, he might be sealed by the god king, but he is only a god king. But why does this goddess of wisdom dare to fight against the fallen sun? All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 305, The Country of the Dead. The Underworld, the Field of Truth. A gray light flashed, the space trembled, and Hades staggered out of the void. At this moment, his face was extremely tired, full of the look of surviving a disaster. Just like when Typhon's plague just started, Helios in the sun was infected by the mother tree. As the interface closest to the abyss and Nibelheim in terms of time and space, the underworld was directly affected by the mother tree. The erosion of power. Endless power surged in along the gaps in time and space from the beginning, bypassing the seal and assimilating everything around it. Some small interfaces that were very close to each other were changed in nature almost instantly, and the underworld also encountered a catastrophe. Almost immediately, Hades chose to merge with the symbol of the priesthood to fight against this sudden disaster. Pluto is naturally unable to fight against the mother tree, but fortunately, compared to Helios, who only occupies a smaller half of the power of the sun, the gods in charge of the underworld are united and are trying their best to block the erosion of the power of the mother tree. In addition, Hades as a whole is already larger than the sun, so Hades still managed to persist until the moment Typhon fell. At this moment, although many tributaries of the river Styx have been silently changed, many places in the Hades divided by the river of fire have been completely assimilated by foreign forces. Feedback to the gods revealed that Hades' robes were missing a lot. A large number of traces of corruption appeared in the Grey Plains, and countless undead lives were polluted into monsters. But no matter what, the main body of Hades was intact after all. So Hades, who had actually worked hard for many years in the chaos of time and space, could finally relax a little. He withdrew from the special state of being attached to Hades and let Persephone operate for him. Since Typhon's death, the mother tree's erosion of the outside world has changed from the initial violent flow to an endless trickle, and the pressure on the underworld has also been greatly reduced. Even if the power of the underworld queen is not as strong as his, it can be replaced temporarily. At this moment, Hades was extremely glad that he had found his own queen of the underworld as soon as possible, otherwise it would have been difficult for him alone. Outer God. What a terrible disaster. Even the ancient spiritual world and the realm of primitive gods have not escaped, with the exception of Tartarus. No, maybe this is just because the abyss does not have the power to extend outside. Finally able to breathe, Hades looked at the vast gray plains, feeling heartbroken and a little horrified. He had no time to count the specific losses in Hades, but just how terrible this sudden disaster was could be roughly judged by looking at the state of several primitive gods. When the Typhon rebellion broke out, day and night were still alternating, so the power of the land of eternal night and the lightless realm was the same as before, surging or sinking like the ebb and flow of seawater. And these powers released from the realm collided with the power of the outer gods, and two terrifying existences were born. Ancient evil object, a crown of silence. Ancient evil object, twisted shadow. They descended on the land of the underworld as soon as they were born. One occupied a vast area and turned it into a restricted area, and the other crazily raged in the underworld, giving the original the interface, which is heavily influenced by alien gods, adds to the trauma. As for the spirit world, the power of the mother tree also did not enter the spirit world, but one of the rivers of Styx, the river of oblivion jointly controlled by the underworld and the spirit world, did not escape its poisonous hands. Some tributaries were eroded, and a large number of souls that were contaminated by the power of evil but did not dissipate on the ground gathered there. They came together under the power of primordial hate Flemish mother tree, triggering some kind of qualitative change. Sheer quantity could not have crossed this limit, and no matter how many souls of mortals would sublimate into gods, but now, countless souls were unified and transformed into the ancient evil thousand-faced soul eater. This last-born ancient evil thing almost perfectly embodies the chaotic and crazy side of the outer gods. Thousand Faces is just a nickname. In fact, countless evil spirits are fighting each other in its body all the time, and the evil things are also killing each other all the time. He is always eager to devour the spiritual bodies of the outside world. In its body, every evil spirit that reaches a certain level can be regarded as part of the will of the thousand-faced soul eater. Each spirit body also has its own will, so when it is reflected to the outside, no one knows about it. How will the whole thing react? Now it is moving up the tributaries of the river Styx, trying to swallow more spirits. The undead on both sides have become part of it in the roaring evil spirits. Oh, that means Styx and Mingyu have stabilized the situation. Otherwise, I'm afraid there will be two more big troubles. Shaking his head slightly, Hades was still a little lucky. Compared to the River of Oaths and even Hades, the Hades moon was the focus of erosion by the outer gods during the entire turbulent process. Just like he chose the sun on the earth as the only light body underground, once the Hades moon is affected by the mother tree, along with the moonlight shining through Hades, his power can spread throughout the entire interface, even around the world. Many small worlds are not immune. In this case, Hades saw with his own eyes the blood mist lingering around Ziua, as well as the scattered crystal leaves. Even at the most dangerous time, Pluto once noticed that part of the dark moon seemed to be briefly activated, and a black moon seemed to be separated from it, but then it was firmly locked in by a brass-colored ancient book. Under the moonlight, as ancient evils, just like the true gods, there are also differences between them. Hades can be sure that if the dark moon is really torn in half, the existence born from it will definitely be much more terrifying than the previous three. Your Majesty, the matter you ordered has been settled. While thinking, at the edge of the Garden of Truth, a black shadow in armor came from a distance. Judging from the breath on him, it was a rare and powerful undead. Well done, Evans. Where is the entrance? His face looked much better, and he finally heard good news. Hades looked at his temple that was destroyed again, and couldn't help but sigh at its many disasters. Your Majesty, in my perception, the most weak entrance is close to this silent realm. I sensed the connection, but didn't dare to get close. The undead warrior lowered his head slightly. The place he was talking about was where the ancient evil was born not long ago. There is nothing unusual there, but my intuition tells me that it is dangerous, Your Majesty. I understand, Evans. I was going to wait until the disaster was over before dealing with it last. After all, it doesn't look aggressive. Never mind. It's the same. Hades had a headache after forcing himself to be alert, but he decisively changed his plan. After all, he knew what he was looking for. Just like Zeus discovered Asgard in the belly of Mount Olympus, Hades, as the lord of the underworld and the king of the underworld with half the power, also noticed something strange with the return of the queen of the underworld, Persephone. Helheim, the land of the dead in Scandinavian mythology, the domain of the death goddess Hela. Although Hades didn't know its name and past, it didn't prevent him from noticing the existence of this place and the strong breath of death contained in that interface. But compared to Asgard, where the gods live, this country from the 9 realms obviously has a different nature. The gods of foreign lands can die, and there are precedents of their souls entering the land of the dead after the death of their bodies. Even the son of the god King Odin did not escape such a fate, but the gods of chaos cannot die. This leads to the fact that even though Hades knows that such a place exists, he is still the rightful king of the underworld, but he can't enter here at all. So in order to completely locate Helheim, Hades can only rely on his undead subordinates. He tried his best to train them, and then let them sense the entrance to the land of the dead in different places in the underworld, but the power of mortals is ultimately not as good as that of the gods. So until today, perhaps due to the disorder of the laws of the world, or perhaps because of the invasion of the flesh and blood mother tree, this series of changes caused the turbulence of time and space, which finally allowed the undead to lock the location of the land of the dead. Although Hades himself may still not be able to enter, at least he can try to send the undead in. Very good. You stay here, I'll go there to take a look. It's very likely that you will need to go there again later. Waving his hand, Hades looked at the area where the ancient evil creatures were hovering. It's better to be hasty than to be slow. No one knows why the ancient evil Silent Crown chose that place as its own domain. Maybe it is also eroding that interface for the outer gods. So Hades can't wait any longer. He wants to kill, at least seal, or expel that evil creature and then build a city there. It would be best if the undead could explore there. If not, I heard that the goddess of the magic net had a power comparable to that of a true god before she obtained the priesthood. Maybe there will be a chance for such a powerful existence to be born in the world in the future. Thinking silently, Hades didn't care about it. Since he sent disasters, brought plagues, lies, and disputes to the world, he didn't care much about the beliefs of mortals, so he naturally didn't mind the birth of such a strong man among mortals. Even faintly, he still had some expectations. Everything will die one day, and after death, it will naturally become a spirit. The outer gods that infect the worlds, the chaotic thoughts, are really the enemies of all intelligent life. Hades flashed, resisting the urge to rest for a while, and fled into the distance. I don't know what the situation is on the ground now, but for Pluto, it is more important to solve his own troubles. It is really an existence that erodes everything, the mother tree of flesh and blood. It seems that he wants to take everything under his control and make it a part of himself, a sinful thing. In the starry sky, in the spiritual world corresponding to the zodiac star field, the goddess of starlight, Esther, looked at the distant sun through the barrier of time and space. In the spiritual world, the reflection of the sun is more real. The trees growing on the back are gurgling, and baby-like fruits are produced on the treetops. The old face is hidden under the flowing flames on the surface of the sun. The expression looks gentle and kind, but inside is pain and struggle. It's like being tortured. Esther can understand the pain of the sun, but she can't do anything. Ryan was not in the spirit world, and Lina was still fighting and expelling the influence of the underworld, so naturally no one had the time to pay attention to the changes in the sun. In fact, not to mention them, even Esther herself might not care much about the sun. It was just that the zodiac domains were the trajectory of the sun's movement. If it really became the fulcrum of the mother tree in the outside world and became a tool for it to infect the heavens, then the zodiac star field closest to it would inevitably not be spared. This core essence of the starry sky would become a restricted area from then on. Esther didn't want to see this happen, but she was powerless. Even the sun swallower may not be able to cope with the sun's drastically changed condition at this moment. Frowning and thinking, the starlight goddess was a little at a loss as to what to do until she spotted the stream of light flying from the earth with her peripheral vision. That's Athena? Thinking of Ryan's words before leaving, Esther's eyes lit up slightly, and she thought of a solution to the problem. Although this will result in no sun on the earth from now on, but that is something the God King should consider. What happens in the world has nothing to do with her. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 306, The Great Zodiac Barrier. Although outsiders don't know it, all the gods, including the Lord of Darkness Erebus, think that the master of the spiritual world is still at the top of the seven-layer world, secretly making his own plans, or quietly watching the changes in the world. But the Starlight Goddess knows very well that Ryan is not in the spirit world at the moment, and he will not return here even for a long time in the future. Ryan's arrangements for Khaos have come to an end, at least those related to the gods. There may be others, but they are obviously not understood by the angels. Just as he had judged, after the Typhon disaster, the tightness of the world's laws will probably be further strengthened. Therefore, as Ryan said before leaving, any troubles encountered in the future will have to be solved by the angels themselves. After all, they are with the spirit world and are immortal and sacred. No matter what happens, it is nothing more than a loss of some benefits. But I'll do a good job. Clenching her fist lightly, Esther didn't want Ryan to step out with his front foot, but she would give up the starry sky with his back foot. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look deep into the spiritual world. The black mist that swallows light and heat is still hovering. Without Ryan's order and the Creator's deterrence, even Lina cannot control the Sun Eater, wandering deep in the spiritual world. Just like the name Ryan once gave it, Eclipse is a kind of ancient evil thing, and no one can really control it. In fact, just like Ryan's judgment of evil objects, he never judged from where the power came from, but based on their tendency to order and chaos, as well as their degree of thinking and reason. So, even though the Mother Tree was still floating among the remains of the 9 realms when Eclipse was born, considering its primitive and chaotic thinking, Ryan still classified it as an ancient evil object at that time. If it is willing to obey, no, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do about the current sun. Forget it, as long as we can use part of its power. Shaking his head slightly, Esther stepped out of the spirit world and headed towards the direction Athena flew from. The sun has changed. The Sun Eater has no restraint on the power of the Mother Tree. It cannot solve today's supreme celestial body simply by relying on it. Although she already had an idea, her strength was far from enough to complete it. Fortunately, there is still Athena. As intelligent life proliferates on the earth, her divine power is growing faster than Métis in the past. In her hands, the upper limit of the wisdom priesthood was truly revealed. Among the gods of Olympus today, Hestia's priesthood is weaker than her original one. Demeter is at the bottom in the field of powerful divine power. Hades does not participate in the disputes on earth, and Poseidon it's nothing until you master enough sea areas. Aphrodite, who masters love and beauty, is almost a decoration. Although like the goddess of sleep, her powerful divine power can even slightly affect the current Zeus when it is fully exerted, but she has lost the little goddess of love in her original trajectory. Her power was greatly reduced as a result. The goddess of life was not around, Apollo's origin was traumatized, not to mention Ares. In fact, Athena at this moment was already the second most powerful god in Olympus. Not surprisingly, greater strength will inevitably lead to increased status. Perhaps not long after this disaster, the human kingdom of Athens will become another jewel in the goddess's crown. At the core of the sun, Helios' expression moved slightly as he watched another flash of light. He recognized the person who came. She was the goddess of starlight in the spiritual world, also known as the Star Spreader, and she was also his old opponent, although it was only his unilateral opponent. Since the Second Era, the starry sky has had many owners, including Hyperion and Cronus. The 2 gods Tianguang and Baidi who occupy some star fields can also be counted among them, as well as those who live in seclusion deep in the starry sky. The ancient Titan gods, Khaos, the lord of the lightless celestial body, and Phoebe, the goddess of light bodies. The starlight goddess is of course included among them. She and other true gods in the spiritual world rule the zodiac star realm, and Helios' sister Selene can actually be regarded as a little prince. After all, although she may be considered weak, she actually inherited a lot of inheritance left by her parents. Those star gods who had been loyal to Thea, the mother of light, would rather go to see Selene than come to see Helios, so an embarrassing situation arose. Across 2 eras, Helios has never controlled even a star field that obeys his orders. Even the place where the sun travels is theoretically someone else's territory. Oh, if it is Zeus, then I will admit it. His power is indeed powerful now, but you still want to target me. Do you think I am still the Helios I used to be? With a sneer, Helios wanted to do something, but then stopped. Now, every moment, the power of countless mother trees shines through all things along with the light emitted by the sun, hiding under the peaceful world. Every bit of power he releases now will become an anchor for Helios to intervene in the outside world after he is sealed by Zeus. Just like the mother tree uses him and those evil things as a medium to influence the world, those lives affected by the corona of the fallen will also become his medium. At this moment, it is right to seize the time to release your power. He does not need to pay attention at all. What are they doing? His expression changed slightly, and Helios suddenly found that his connection with the outside world had been weakened. No, this description is not correct. It should be said that the part of the power he released that can reach beyond the zodiac star territory has weakened. In the vast and endless starry sky, something seemed to have changed in the 12-star fields of the zodiac. Those illusory stars that had been invisible during Typhon's disaster once again emerged from the star space, slowly moving according to their past trajectories. Only this time, there seems to be some connection between their running trajectories, making them regular and orderly. 12 star gods were arranged on different sides, and they easily unified the power of the star field that they had mastered long ago. Just like the 12 fulcrums, at this moment, the light from the supreme star was absorbed bit by bit, and then torn apart. 13 of the parts belonging to the sun landed in a place that was like a black hole in Helios' perception, and the other 12 parts landed in 12 star fields. The power belonging to the mother tree was also torn away, but it was not absorbed by the star field. Sighing secretly, Atropos knew that her behavior could indeed make up for the distortion of fate, but it was actually drinking poison to quench thirst. But she could only do this. After all, there are generally 3 solutions to borrowing debts. Continuously using new debts to repay old debts. As long as you can still borrow, there will be no problem. Or let others pay off the debt for her. This is also a way. The last way, of course, is to solve the debt that you can't solve, then solve the debt to the person you owe. For Atropos, the last one is obviously impossible, so she can only choose the first 2. Swish. With a little light rising from Mount Olympus, the earth that had become dim due to the isolation of sunlight finally ushered in light again. The morning sun rose slowly from the eastern pillar of heaven, as if dispelling the disaster brought by the Typhon disaster. The light rose higher and higher, and finally stopped near the original zodiac star field. It didn't dare to go up anymore, but chose to run horizontally. Just like every sunrise and sunset, the sun once again moved on Earth. From day to night, from night to day. When a cycle was completed, the law seemed to acknowledge the existence of this new sun. After all, in essence, it is indeed the same as the one before. When Zeus stepped on Mount Olympus again, he felt as if he was in another world. In other corners of the sacred mountain, the gods who had left before also returned one after another. Zephyros, how is the statistics? Standing in front of the collapsed hall, Zeus asked lightly. The result is not very good. Except for a few who were sealed, suppressed, and captured, most of them either escaped or are still wreaking havoc on the earth. Those who are rational are still okay, and the rest seem to have some almost immortal abilities. The god of the west wind said respectfully, standing back. As the sun rose, the law disorder caused by the advent of Typhon and the collision between fate and order came to an end. The power that had restrained the gods rose up again in the earth, and the divine power could no longer be used, and this time, it seemed even more powerful. Perhaps it was the repeated disasters that finally triggered the stricter self-defense mechanism of the laws of the world. At this moment, all the conscious god-level powers were suppressed by the laws that were much more powerful. In this situation, the shortcomings of the Olympian gods were clearly revealed. Facing the evil creatures that were raging on the earth, without the assistance of authority and divine power, the gods were almost vulnerable, and only a few gods could deal with them. This caused the gods who were ordered to suppress those monsters to return to the sacred mountain and ask for help from His Majesty the God King. But what they didn't know was that Zeus actually had no way to deal with it now. Because compared to restricting the gods, the laws were more disgusted with the unscrupulous behavior of those great gods. So, as the God King selected by the world, Zeus sensed the tendency of the will of the law for the first time in history. He wanted the God King to stop any primitive gods and foreign gods from wreaking havoc on the earth, but at the same time, the god king himself had to abide by this rule. As the king of the gods, Zeus should be the defender and role model of the order of the world. So the god king did not express any response to the god's request for help. On the top of Mount Olympus, in a temporary palace. At this moment, the nymphs who had fled returned to the sacred mountain. They cleaned up the corpses of their own kind and the broken rubble, and then danced with the graces in the hall. The disaster was over, at least for the gods, and they couldn't wait to celebrate. Everything was so beautiful. The gods were great. Victory was inevitable. The god king was invincible, and no one could overthrow the rule of Olympus. But before they started celebrating thoroughly, they still needed to make a summary of this disaster that affected the world. Everything needs a conclusion. For example, why the invincible god king was beaten to death by Typhon and how he turned the tables. Even if the achievements of the god king are praised among mortals in the future, there should always be an explanation. In short, the affairs of the mortal world should be left to them to solve by themselves. The evil creatures that have lost the power comparable to that of the gods may not be so invincible. Without Typhon, they are no longer a threat. Looking around at the gods, Zeus casually mentioned the gods' request for help. He changed the subject and talked about the whole story of the Typhon disaster. Zeus was once defeated by Typhon, which is a fact that cannot be concealed. I don't know how many lives have seen this scene, not to mention the gods. Even the nymphs born in the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas in various places have seen it. But he would not admit that he was defeated head-on, even though, in fact, the king of all monsters defeated him with his upright strength in a one-on-one duel. So, as I said before, all this stems from the conspiracy of the outer gods and the Earth Mother. The outer gods gave Typhon a special power, which is what you see, the power that erodes everything and assimilates living beings. No one understands it, and no one can be prepared for it in advance. This is something that the gods have never seen. But on the contrary, Gaia leaked the secrets of the gods to this demon who wanted to destroy the world without a single detail, and even far more than that. She calculated the time when I left the sacred mountain, so she made arrangements in advance. She knew that I didn't have a suitable weapon in my hand, which could greatly weaken my power. She finally used the power of the earth to cover up Typhon's breath and cooperated with it to launch a sneak attack on me. Faced with the gap in information and numbers, the despicable demon succeeded without intention, and it won a victory without glory. The voice was flat, but it seemed to contain helplessness and confusion. The god king didn't seem to understand why Gaia, one of the original gods, colluded with the outer gods. Is it because of greed for the other party's power, or desire for revenge? But Gaia is a god in the world, and even if she was deprived of the law, she should not have resentment towards the world. Although she has grievances with the god king, and although she was suppressed by Zeus in front of the gods, these are not reasons for her to betray the world and stab the god court. If you think the world is not good to you, and that the god king's judgment is wrong, then you should come to the god court and communicate with the gods. You should try to change it and deal with it in a better way instead of colluding with outsiders to destroy it. Of course, failure was only temporary. Later, my loyal minister, the god of the west wind, found me. It's not that you are disloyal, but he happened to be the closest and the fastest. And the world also favored me. Typhon thought it was a punishment for extracting my blood, but in fact, fate was born because of it. So, under my order, the agent of fate arranged a poisonous divine fruit, which easily deceived the stupid demon to eat it. Zephyrus retrieved the artifact thunder for me, this indestructible weapon, so that I would not have to fight the enemy unarmed. Without prior preparation, without despicable sneak attacks, when we stand on the same level, that ridiculous demon naturally cannot be my opponent. Even if it struggles hard, it will eventually die. This is the end of the whole incident. The flat voice echoed in the hall, and the face of the god king was serious. In the middle, some gods asked some questions, and the god king also gently answered them one by one. Although the gods did not fully believe Zeus's narration, most of them did not question it. After all, the power of the god king when he defeated Typhon was obvious to all. As for the previous failure, It was naturally all Gaia's fault. Gaia provoked the god court, slandered the god king, and framed Zeus for what another primitive god did, but the great god king did not care because he had always sympathized with the suffering Mother Earth. He hoped that the other party could come to the table and resolve the conflict between the two sides through communication. However, Gaia eventually failed the god king's trust. She chose to collude with the outside gods and cholera the world. She even arranged a conspiracy and attacked the god king. She even succeeded for a time. This was not because of how powerful she was, but because of the kindness and mercy of the god king. She failed in the end, which was also nothing strange. After all, the king of gods had defeated her once, which was a fact that could not be questioned. So the discussion sounded among the gods. Among the gods present, only Zephyrus knew some of the truth, but he obviously would not tell it. Among the gods not present, perhaps a few reclusive Titan gods knew a little about the cause and effect, but they had long since stopped participating in the world's struggle. Gaia herself was naturally clear, but no one would believe the words of a loser, especially the Earth Mother who had done all kinds of foolish things. Moreover, the gods who were frightened by Typhon like a stray dog would not have a good impression of her. Even the gods who originally sympathized with her had long changed their minds. In any case, you destroyed the peace shared by the gods, and this is an indelible sin. So all the truth came to an end in the description of the god king, and history has come to a conclusion since then. The insidious, despicable, and shameless Typhon, the ungrateful and ignorant Gaia, the unfathomable and hidden outer gods, and the king of gods who had foreseen the outsiders, but failed to make a reasonable response due to his kindness and goodness, and of course, the loyal subordinates of the king of gods, and the gods who temporarily retreated and plotted to resist. Everything is very clear, and this is the truth. No one objected to this, after all. Everyone is a member of the gods' court, and history has always been written by the victors. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 309, The End of Reward and Humanity. The characterization of the past came to an end, and no one would be held accountable. Just as Zeus had never failed, the gods had never fled, they just avoided his sharp edge and cooperated with the god king's plan. These contents will be written into the scriptures of the world as an explanation of this disaster. After thousands of years, this will naturally be the truth. Of course, no matter how much water the gods added to it, there was only one thing that was not changed. That is the existence of the outer god, blood and flesh mother tree, the real source of this disaster. His name was not mentioned directly, and any content that could point to the other party would not be written, but no god tried to deny the existence of such a creature. And all the side descriptions of him are inseparable from the two concepts of terror and power. The latter is naturally to prove that the gods are not incompetent after all. No matter how many reasons there are, countless lives have fallen in this disaster. In this case, belittling the enemy is belittling oneself. As for the former, it is naturally because the gods themselves are also afraid. Not because of Typhon, but because of the sun. When no one noticed, Helios, who had been talking and laughing with them before, suddenly turned into an evil god corrupted by the outer gods, which shocked the gods greatly. No one knew how he did it. Whether Helios was willing or forced, they didn't want this to happen again. And if you want to stop a behavior, fear is a much better way than prohibition. The sun's fall was beyond the expectations of all of us. This is a disaster. My daughter Athena is still dealing with it and has not even returned yet. But whether she is here or not, her contribution to this is unquestionable. Her name should be spread in the world, just like her elders. After the disaster is over, it is natural to reward according to merit. But as Zeus said, Athena is still in the starry sky and has not returned. Sealing the sun is not easy. It is a very difficult and complicated process. The rituals laid out in the zodiac star field are just the beginning. There are still many things waiting for her to do. Apollo, another absent god. Zeus felt a little complicated when he read out his son's name. On the one hand, he was somewhat happy that Apollo had solved his problem for him, but on the other hand, he was somewhat dissatisfied with Apollo and Atropus's self-willed behavior. However, the three goddesses of fate were not his subordinates, nor were they really father and daughter. The connection between Zeus and Atropus was not even as close as that between the father of heaven and the mother of earth. As for Apollo, Zeus would not have a rift with his offspring who posed no threat to him for such a matter. Like Athena, as the main god of Olympus, Apollo should have a city-state that believed in him. At the same time, the believers who originally belonged to Helios must turn to believe in the new sun, or the goddess who subdued the sun, and the temples that belonged to him should be demolished and rebuilt. Anyone who dares to sacrifice the life of Helios is an enemy of Olympus. No one objected, and no one spoke for this corrupted sun god. After all, as Helios himself once realized, he was actually an outsider to the Olympian pantheon. The third one is my most loyal arm. With a smile on his face, the god king looked at his most loyal servant, the god of the west wind. Zephyros, my friend, please forgive me for mentioning you third, but I should maintain the dignity of the main god status. After all, this is the right I personally granted them, and it is the proof that they are superior to the gods. That's as it should be, your majesty. Bowed slightly, Zephyros was as respectful as ever. Thank you for your understanding, haha, but this problem will no longer exist soon. Zephyros, in the name of the god king, you will become another main god of Olympus, and after that, I will also grant you the qualification to manipulate the weather, which is the reward you deserve. Since Khaos was imprisoned in the abyss, in order to prevent riots and the laws related to it in the present world, gods with similar powers such as Zeus and Poseidon have been exercising the divine power of weather on his behalf, and now, in the name of the god king, he officially gave this responsibility to Zephyros. This is not an innate divine position, so it will not increase the amount of divine power that Zephyros obtains. This is more like a replica of his position as the head of the wind gods, but it is something established under the authority of the god king. But even so, the west wind god was still surprised. You have always been clear about rewards and punishments, your majesty. Waving his hand, another main god returned to his position. Although he is not a powerful god now, it is only a matter of time. The three gods who really made contributions in this disaster were rewarded. Zeus looked around, and the rest were some consolation rewards. The gods needed something to show that they had done their part. So he gave Ares a helmet to reward him for being the first to intervene in his battle with Typhon. Although the result was not good, it was always a symbol of courage. He also gave his sister Demeter a wreath. In Demeter's eyes, Zeus saw resentment as always, but he still smiled and put this beautiful ornament on her. The god king never minded showing generosity in such small matters. After all, he knew very well what Demeter was capable of. Then, the god king gave different rewards to the gods in turn, some honors that were more than practical. It was not until he had gone around that he seemed to finally remember something and looked at Aphrodite. During the Typhon disaster, the goddess of beauty also fled, which was not a problem, but what Zeus cared about was that she only took her daughter, Harmonia, with her. In this disaster, in addition to the merits of the gods, mortals are also indispensable. Phoenician Prince Cadmus proved to me the courage of mortals with his own actions, and he should also get corresponding rewards. Aphrodite, what I give you and your daughter is such a beautiful marriage. With a smile on his face, but without any intention of negotiation. Standing in the center of the hall, Zeus announced loudly, Cadmus will establish a city-state under the guidance of the gods, and Harmonia will become his wife. The most courageous man among humans, he brought peace to the world with his own efforts. His marriage to Harmonia will be the most perfect end to this disaster. After the self-proclaimed reward was over, a long banquet began on Mount Olympus. Perhaps it was to vent the fear of Typhon, or perhaps it was because of something else. In short, at this banquet, many demigods were born that were not recorded in later generations. Just like Phaeton, the illegitimate son of Helios and the goddess of boiling water. If he had not driven the sun chariot arrogantly and eventually caused disasters everywhere, his name would not have been qualified to appear in mythology. And there are actually many demigods like him. Of course, demigod is a general concept, which can refer to both race and the level of power. These so-called demigods born in the carnival of the gods actually often refer to the former alone, because their power is not very strong. Although, as the first generation of gods, they can certainly step into the extraordinary realm, but that's all. Most of them don't even have the divinity to maintain immortality and can only grow old with the passage of time and eventually turn into dust. Zephyros, do you have anything to say to me? Walking along the newly repaired mountain path, Zeus overlooked Olympus. The banquet had just begun, but the gods' enjoyment often did not mean the same for the servants. The servants who escaped the disaster were working in the mountains, clearing the broken rubble and building a brand new temple. And watching the scene, the king of gods couldn't help but think of a god he had met before. That was a guy who fled in panic when he passed by the sea when he was fighting Typhon. He was short and ugly, but what surprised Zeus was that he felt a blood breath similar to Hera in the other party. At first he was furious. If he hadn't been fighting Typhon, the king of gods would have almost caught the other party for questioning, but then he realized something. The other party seems to have only Hera's bloodline. If that's the case, maybe we can think of a way to use him for our own benefit. Your Majesty, it's like this. I don't know what Zeus is thinking about. The god of the west wind just stood there with his hands down, and there was no difference after being promoted to the main god. Before, when I was following your order to clean up the demons in the eastern land, I was tracking Typhon's son, the three-headed demon dog Cerberus, all the way east, and then I accidentally ran into the goddess of the magic net. Did you suffer at her hands? Shaking his head with a smile, Zeus said helplessly. Then I can't help you, but it's probably just a prank. In fact, as long as she doesn't come to trouble me, let her do her own thing. That's not the case. Her Highness Hecate didn't pay attention to my meaning. Maybe it's all due to your prestige. After a calm compliment, Zephyrus continued. Faced with the attacking three-headed dog, the goddess easily subdued the demon. She seemed to want to replace it with a guard to protect the house. But that has nothing to do with me. I was going to say goodbye and leave, but in that area, the omnipresent wind told me that there is another human kingdom there. They are not the fourth generation of humans. They disobeyed your will and still praised Prometheus as a saint. The most important thing is that their beliefs dash. They call the Olympian gods, including you and me, false gods, right? Zeus interrupted Zephyros's narration calmly, and he was not surprised by this. It seems that I am too nosy, Your Majesty. Respectfully responded, but the god of the west wind regretted it at this moment. He thought it was a place that the god king had not noticed. After all, it was the southeast coast of the earth, but now it seems that Zeus has known about their existence for a long time. Zephyros didn't want to know why the god king didn't destroy them, but he was sure that there were things he didn't need to know. Haha, my friend, you don't have to think too much. That human kingdom is indeed a bit troublesome, but it may not be as terrible as you think. It will exist, but Zephyros, it will only exist there. Since the incident with Leto, Zeus has noticed the existence of Silver Moon City, those blasphemous remarks that despise the teachings of the gods. At first, Zeus was actually a little panicked. After all, at that time, he had not yet built the royal ceremony, nor had he experienced the battle to suppress Gaia. He once thought that the existence of Silver Moon City was a tentacles of the original gods to subvert Olympus. However, later, with the increase of his own power and the open and covert attention to Silver Moon City, Zeus gave up this idea. He found that those remarks that despised the gods did not seem to come from the original gods themselves, but from his subordinates and believers. Human affairs should naturally be left to humans to solve. After all, the human world now is becoming less and less friendly to gods. Sighing, Zeus was more and more grateful for the existence of his invention of divine arts. As the king of gods chosen by the will of the present world, I will not and cannot show the power of gods in the human world first. But if you start first, If you can't beat him, isn't there still the world to take sides? Zeus is already very skilled in this set. As for how he would ensure that someone else would be the first to strike, the number of believers in the Olympian pantheon is more than dozens of times greater than that of the other party. As time goes by, this population advantage will be further expanded. So no matter how you look at it, if the original god does not intervene, the other party will definitely not be a match. No hurry. Thinking silently, although he felt that he had the advantage, Zeus felt that he still couldn't do it to the extreme. Well, let the believers in the world block the other party in that small town. Gods should leave a line so that they can meet each other later. Spring goes and autumn comes, time flows. The disaster of Typhon ended, but the impact it brought was not limited to this. Whether it was the wonders of time, the further strict changes in the laws, or the many offspring born after its death, these changes were permanently left in the world of chaos. But those were all later stories. At this moment, the streamer wrapped in the power of time and space was still struggling to shuttle in the bubble of time and space. Judging from the trajectory, its landing point was a bit to the north. That should be a place in the northeast of the continent, near the coastline. There's no one living there now, but it is unknown what it will be like when it actually falls. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 310 Welcome to the New Era and the Alchemy Association? Chapter 310 Welcome to the New Era and the Alchemy Association? Looking down at the earth from the sky, the world is like a silent movie. Life and death, savagery and civilization. Ant-like animals were scurrying on the ground, and occasionally birds fluttered across the horizon. There are even some powerful human beings who are fighting for various reasons on the ground. When hundreds of years are shortened into one day, the land itself is the most wonderful image. You can see the green fade away and be dyed with rows of artificial colors. You can see the spiderweb-like road as if it was outlined by an artist's brush, extending from a few strokes at the corners to the center of the masterpiece. The human world is stained with all kinds of wonders, as well as countless loves and hates, heroes dying, beauties with gray hair, rise and fall. In this floating world picture where all living things come together, the closer you get to the center, the more magnificent and fantastic it becomes. The closer you get to the edge, the more ordinary it seems. Although they are obviously in the same world, the two sides seem to be in two eras. But there are always exceptions to everything. Just like this day, a bolide fell from the sky and landed on a suburb in the northeast of the mainland. Perhaps it was because it was daytime that the meteor looked so inconspicuous. So until it landed, only a few people discovered its existence. When fire falls from the sky, there will be disaster. Besides, according to some ancient legends from the north, stars falling in the wild is not a good sign. Hermes, the great alchemist, is very good. Is this such an interesting development? Sure enough, proper offline service will help the development of the world. That is to say, both of them are locals and are very familiar with the nearby terrain. Otherwise, no one would know whether they are moving forward or backward when walking at night. I don't know, and I guess you don't either. Narrowing his eyes, Ryan slowly looked around and determined his current situation. Finally, after countless failures, he proposed the concept of all things are equivalent, believing that everything in the world can be transformed into each other, and personally completed the feat of turning stone into gold, completely creating the school of alchemy. Therefore, his name spread among the countries. With a low laugh, the memory in front of him came to an end. Ryan gave the unlucky guy a happy blow and then patted the hem of his clothes. With a smile, Ryan decided to go to the nearest city of Thuringia to take a look first. So instead of having such unrealistic thoughts, why not come and bet your luck with me? A shooting star. Do you know how valuable this thing is? And this is also part of the peasant discrimination chain because the farmers around the city are formal citizens. They live in nearby villages and towns and only occasionally go to the city. Therefore, they do not enjoy the benefits of citizens under the classical republic. Right. I want to test whether I have the qualifications to become a knight. I mean a more sophisticated test. You know, this is my dream. Of course not. His face was heavy, but Summer just shook his head and raised the pitchfork. No matter what his identity is, we must have offended him. Bang. Hiss, I told you to be careful.
Giggle.
Summer, who was holding the pitchfork, was startled by Ryan's sudden movement, but before he could react, the sudden force caused his body to fall forward, and the pitchfork came out of his hand almost at the same time. In short, the ancients and later generations have said it well. What you see on paper is only shallow in understanding, but you will never know that you have to do it. Ryan still plans to use his own eyes to witness this fact, which has been deviated from the original history. What a mythical world. Hi, hey, Nike. I'm afraid you really found something amazing. The effect of the firelight was not very good, and they could not tell how deep or how big the pit was. However, if a knowledgeable person came here, he would never dare to approach this pothole. Outside Thuringia. That was exactly what he wanted to know before, that is, the inventor of alchemy and the president of the Emerald Ring Alchemy Society.
Boomstreepje.
With a muffled sound, the two collided at the bottom of the pit. Speaking of which, Nike, if you really get rich this time, how are you going to spend it? In a world without light pollution, the night is much darker than ordinary people in later generations imagined. Even under the illumination of torches, the two of them felt as if they were walking on an endless road. After wiping the sweat from his head, Nicky became more and more excited. He looked at the young figure who had lost his protection, and a flash of ecstasy flashed through his eyes. Gem. I don't know how long they walked, but Nick, who was holding a torch, suddenly stopped. Almost subconsciously, following the direction of the sound, he immediately reached out to grab it. Nike shouted in surprise, "Are those gems? Gems falling out of the stars? Oh my God! It turns out that the stars are really made of gems. I thought it was just a delusion in a bedtime story." Summer's voice was a little low, and he didn't know what he was thinking of. After listening to his words, Nike fell silent immediately. The meteor hit so close to the city of Thuringia and made such a big hole. The loud noise it made was theoretically enough for everyone in the city to hear it clearly. But the fact is that except for Nike, who happened to see the flash of starlight, few people noticed the falling bolide. There was no huge meteorite as he expected, and there was no feeling of heat. It was just like a pure pit, and they were at the apex of this conical pit that had been cut out abruptly. You're right, I should have reported you. Damn it, come on, let's try our luck and see what we can find. If there is nothing, I will never let you go. I don't care who he is, but now he is my trophy. Have you seen this dress? I have never seen such exquisite workmanship. One of its sleeves may be worth 50 gold coins, note 1.
Ah.
Wait, don't rush yet. Fortunately, everything is going smoothly now, which saves him a lot of effort. Summer walked up. His eyesight was better, and he could see more clearly. The surrounding soil was a bit soft, not like a crater formed by the shockwave at all, and the two almost rolled down several times. As for the second question, the person holding the torch was a strong, middle-aged man. He was wearing a patchwork long coat of coarse cloth. His hands were covered with calluses. He was obviously a worker engaged in manual labor. Another click, and cracks appeared in the crystal shell. Nike seemed to be encouraged, but Summer felt that the crack might not have been caused by him. Showing a sarcastic smile, Nico saw his old friend gritting his teeth in the light of the fire. So, why did you follow me instead of reporting me? The new calendar is a calendar marked by the establishment of Athens and based on the movement of the stars. While thinking about it, Ryan was instantly attracted by the content in his memory. It is said that as long as the caster can still think, he can mobilize magic or holy power to easily kill hundreds of mortals. Sammer doesn't know how it is done. The only spellcaster he has come into contact with in his life is even the low-ranking priests of the temple have never shown that kind of power. Fortunately, after working hard for several hours, they arrived near the bottom of the pit without any danger. Until a certain moment, with a sound that seemed to resound in the soul, It shattered and then dissipated in the air like water vapor. However, he had no time to pay attention to the love and hatred of the other party, and why did he know this information that had nothing to do with him personally? He just set his sights on this emerald ring alchemy meeting. Of course I was careful. Do you think I wanted to fall down? If you had brought an extra torch, this wouldn't have happened. Sound after sound, as time slowly passed, a shimmer appeared on the horizon, and the crystal shell became thinner and thinner, with more and more cracks. Now, he experienced a similar scene again, but this time, it was an opportunity he created for himself. With a flash of inspiration, the witchcraft, advanced detection thought, was easily displayed, and this was the only value of Samer's survival for a while longer. With a heart-wrenching sound, his throat bones were shattered on the spot, and he fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. Everything happened in a blink of an eye, and it wasn't until everything was over that Nike just reacted. "Stop talking nonsense. That's not a gem. Look clearly, it's transparent." After rubbing his forehead, Ryan also had a headache. His thinking was not clear yet, but the sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air made Ryan instantly aware of his situation. Oh, if you want to pass that test, you either have a good ancestor with some noble bloodline or you have received real training. Then you still need to have a good ancestor, and the requirements are much higher. Under the light of the fire, both of them vaguely saw the bottomless circular pit in front of them. Waving his hand to interrupt his companion's complaints, Nike raised the torch higher, hoping to see further away. Looking at Summer, who was holding his throat with his hands, his body twitching subconsciously, and blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth, Ryan had no sympathy. No matter what the reason is, if you dare to attack him, you must be prepared to die. Don't be stupid, Summer. Everyone knows that it's not for people like us. Fortunately, the weather was sunny today, and they could barely identify each other's positions through the moonlight. What are you waiting for? You won't want to regret it now, will you? Boom. As soon as I opened my eyes, I didn't see a familiar primitive god or other gods, nor did I see a large number of onlookers, such as the guards of the mortal country. It seemed that the result was pretty good. At least there was no big deviation. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to delete my account and try again. A child from a village outside the city of Eleusis, who later went to the southeast of the mainland to study, learned the secrets of witchcraft in the city of Condania, and after becoming a great wizard, he rejected the White Tower's invitation and studied on his own. Witchcraft mysteries. Then he walked up with a smile, easily solved Summer's useless struggle, and then threw the opponent into the center of the formation. It seems to be almost there, right in front. It's like a replay of the scene deepest in my memory, spanning distant time and space in chaos and mist. Standing up from the ground and stretching, Ryan felt that his mind was much more active. There is nothing around, only a little reflection in the distance. Don't be stunned. Go down and take a look. As the array pattern lights up, in some special form, the blood energy in the flesh and blood of the deceased is continuously transformed into controllable spiritual power. Just like a primitive burnt offering, except that there is no natural spirit to accept the sacrifice. This spirit, mixed with the resentment of living beings, is only used as a driving force to touch the ubiquitous shallow magic network. The soil-covered pitchfork was not sharp, and it might not be able to pierce Ryan's palm, but he still bypassed the tip and accurately grasped the connection between the tines and the long handle. Then, in the eyes of the visitor, who instantly became horrified, he first pulled back hard and then stretched out his hand to send it away. After replying harshly, Summer struggled to stand up. In the dim moonlight, he looked around. But no matter what, they came together. If today's behavior is discovered, then none of them can run away. Gritting his teeth, Summer also joined the tapping work, as mentioned before. What if? Boom. Although he didn't know what it was yet, Summer had an ominous premonition. Fireballs falling from the sky, unreasonable potholes, fantastic and magnificent crystals. No matter how you look at it, none of this is normal. Well, to be a human again, I need to solve 3 problems first. But, no, don't you want to be a knight? If this is really a seriously injured strong man, Your chance will come. As the distance got closer, through the moonlight, he vaguely saw something underneath the crystal layer, which was a humanoid being. Ryan still doesn't know how he came into this world. It wasn't until he woke up from his long sleep that he began to understand the world again. The pitchfork collided with the transparent crystal wall. Under the moonlight, Nick's smile looked a little ferocious at the moment. What else can I do? Of course, open it. It was not a giant gem, but an oval crystal layer. Only a thin layer. It looked like some kind of gem, but it was actually melting slightly. But just in case, who knows where this young man is? Kill him first. Sammer at least knows one thing. That is, he is a dead person and cannot be called upon for anything. Looking a little surprised, Summer lowered his voice subconsciously. There is actually a meteorite. I heard that there may be something called a star core in it, and even if there isn't, its shell can still be sold for a big price. Laugh. One after another, news that he didn't know should be considered surprising or surprising flowed out of his memory. In fact, Ryan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that a mortal he randomly picked up was actually knowledgeable. At the end of the dirt road near the woodland, a fire flickered on and off, illuminating the surrounding road in the night. To put it more poetically, it's, I can endure the darkness if I never see the light. The city of Thuringia changes every year, but the village where he lives remains unchanged. The two sides are like two different worlds, intertwined and separated. Phew, it's finally opened. Boom. There is also the city of Thuringia, which is the northernmost city-state in Athens' sphere of influence. This city has changed a lot recently because the king of Athens signed an agreement with the Emerald Ring Alchemy Society, which resulted in the gradual flow of alchemical products from the capital. What's going on? Are the humans in the world of Khaos so powerful that they have already developed this level of alchemy work out of thin air? Although he knew very well that Athena did not hold the authority of knowledge, wisdom and knowledge were indeed very similar and well matched. Moreover, with the hydrology inherited from her mother, it was not surprising that she would have thoughts on this. Perhaps she wanted to reach relevant fields and powers through faith, or perhaps she simply wanted to enhance her prestige in the world. In short, Athena's church was even named Knowledge, and as a result, the carrier of knowledge was regarded by her believers as an extension of the goddess will, and any deliberate destruction would be regarded as blasphemy by them. Thanks for the reminder, ma'am. But I don't think any well-educated person would treat them with rough means. Knowledge is the ladder of progress. The rise and fall of civilization depends on it. Ryan reached out and took out a book marked New Calendar, 849 new edition from the bookshelf. From 10,000 years ago, when the first human beings looked up at the stars, knowledge and humans have been inseparable. Just like the stars and the night sky, if the gods are the moonlight that illuminates the night sky, then knowledge is the navigation in the dark. Perfect metaphor. You are really a learned noble. A flash of amazement flashed to her eyes. If it weren't for the regulations, the candidate priest lady really wanted to chat with this young foreign noble. Compared with those rude guys in Thuringia who only knew how to wield swords and guns, she felt that the one in front of her was in line with her usual imagination. However, long-term communication is prohibited in the Museum of Knowledge. If you want to exchange opinions, you should enter the corresponding reading room to avoid disturbing others. So, after regretfully discovering that Ryan did not invite her to sit up, the priestess returned to her own position. Hee noble? I don't have the blood of gods. No, as a mortal created by me, I should also be considered noble blood, right? Ryan smiled and watched the prospective priest leave, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Although he had been solving the housing and identity problems for the past 3 days, and came here to study for the first time today, he still learned a lot about the social structure of this era. Without considering those distant countries, within the influence of Athens, which seems to be the most advanced and developed in the world today, there is a political system with a dual-track system of classical republic and feudal aristocracy. The citizen class composed of male citizens, craftsmen, merchants, and professionals living in the city, and the divine blood aristocracy, with the blood of gods, extraordinary birth, and orderly inheritance. They are the middle and upper structure of this era. The two are mutually opposed, but also mutually integrated. As for why this pattern is formed, it can be traced back to objective factors that have been going on since the Great Migration. Khaos is a supernatural world, and there are always a large number of wild beasts and monsters in the wilderness of the human world. After the disaster of Typhon and the shining of the bloody sun, this situation has become many times more serious. So the idea that the ruler must be a strong man, and only the strong can protect the people, spread among humans very easily. Therefore, the first monarchs of the human world were mostly strong men in the legendary field, and only they could open up a suitable area for living in the dangerous wilderness. However, with the end of the Great Migration, the first batch of cities were built, the population gradually increased, and expansion was an inevitable option. But there was only one king, and each place also needed other strong men to protect the people. The transportation in the wilderness was also inconvenient, and the later system of nomadic officials was destined to be unable to be implemented here. So gradually, the feudal system became a very reasonable trend. The original nobles were not a rent-seeking class that oppressed the people. On the contrary, they actually paid equal obligations while enjoying their rights. Whenever there were monsters in the territory, they were the first to stand up and fight with them. But it's different now. Today's nobles have long changed and become godblood nobles. Those who are powerful but do not have the blood of gods can only be classified as citizens. This is why the classical republic can compete with the feudal system, because both sides have extraordinary power behind them. Well, let me see. The recognized first godblood noble, the son of the god king and princess Danae, born demigod, great hero, Perseus, His Highness Perseus. He has made countless achievements in his life, killed the sea monster Gorgon, saved the foreign princess who was about to be sacrificed, and killed the hero Phineus and his brother. He had 6 sons and 2 daughters, and they later either established their own city-states, inherited the old throne, or married famous heroes. Corinth, Nemea, Mycenae, they all obtained the blood of gods, and it was from then on that the godblood nobles began to grow in the world. In the reading room on the 3rd floor, Ryan browsed this past history. There are only a few hundred words recorded in the book, but compared with the memory of later myths, Ryan saw more than that. Why is Perseus the son of the god king? Because his grandfather received a prophecy from an unknown source, saying that his daughter's son would hurt him, so in order to prevent him from being killed, the king forbade his daughter Danae from contacting outsiders and locked her up in a tall bronze tower for strict guard. However, mortal guards could not stop the gods, at least King Acrisius could not. So the god King Zeus turned into golden rain, mated with Danae through the window bars, and gave birth to Perseus. The king was horrified to find that his actions were useless, and his daughter eventually became pregnant and gave birth to a son. But the king did not dare to do anything to the son of God in the end. He had to exile Perseus and his son, and he was in a panic all day long, and even fled abroad. Then one day in the future, as the prophecy said, he was accidentally killed by the discus thrown by his grandson Perseus in Bylasae, successfully completing the ending of this prophecy. However, here is the key point. Where is Perlasae? It is the country where Io, another princess who was raped by the god king, turned into a white bull and finally fled to Egypt, lived. Then, because the foreign king was mistakenly killed in his own country, this small country, which was gradually declining at that time, suffered another heavy blow. In short, it is not known whether Perseus is a hero in the sense of later generations, and it is hard to say whether he can fight or not, because his record along the way can almost be summarized as come, cheat, come, sneak attack, or Kryptonian warriors are invincible. Anyway, with the help of the dozens of artifacts bestowed by the gods one after another, he did kill more than one king on the road of adventure, gave birth to more than one king, and overthrew a group of countries and their representative figures who were dissatisfied with Olympus, and finally spread the blood of the god king among the human royal family. From then on, the saying that only those with divine blood can be kings became more and more widespread, and more gods followed suit and left their descendants in the world. Since then, the blood of the gods began to spread, and those with noble bloodlines occupied the mainstream of the human race. Turning over another page of the book, through history, Ryan seemed to see Perseus's life like a puppet. It's hard to say, maybe he actually enjoyed it. With a smile on his lips, Ryan continued to look through this review. In addition to the origin of the nobles of the blood of the gods, this new calendar review from the Church of Knowledge talks most about Athens. According to records, this city blessed by the goddess was established about 1,000 years ago. At that time, there was no new calendar, and this city-state was not called Athens. According to legend, Cecrops, who was born from the earth, and with a human body and a snake tail, was the founder of this city-state. When this king with different bloodlines and a long life was in his prime, the goddess of wisdom came to the world to spread the secrets of knowledge and chose this city as the beginning of her church on earth. Of course, generally speaking, there will be accidents at this time, and Poseidon, the king of the sea, is the initiator of this accident. For some purpose, he also fought for the ownership of the city-state at that time. The two gods argued over this and finally decided that the locals should decide who to believe in. Poseidon gave human salt water, which represented the protection of the sea, but people at that time did not understand its meaning and thought it was useless. Athena gave olive trees, which people believed could bring wood, oil, and food. Food is the first necessity of the people, whether in the east or the west, so the goddess finally gained the trust of the local people, and the city-state was renamed Athens, which has continued to this day. Among the great powers of the time, Athens was almost the last to be established. Even for a long time, even with the help of Athena, Athens was not strong enough. The reasons for all this are not recorded or analyzed in the book. This is a bit beyond the upper limit of people's knowledge in this era. But from the perspective of future generations, it is almost clear from the topography. While flipping through the books, this new world map, which was very different from the original Greek terrain, gradually became clear in Ryan's mind. Athens is actually a city near the East China Sea, and it is also the last city established in the Great Migration of mankind. It can be said that the earlier the kingdom was established, the closer it was to Olympus, and the distance between them was often farther. Because of the vast wilderness, there was no need for two groups of migrating humans to choose a place too close to build a city. On the contrary, the farther back they are built, the closer they are to the sea. Therefore, the remaining migration teams not only do not develop as long as their counterparts who settled down early, but also the competition between them is more intense, and the distance between two cities is often longer.
Close.
This is naturally not a problem at the beginning, but when everyone settles down, the population grows, and the land is expanded, they will be embarrassed to find that there is almost no direction to explore without resorting to force. This is also the origin of Thuringia. Athens is located on the eastern coast, and there are long-established cities to the west. If it wants to expand, it will only lead to war. The same is true for the south. Even compared to their neighbors to the west, they are likely to face the White Tower and the legendary pagans to the south. So the remote northern land was the only development direction. Thuringia and the port city of Heligoland further north became the northern border of Athens, which was also the result of the development strategy designated by the current king. There have long been frictions between many countries, whether it is because of beliefs or geopolitics. But this is a world with gods. The gods have not yet broken their skins over this, so how can a large-scale war break out in the human world? So peace is the main theme of all the countries in the world, and trade exchanges have become more and more frequent. The prosperous trade has also brought about the luxurious life of the upper class, until one day, the gods' desire for more faith will eventually overwhelm the fragile love between each other. The conflicts between the nations of the world have reached a limit, and some capable people are longing for power and eternity. At this time, all it takes is a spark, and a war will break out. And this time, maybe the gods will be shocked to find that they can no longer influence the outcome of the war. Snap. Closing the book, Ryan closed his eyes slightly. The memories of later generations collided with the current situation of the world, and the last straw that broke the camel's back seemed so obvious in his mind. Everything has been decided for a long time. Golden apple, the most beautiful goddess, 10 years war, a hero who will go down in history. Everything merges into one. This is war and peace in the world. As the sun set, he walked out of the exquisite hall. Under the sweet smile of the trainee priestess, Ryan nodded to her and planned to find a place to eat. Although I only got a rough overview of it in one day, I am not in a hurry to read it. After being reincarnated as a human being, the days are still very long. Today is the 12th king of Athens since the founding of the country, and his name will be famous in later generations, not just because of his achievements and legends, but more because his name is a famous philosophical concept and it is widely spread in the East and the West. Considering that the world has never heard of the Golden Fleece or the Argonauts, Ryan doesn't have to worry about a burly man named Hercules popping out of a corner to indicate where the gods are. I'll give it 10. He's thinking about what to eat now. After all, as a mortal now, Ryan will be hungry if he doesn't eat, and he will be thirsty if he doesn't drink water. He can't produce energy through photosynthesis. The problem is that the prices of food and beverages in Dongcheng are not cheap. After these 2 days of unrestrained spending, it seems that he has almost spent the money sponsored by the hospitable locals. Well, it seems we need some more sponsorship from kind-hearted people. Nodding secretly, Ryan turned and walked towards the west of the city. After spending a lot of money in the past 2 days, Ryan moved directly into Nanchung district. No good-hearted person with a short sight would dare to approach such a place with good security. Ryan simply gave them a chance. So, in a remote corner, he put on a set of clothes he bought in a small store before. Walking through several streets towards the place where they met last time, as expected, Ryan realized that he was being followed again. And this time, there seems to be more than one, at least 5 or 6. Tisk, why is it just like killing monsters and upgrading? Forget it, just give me gold coins. Secretly complaining in his heart, but keeping a calm expression on his face, just like last time, Ryan turned into a deserted alley. After walking for a while, he turned a corner and prepared to repeat his old trick. A little surprised, Ryan suddenly discovered that 3 people were already waiting behind the corner. Hey, kid, do you really think we're going to get tricked twice by the same trick? With a sneer, the young man in the lead held up a wooden stick, and 2 big men stood on the left and right. As he was talking, the people who had been following Ryan also walked around the corner, blocking him in this small area one after another. Boy, you are really good at hiding. I haven't found where you went in the past 2 days. Last time, one of his accomplices was hit by a club for no apparent reason, and he didn't even see the person, which really made Weiss a little depressed. For several days, they have been looking for Ryan's whereabouts, but to no avail. This is not surprising because Weiss never thought that Ryan would go to read books, let alone live in South City. Even if we don't care about the literacy problem, the fact that Ryan spent all the savings of that unlucky guy in 3 days shows that the consumption level there is completely beyond the acceptance of these low-level people. Although they are in the same city, Dongcheng District and Nanchung District are 2 different worlds from them. The same is true for ordinary people in the future. It's not a question of whether there is money or not, but even if they have hundreds of thousands of savings, they will never go to eat a lunch of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. You misunderstood. I didn't hide anywhere. In fact, I was a little worried that you didn't recognize me at first. Shaking his head, Ryan expressed innocence to the questioning of the kind-hearted person. But then again, you just took a stick? Ryan asked curiously, somewhat disappointed. You guys are considered a vibrant Thuringian grassroots social group, right? Don't you have any weapons prepared? At least a knife or something? I think you've been living a good life for too long, and you still haven't figured out the situation. Go. Treat him well. With a twitch in his mouth, Weiss felt that the man in front of him had some psychological problems. Who would have time to pay attention to this when they were surrounded? He also considered whether the other party was a formal professional, but they knew what level the non-casters of the Black Iron First Order level were. He could fight, but that was just SOSO. Without sophisticated equipment, he couldn't bring out his extraordinary physique and force. As soon as the voice fell, the 2 people beside Weiss immediately raised their sticks and stepped forward, and the few people chasing from behind Ryan also came to double-team him. Whether it was a noble who ran away from home or the offspring of a wealthy businessman, it was most likely not from the Turin native place. Looking at the delicate skin and tender flesh, as long as
Psi.
a short syllable, followed by an inexplicable repulsive force. The first layer of the magic net was gently moved, and the complex structure took shape instantly. The invisible repulsive force acted on the lower body, and the unprepared people immediately lost their balance while rushing forward and rolled over like a rolling gourd. And Weiss, who was standing behind and had not taken action just now, suddenly changed his face and looked at Ryan in front of him with an incredible face, because in his hand, a glowing ball flickered. Spellcaster? Correct, but there is no reward. Nodding with a smile, looking at the other party's reaction, Ryan once again understood the status of those who have the ability to cast spells in this era. Before, he only heard others occasionally talk about it. Reincarnation for 3 days. He is actually not a spellcaster now. After all, the first layer of the magic net is too basic, and an ordinary person with good talent can also get in touch with it in theory, but it is not as easy as Ryan. The energy level of the first layer of the magic network does not support very high witchcraft, which is probably like what he did just now, releasing an impact field that cannot kill people, or using a light spell or something. In a real fight, it may not be as useful as a sword, but such a light spell without lethality scared several active social elements, including Weiss to death on the spot. Now, Rob, hand over all the valuables on you, and explain to me why you only have sticks and who you work for. Don't tell me there is no. Ryan pointed with a smile, and the lighting ball immediately floated forward, scaring Weiss to retreat again and again. As long as the ruler of this city is not a fool, he will not allow the existence of gray forces without his permission. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 313, The Maharaja and the Bard. In a real fight, Ryan, who is considered proficient in fighting skills, may also be able to easily defeat these social people who don't even have weapons, but it is naturally a good thing to be able to solve them with a light spell. So soon, under the distressed eyes of Weiss and others, Ryan had 8 unfamiliar money bags on his waist. The only regret is that there is not a single gold stat in it. But this is normal. After all, in the original historical trajectory, a huge silver mine was discovered near ancient Athens, and the wealth it brought supported the rise of the city, which eventually dominated the entire ancient Greek civilization. And the same is likely to be the case in today's extraordinary version of the world, so the amount of silver is naturally far more than gold. The amount of this raw material is reflected in the coinage, that is, private consumption is often based on silver coins. In large-scale transactions, even if both parties put tens of thousands of silver coins in large boxes, they are not willing to trade with gold coins of equal value, but easier to carry. It's really rich, probably enough for a month. As the saying goes, take all the bought and use it like sand. This kind of unexpected wealth is not something Ryan can cherish. However, after receiving the sponsorship from the Good Samaritan, Ryan's face looked a little strange. I didn't expect that the reason why they each carry a wooden stick is actually a factor of the just church. No, the paladins don't seem to be completely members of the church. Looking at it this way, I still need to buy some more materials to build a spiritual barrier. Keeping this in mind, Ryan watched the hospitable locals leave in embarrassment. He collected the hair he took from several people and put it into a separate package. Killing 7 or 8 people directly in the city would inevitably be a bit too disrespectful of others, not to mention that there are still paladins staying temporarily. Even these vibrant social figures didn't dare to use sharp weapons, so Ryan just took a section of hair in front of them, scaring Weiss and the others half to death. In the eyes of this group of people at the bottom of society, all spellcasters who are not from the church are proficient in curses and invisible existences that kill people. Having a part of your body taken away by Ryan is almost the same as death. Sure enough, just as I had expected, when the clergy spread, it was almost foreseeable that wizards would be demonized and ostracized. Athens and the Church of Knowledge are already considered the more neutral ones. Even the king has taken the initiative to promote the development of the alchemy industry, trying to overtake them in a corner and catch up with the Western powers' advantages in population and land. But even so, the private sector's such exaggerated rumors are still common. Shaking his head slightly, there are naturally reasons behind the differences between clergy and wizards, who are both spellcasting professions. However, Ryan does not intend to think about this subject that can be named paranormal sociology anymore. He returned to the corner where he had changed his clothes before and put on the plain robe of extraordinary quality again. When he walked back to the South District, he didn't look like he had just robbed a group of active young people in the downtown area. Instead, he looked like a standard Athenian nobleman. In any era, it is very beneficial to pretend to be a decent upper-class person. They will be treated politely wherever they go, and it is naturally easy to gain the respect and trust of strangers. Just like now, if Ryan enters the city again, I am afraid that the heavily armed guards will not only refuse to accept his money, but will also pay him a distant salute and welcome him. In the southern city of Thuringia, outside a 3-story independent loft. Tap, tap, tap. So, this is another direction for Athens' future development. As the only big country among the Panhellenic states close to the East China Sea, it is very necessary to connect the central region of the continent and overseas countries through sea trade and to exchange what is needed. In addition to alchemy, this is also one of the plans that the kingdom can try to implement. After all, alchemy requires skills and time, and there is also the problem of a narrow audience. You can't expect ordinary craftsmen to afford expensive alchemical creations while walking on the road. Ryan casually said some unnutritious classical editorials, but trade is different. It only needs policy support, and then Athenian merchants and nobles will spontaneously trade in pursuit of profit, and this large-scale trade will definitely bring benefits to the people and is conducive to the export of excellent local handicraft products. By the way, the wealth brought from other countries can also enrich the pockets of the middle and upper classes of the kingdom and bring greater sales to alchemy products. Of course, all of this is based on Athens' leading institutions and folk craftsmanship. Only these are the cornerstones that guarantee everything. It's really inspiring. With admiration on his face, a young man in gorgeous clothes couldn't help but nodded in agreement. Mr. Irvine, you are really knowledgeable. It's a pity that I didn't get to know you until today. This is all God's guidance. With a smile on his face, Ryan spread his hands helplessly. Although it's a bit regretful, this is the place I rent. I came to Thuringia not long ago, and I don't have a fixed property yet. I'm afraid I can't invite a distinguished guest like you to come and sit here. Sorry, I interrupted you. Suddenly realizing that he had already walked all the way, the young man who had just met Ryan at dinner suddenly felt a little rude. In fact, the classical natives had never heard of this kind of argument that everyone in later generations could relate to, and they were fascinated by it for a while. It doesn't matter. This wasn't your intention. After smiling and saying a few more polite words, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief after the two parties said goodbye. He had finally gotten rid of this young nobleman. In fact, he already regrets it a bit now. Once reincarnated, many of the old habits from when he was still a mortal were brought back, such as casually chatting with others during meals. Who would have thought that I would meet a serious person and chat all the way to the doorstep of my house? Squeak. After closing the door, Ryan walked into the house and put down several small bags he was carrying. The materials are finally complete. This local nobleman is of some use. At least he knows where to buy these things. After changing his coat and taking out the things one by one, the package brought back by Ryan was none other than some gold powder, spices, salt, and floral essential oils. These things are not rare or illegal, but because they are mostly used in places where gods are worshipped, people who don't need them don't know where to buy them. Fortunately, the noble young man who was very interested in the key politics of the classical era had this way, although Ryan still can't remember his name. Close the doors and windows and draw the curtains to block out the light from the outside world, and the room immediately becomes dark. Ryan lit a scented candle in the dark and then used gold powder and some materials to prepare a light blue liquid. Using this as ink, Lane drew a circle around the entire confines of the house. Some runes were traced out and distributed inside and outside the circle. When the last rune was carved, a feeling of isolation from the outside world immediately filled the small room. After completing all this, Ryan extinguished the candle. If I hadn't asked those few questions, I might not have known that there is still some trouble in this city. Looking around the spiritual barrier he created in the darkness, Ryan nodded secretly. This kind of barrier has no defensive properties. Its only purpose is to isolate the atmosphere from inside and outside. And the person that Ryan needs to isolate is naturally the source of those energetic young people who want to return their evil ways and use sticks for blackmail. Paladins are special priests who have been active on the earth before the new era. They are also a group of extremists who fanatically believe in justice and kindness. They are a professional system created by Themis herself. But strictly speaking, the paladins may not all be believers of the goddess of justice and law. Most of them are, but not absolutely, even if many of their key powers do come from the gift of the goddess. They believe in justice, and those who understand justice the same as Themis naturally devote their faith to this goddess, but there are also some who understand it differently, and they choose to clean up the sins of other gods, or simply believe in justice itself. Fortunately, as a type of clergy, these steadfast paladins have found another place besides the gods that can provide them with holy power, which is the aggregation of human beliefs about truth, goodness, and beauty, the outer world, 7 hills of heaven. Therefore, even if there is no divine support, it will not affect those people with pure wills from performing magical arts. Of course, regardless of belief or not, as long as all paladins strictly abide by the basic precepts and creeds, the power of the Sword of Judgment, an artifact from the god of justice and law, can be borrowed at will. For this reason, these guys have some special abilities that are hated by many people. For example, the exclusive magic Detect Evil is among them because fighting and killing without using sharp weapons are classified as fighting or manslaughter, while those using sharp weapons are classified as violent organization, murder, and plunder. The evil degree reflected by the 2 under Detect Evil is different, and the time required to eliminate most of this evil degree is also different. Therefore, under the threat of the paladin, even these people at the bottom of society, unexpectedly, they all abandon their swords and use sticks instead. TSK, what a strange unfolding. But looking at it this way, you have achieved your own justice to a certain extent. Ryan sighed a little, but he was also happy for Themis. As an innate god, it is not a pleasant feeling to go against one's own vocation. It seems that she has finally found a balance between law and justice, at least to a certain extent. Closer to home, the arrival of the paladin is naturally not without reason. According to Weiss, there is no temple of the god of justice and law in Thuringia, and the paladin who have been active nearby recently is said to be tracking down traces of some cultists. The cultists haven't been found yet, but the security of the entire city has improved by several levels. Even the nobles have become more peaceful, which is quite ironic. But that has nothing to do with Ryan. What really affects him is what he will do next, which is also something that is unlikely to be known by righteous elements. After being a mortal without extraordinary powers for a few days, Ryan has roughly solved the problems of who am I and where am I. What he needs now is what should I do? But no matter what he does, he first needs to master the extraordinary power he can use. Logically speaking, as my human incarnation, this body and soul have extraordinary talents. If I am willing, I can easily reach the realm of demigods, whether I am on the path of a wizard or a knight, who is now called a knight by the mainstream. In fact, I can easily reach the realm of demigods on the career path of let 100 flowers bloom, but shaking his head slightly, to put it bluntly, this is one of the reasons why Ryan's divinity is outside and his human incarnation has to come down. Don't think that the respected lord of the spirit world has claimed to explore the path to deification since N years ago, and to analyze the authority of the gods from bottom to top, but in fact, his current achievements are actually 0. Yes, what demigods, what self-generated divinity, these are all things he has studied in the middle of the Second Age, and there was no further way at that time, and there is still no way to go further. Cohen's success is at best to prove the possibility of self-generated divinity in different ways from another perspective, but the progress of the ascension itself is also zero. So in this case, Ryan doesn't really want to go directly to the various branches derived from these two roads. After all, he doesn't know whether this is a dead end. He now needs another power system that can be used at any time, but can be discarded at any time, to temporarily increase some usable power for his human incarnation. So the question is, in today's human world, what kind of power can be used at any time, and once put down it can be quickly cleared? Of course it's the clergy, after all. This is the borrowing of external forces. And without the gift of the gods, the clergy is just a mortal with a higher life essence and a stronger soul after a long cleansing of the holy power. Pick up the materials prepared in advance, and in the dark, Ryan continued to arrange. Warfare and law are not acceptable, so naturally only pastoralism can be chosen. Anyway, it's only temporary. But since he has decided to be a clergy, Ryan also needs to consider his own belief problem. The Olympian gods directly pass, and the angels of the spirit world are the same even if it is not exposed. Ryan himself feels that it is a bit strange to believe in his own subordinates. As for directly believing in the Lord of the spirit world, since the beginning of the world, no mortal has been able to become a God-favored person directly subordinate to the Lord of the spirit world. If Ryan does this now, it is simply saying that he has a secret and all the primitive gods come to watch. So, excluding all impossibilities, I now have only one choice. Among all the worlds, only he is qualified to be the object of my faith, and only he will not expose my secrets. Similarly, he also has supreme power. Cough. Why does it sound more and more like talking about the mother tree? Shaking his head, putting those useless thoughts aside, Ryan looked at the well-arranged ceremony with a leisurely expression. Stretching out his hand and pointing, a basic magic net wave similar to light spell flashed by. Ryan lit the candle placed at the core of the ceremony, straightened his clothes, and then bowed down. The great snake surrounding the courtyard. You are the earthly python that devours all souls. It is the origin and end of all worldly sins. I, in my name, pray to you here. Please cast your power and come. Then in this prayer room, Ryan used Mrs. Summer's body as a medium and simply did another divination. But unlike before, this divination seemed to be disturbed by something and only pointed out a general direction. Ryan silently noted it, then picked up the statue in the center of the prayer room, turned around and left this basement. Tomorrow, the people here should find that their master is missing, but they should not find this place at the first time. After all, from an ordinary angle, it is quite well hidden here. But it's getting more and more interesting. Hera's followers came to Athena's territory to make trouble, and Athena's high-level clergy even knew about it. Athens and Argos have always had trade relations, and there is no trace of hostility at all. Haha, as expected, war is inevitable. It is just the result of the accumulation of contradictions under the guidance of interests, but it does not mean that there was no conflict before the war, but it was just hidden underwater. What you can't see does not mean that there is no conflict. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Walking out of this room, Ryan identified the direction. The result of the divination just now pointed to the North City District, which is indeed more suitable for an organization that acts in secret to develop its power. I just don't know what's there, or, to be more precise, if it's just an open and secret struggle between two sects of gods, then why did the Paladin get involved? Anyway, I am now a member of the Resurrection sect, and the downline developed by Mrs. Summer. Rubbing his face and changing his face again, Ryan looked at the statue in his hand. It's a cult. How can there be no evil gods? Hera is not a cult. The name of the Mother of Resurrection is not nice. I think it would be better to change it to the name of the Mother of Reproduction. With a strange color flashing in his eyes, Ryan's figure disappeared into the shadows again. This night is still long.
Yeah.
Olympus, the Golden Palace. Thousands of years have passed, and there are no traces of the battle. The original broken walls and ruins have long disappeared, leaving only the magnificent buildings. Modeled after the ruins in Asgard, The god King Zeus built another golden palace on this sacred mountain that supports the sky. This building that combines the artistic styles of two gods is indeed solemn and beautiful. So many gods often stay here temporarily. However, at this moment, in the Queen of Heaven's bedroom, Hera's expression is not very good. Hebe, my daughter, tell me, what did the King of Athens do? With a bit of gnashing of teeth, Hera looked at her daughter, the goddess of youth Hebe, the wine pourer of the gods. Now that Zeus' favorite boy has not been born yet, there is naturally no chance to replace her position. This goddess of youth, who was born after the god of aging in the underworld, still holds a golden cup and pours wine for the gods. Of course, she occasionally plays the maid of her mother goddess. Yes, as a new god with weak power, her status is almost the bottom among the gods. In the original trajectory, she would be married to his famous mortal son by Zeus, and this is already a rare highlight moment for her as a god. It's like this, mother goddess. Half a month ago, the king of Athens went to the sea, defeated the incarnation of Nereus, the god of the sea, and led his army to clear the route to the south. His reason was missing. Enough, Hera interrupted, took a deep breath, and her chest rose and fell violently. She didn't care about the reason. She only knew that this human who she didn't like had done another big thing, and she just couldn't do anything about him. If it was 2,000 years ago, I would have hung his body on Mount Olympus and let his soul suffer the same punishment as Tantalus. Mother goddess, Tantalus deceived the gods and even let the goddess of agriculture eat the flesh and blood of the descendants of the king of gods, but Athens belongs to the goddess of wisdom. Whose daughter are you? Hera shouted angrily, looking at Hebe, who had calmed down, but she knew that what the other party said was right. Even if she didn't consider the restrictions on the gods in the world today, she couldn't openly kill the king of Athens. After all, that was Athena's territory. Although she didn't want to admit it, she couldn't beat Athena at all. Of course, she couldn't beat the king of Athens now. She didn't try it herself, but let others try more than once. But at least there's good news. Glancing at her useless daughter and thinking of that useless son, Hera found that she still had to rely on herself. And the accusation of the king of Athens was actually quite correct. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 316, Living Sacrifice. North of Thuringia. The night became darker, and the clouds covered the moon, making the Baiching area, without magic lamps, darker. It's midsummer, and few people would light a fire at night. After all, this place is close to the north, but not that far north, so it inherits the dryness of the north and the heat of summer. Just one spark could probably burn down a city block. Therefore, after suffering losses in the first few years after the city was founded, the locals stopped doing this kind of thing.
Bang, bang, bang.
There was a short knock on the door, and with a creaking sound, the warehouse door opened a gap. Brush. Who are you? The sword edge was placed across the neck of the intruder. The sturdy man in black had no idea that he was walking on the line between life and death. He just looked at the strange young man outside with vigilance. No one should be here at this time. If it weren't for the idol in the opponent's hand, he would probably chop it down without hesitation. Mrs. Seville asked me to come. Can you let me in first? It may not be safe outside now. It will be even more unsafe if you stab me with a sword. The voice of the visitor was short and urgent, as if there was a knife behind his back that was ready to cut down at any moment. The big man in black hesitated for a moment, but still let the other person in. Just like Mrs. Summers' previous judgment, the big man in black also felt that if the church and the paladin came, it would be fine to just call in. There is no need to hold the statue and make excuses with them. And if it were not a church force, for what reason would they come to trouble them? To put it bluntly, their current targets are limited to the royal family and the Church of the Goddess of Wisdom. In addition, even many of the great nobles in Athens turned a deaf ear to their actions. Tell me what happened. Who are you, Mrs. Summer? Why are you and the idol the only ones here? Although he already had some ominous premonitions, the strong man in black still asked. I don't know. The young man looked a little sad. My wife noticed something was wrong, but she said she had no time to leave. Others would not let her go, but no one knew about me. She asked me to take her with her. The idol came, here to tell you to finish the things here quickly, and then withdraw from Thuringia. What are you going to do? Is there anything I can do to help? No need, just leave the statue to me. Lucky, keep an eye on him. After saying hello to the back, not sure if he believed it or not, the strong man in black immediately took the statue and walked inside. Another man in black came over immediately, holding a machete in his hand and watching every move of the young man at the door. I know, I will keep an eye on him. Boy, if the news you brought is true, then maybe you will have a chance to receive God's gift with us, and you will have great luck. But aren't you going to verify my identity again? I mean, is it that simple? The young man looked at the strong man in black walking away and asked in surprise. No need. As for why, you will understand after you become one of us. The tall and lanky man in black, known as Lucky, obviously had no intention of explaining. He just stared at the young man who arrived unexpectedly, making sure that there was nothing unusual about him. According to the original plan, they planned to sacrifice 2 days later on the Queen's birthday in the mortal calendar. Although the eternal gods don't care much about birthdays, believers need to care. This is why they haven't left yet, even though they knew someone was chasing them all the way. But just 2 days early, no matter if this person is a real apprentice or a person with other evil intentions. Since he sent back the icon of the god, there would be no problem. The sacrifice will be held, and after that, even if they all die here, they will definitely gain eternal life in the kingdom of the Queen of Heaven. What's more, as long as they receive divine grace, they may not die. Deep in the warehouse, there is a temporary ceremony hall. Lying on the cold stone platform, Andrea could clearly hear her heartbeat. Andrea is translated as heroic, elegant, and beautiful in Greek, which is what her father has always expected of her. But ever since that premeditated attack at sea, until she woke up from a coma 6 days ago, she had already arrived at this warehouse. She didn't know where. The holy power originating from the goddess was tightly sealed in her body by the servant of another god, leaving her unable to even resist the cold. She knew what she was dealing with, and she knew why it was happening, at least part of it. 2 more days. Andrea thought to herself, her silky blonde hair scattered on the stone platform. I heard this date from the conversations of people around me, and they didn't mean to avoid her. In fact, the priests of these other gods didn't do anything to her, and they didn't dare to do anything to her, because her identity was so important. Unfortunately, the important reason for her is not her past identity, but the identity she will have as a living sacrifice to God. In the etiquette established by Olympus, human sacrifice is obviously not allowed. Only the primitive natural spirits in the north and believers in the lower world have done this kind of thing. Now, in order to target Athens, the sect of the Queen of Heaven did not hesitate to violate the gods. King's ban? It was incomprehensible, but Andrea couldn't even form words. She could only stay on the cold stone platform and look at the dome of this remote warehouse.
Top, top, top.
The quiet environment was broken. Footsteps sounded from afar, and then Andrea heard the conversations of people around her. They encountered a problem. It seemed that they were discovered, and they were going to perform the ceremony in advance. But thinking about it carefully, it was almost time for them to be discovered. The team that attacked her was divided into 8 and fled in different directions. No one expected that such a weak team would be responsible for escorting her. It was inconspicuous, which certainly would not attract the attention of the kingdom, but it also meant that they might not even be able to deal with the normal clearing team. Their only way to survive was to obtain the blessing of the gods after completing the sacrifice. Then pray that you will not be caught up by the angry king of Athens. Otherwise, no blessing will work. I still hope he can calm down. The thought flashed through her mind, and Andrea, who was tied and unable to move, was a little sad. Her father should still be looking for her. Her death is bound to intensify the conflict. If her father did irrational things in anger, he would definitely do so, then no one knows what will happen. Perhaps Athens, which has just prospered for less than 100 years, will usher in war, but they are not sure of defeating their opponents now. Little princess, what are you thinking about? The voice came from far away, and soon, Andrea saw the leader of this team, an old man who looked to be in his 70s. He looked down at her, and Andrea, who was speechless, chose to stare back with wide eyes. Hee, you inherited your father's courage, little princess, even if you are only 12 years old, but unfortunately, you don't have his strength. With a dry smile, the old man in the sacrificial robe placed a statue beside Andrea, or in the middle of the stone platform. The great mother of resurrection will be pleased by this. If the king of Athens chooses to raise troops to the west, it will be even better. Okay, let's start the ceremony. Although midnight is not the time favored by the gods, we can't care so much now. May the gods protect us. Yes.
Fuen.
The sound of scattered footsteps sounded in the warehouse. The framework of the ceremony had been arranged here a long time ago. Now, it was just a matter of taking out the extraordinary materials with a shorter effective time. The fragrance of lilies and pomegranates floated in the air, which was the aroma of essential oils extracted from these two plants. The Queen of Heaven likes these two plants the most, which symbolize nurturing and having many children, respectively. The faint candlelight was lit, and the believers below the stage were dressed neatly. For a moment, this warehouse used for living sacrifices seemed to become holy, as if there were songs spreading in the air. Then, in the next moment, Andrea saw the statue next to her light up slightly, and the voices of the people below rang out at the same time. Their expressions were serious and solemn, and their voices were uniform, but for some reason, Andrea felt as if she had hallucinations. It seemed that more than one voice was speaking, and there was something wrong with the prayers she heard. Divide the power equally. Your Majesty. Here, sacrifice. The voice went from silent chanting to high-pitched. Lying on the high platform, a sense of detachment surged from her body. This is a sign of the soul leaving the body, and it is also the process of the sacrifice ceremony. However, at this moment, Andrea felt as if she heard two sources of sound, one from below and one from the statue next to her. The former is like a poem, which is actually reporting one's own achievements and the object of sacrifice to the gods. The latter, Andrea closed her eyes after hearing it. It was like a chorus, a hymn praising destruction. The common leader of billions of demons. The source of the fall of the heavens. The mother tree of flesh and blood that devours all the worlds. I ask for your listening, for your attention, and for you to open the door of the kingdom. At the door of the warehouse. Perhaps it was the faint sound of the sacrifice coming from inside, and the tall and thin man in black who had been vigilant all the time also relaxed a little. Once the ceremony begins, it is almost impossible to interrupt it. It is nothing more than the difference between good or very good results. Speaking of which, this fellow believer. Looking a little curious, Ryan looked at the direction inside. I have never been involved in this kind of thing before, and I don't know what the general response process is, but if you use the ritual of worshipping the righteous gods to worship the evil gods, will there be any bad results? Your question is very dangerous. Forget it. It's not that no one has done this before. You'd better take it as a warning. If you host the sacrificial ceremony yourself in the future, don't make any problems in the arrangement. There has been no problems so far, and the man in black also believes the identity of this unexpected visitor. He thought about it and warned seriously. If the object of the sacrifice is the righteous god, but you use the wrong ritual, the situation depends on the mood of the gods. But if you are worshipping the statue of the evil god, there will basically be no other consequences. Since the ritual is incorrect, generally speaking, it will not attract the power of the object of the sacrifice, but it is only in terms of power, not spirit. You should be very clear that in the process of sacrifice, the spirit of the believers is highly unified with the ritual, and only in this way can they communicate with the gods. I understand. Thank you for reminding me. Nodding politely, Ryan felt that he had learned some new era knowledge. He actually wanted to carve the name of the Midgard serpent into the statue, but considering Hera's authority and style, he changed it to another one. Of course, this kind of operation is impossible for ordinary people. Even Ryan can only play this trick on this temporary little statue. But then again, how come I didn't know that Theseus, who was raised by Poseidon's followers, had a daughter? In later myths, the 4 children of this Athenian king and his 3 wives seem to be princes, right? And from the documents I've read before, he doesn't seem to have a good relationship with Poseidon. I always feel that there may be something wrong here, but Ryan didn't dwell on it too much. The little princess who is almost used as a living sacrifice is in there, just ask her later. Moreover, Theseus is different from the heroes recorded in other myths. Although he also has the common problem of heroes, he suddenly wants to do something big, such as kidnapping a foreign princess, or even going deep into the underworld to kidnap Persephone, but he himself is still very capable of internal politics. In the original trajectory, he abolished the town councils in various places and unified them into the city-state council of Athens, ceding some rights to the nobles, thereby improving the status of citizens, and in this changed history, it is probably to strengthen the control of Athens over the subordinate cities, balance the contradictions between the blood nobles and the citizen class, and be more or less a wise ruler. In comparison, Hercules may be able to beat him in combat, but his brain is not enough, at least in terms of politics. While thinking, the prayers in the depths of the warehouse stopped abruptly, and then a sound like the howling of a beast came from inside. The tall and thin man in black was startled suddenly. He didn't know what happened inside, but this was definitely not the flow that a priest should have.
Whoosh.
A dagger shot at the man in black from the direction of Ryan, like an arrow. He recognized at a glance that this was the effect of the second ring general divine art, archery. Most low-ring divine arts have no direct lethality, and the effect of archery is no different from shooting a long arrow. He could dodge it by just turning sideways, but the man in black immediately saw a finger pointing at himself. The third ring universal divine art of the hell system. Fear art. In an instant, fear emerged from the bottom of his heart, and the tall and thin man in black turned around and ran subconsciously, and then the next moment, the dagger was directly stabbed into his chest from behind. When rookies peck at each other, it is important to strike first. Take 2 steps forward and pull out the dagger. Ryan wiped the blood with the opponent's clothes and then walked into the warehouse. Next, it is to kill this group of mentally traumatized lunatics, get some materials, and an Athenian princess who was captured as a sacrifice for some reason. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 317, Unyielding, and Moses' Revelation. On the cold altar, Andrea, who was only 12 years old, had her eyes closed. Starting from the sudden change of prayer words, she tried her best to reduce her awareness of the surrounding environment and shield herself from the impact of sounds through a method similar to meditation. Although her past occult knowledge told her that such a wrongly performed ritual would not really bring about the real power of the evil god, Andrea was still a little scared. God says that death is just another beginning, but some deaths will directly become the end. Roar. With her eyes closed tightly, Andrea vaguely seemed to hear a female roar that reached straight to her soul, followed by a continuous low roar. The warehouse in this remote city seemed to have turned into an abyss that could imprison the gods, and the believers who were talking just now turned into monsters, snarling their teeth and claws around them. Goddess, I won't be afraid. Talking to herself silently, Andrea was ready to face death. She didn't even notice that the magical chains that originally bound her had become ineffective due to the madness of the owner. She just subconsciously curled up into a small ball and buried her face between her knees like an ostrich.
Boom.
Laugh. Tear dash. In the warehouse, all the madmen blocking the road were eliminated one by one. This was what Ryan saw. Under the dim candlelight, patterns used for living sacrifices were laid out on the ground. On the altar in the center, a young figure with blonde hair shrank into a ball and was trembling. A lot of gold, silver, and materials were piled aside, and the dead believers fell to the ground. They originally had many tricky abilities, but after the soul transformation, they were unable to use any of them. Even before Ryan could take action, they were already killing each other. It's true cannibalism, the kind of killing and eating at the same time. Even if the stomach is burst, you won't notice it. His influence on the outside world has become more powerful. It seems that this trick cannot be used casually. When the ritual is wrong, it is obvious that the power has not really come, but it can still achieve its purpose in another way. Start a bloody feast and let these spirits be eaten by each other by the twisted lives. In the end, the remaining one will be further physically deformed in the process of cannibalism. It will absorb certain things that are spilled in the world. This kind of power eventually turns into something like an evil. With a slightly solemn look on his face, Ryan had to admit that in the entire world of Khaos, the Mother Tree was truly completely outside the scope of his plans. On the one hand, he has no so-called mythical trajectory to compare with. On the other hand, he possesses the most powerful power besides the world itself, and most importantly, Ryan cannot really understand his thinking. Unlike those gods who are naturally powerful but are affected by their priesthood and essence, the Mother Tree is a special one. You know, even Ryan himself will gradually be born with a divine side, but he probably won't. After all, madmen are not afraid of mental deviation by nature, and no one can tell whether he is more crazy. Fortunately, he has been blocked. If not, this world would have become a drama of many primitive gods fighting against foreign gods. Then it's you next. After packing up the scattered things one by one, Ryan looked at the figure still shrinking on the altar. The little princess, who had closed off her perception of the outside world, probably didn't know what was going on. She looked extremely fragile and beautiful. Then Ryan unceremoniously pulled away the other person's hand holding his knee and looked at the girl, who opened her eyes in panic. "This, little princess, please introduce yourself. For example, how did you get here? What is your name? What do you know? What are you going to do? Etc. After all, you are my prisoner from now on. As a princess of a kingdom, you should have a deeper understanding of the world."
No.
"I won't tell you anything." "Oh, don't want me to surrender to you. The evil god's lackey. Just give up." The tears in the corners of her eyes were not yet dry, and her voice was trembling. Andrea tried her best to raise her head and spoke righteously to the stranger in front of her. "Oh my God, did the ceremony just now really summon the followers of the evil god? He also killed all these guys, but this is not mystical." "No, Andrea, you have to be strong. Are you the chosen one of the goddess?" He would bow to a cultist, not to mention being the craziest one among the cultists. Secretly cheering herself up, Andrea was very panicked. There are almost no sects in this world that directly point to the Mother Tree of flesh and blood. Most of them believe in the ancient evil things that it split off or something else. Even if a few exceptions were quickly eliminated, those that were not eliminated gradually turned into evil beings. But for things like prayers, experienced people will know what kind of existence they are describing as soon as they hear it. So knowing how terrifying the alien gods are, Andrea felt like she had just stepped out of the wolf's mouth and into the tiger's den. "So, you are non-violent and non-cooperation?" "Yes, violence and cooperation." Obviously, Andrea misunderstood the sentence. Non-violent non-cooperation does not mean I won't cooperate if you don't use violence, but I have to say that what she said is still very powerful. If you ignore, her eyes looked like she was about to cry, and her calves kept kicking back. Faced with this situation, Ryan expressed helplessness. He was not in the mood to provide psychological comfort to the little girl, so he had to choose the most direct method to make the little princess realize the cruelty of reality. 2 hours later, outside Thuringia. After dragging the last box of silver onto the carriage, Ryan looked up at the sky. It's still some time before dawn, but it's time to go. Although the dirt roads in this era are quite rubbish, at least within a certain distance close to the city, the roads are still very smooth. Even if you only rely on torch lighting, you'll not fall into any big pits. As for waiting until tomorrow morning, that won't do. Whether it was the dead believer or the overthrown city gate guard, they would probably be discovered by someone in the daytime. "We're ready to go."
Who is that? Come here.
"Can you drive a carriage?" After waving, Ryan pointed to the front of the luxury carriage and then sat in the carriage unceremoniously. In the direction of his greeting, Andrea, who was not tall, was standing next to the carriage, biting her lip. She didn't look very tall, and her waist just reached the floor of the carriage. Go all the way south, aiming for the Acropolis of Athens. Going home should be very exciting, right? So don't be stunned. Take action quickly, and remember to call me if there is an accident on the way. Sitting on the soft cashmere cushion, Ryan took out a box of tea leaves from the secret compartment. This luxury carriage was originally an escape tool prepared by the cultists of the Su Sheng sect. After thousands of years of development and iteration, the current carriage can fully combine the advantages of practicality and comfort. The only flaw is that it is used in many places. It requires alchemy, so the cost may be a bit high. But if it is used directly, then this shortcoming will not exist. Only those who pay will care about the price, not the users. But I don't know how. Well, I know a little bit. I've seen others drive, but I've never done it myself. The tone was hesitant, and Andrea was a little dumbfounded when she saw the big horse that was half as tall as herself. Having just accepted the fact that she had been rescued in the face of the cruel reality, Andrea was in a state of ups and downs and just wanted to take a good rest. She believed that the city manager would do this, but what she didn't expect was that the guy who saved her rejected her suggestion, took her out of the city overnight, and asked her to drive the carriage. She didn't think there was anything wrong with a princess driving a carriage. After all, Andrea's father had never lived the life of a prince in his early years. The current king of Athens, Theseus, was born as the illegitimate son of the previous king. Even until he came of age, he had never met his father and had never been to Athens. Therefore, in terms of educating his children, he abandoned many useless things. I am the princess of Athens, a high-ranking priest of the goddess. As long as you take me to the church in Thuringia and unblock me, I can fly you back. No, they will escort us back to Athens. When the time comes, my father will definitely be grateful to you for rescuing me. But I don't really want to see your father right now, who is said to have killed more than one incarnation of the gods. After all, I am an evil cultist, right? The unyielding little princess. Emphasizing the word unyielding, Ryan said calmly, "The cultists are like this. You are my prisoner now. In fact, if you are not used as a sacrifice, but just killed by the other party, I won't do it. The idea of saving you. After all, disputes between faiths are all too common."
You.
I didn't cry. Her face turned red instantly, and the conversation between the two parties was not on the same channel at all. Andrea's attention immediately focused on another thing. Of course, I will not succumb to the cultists, and every Athenian royal family will not succumb to the cultists, let alone be scared to tears.
Don't slander me.
Yes, you didn't. Little princess who didn't cry, hurry up and get this carriage moving. The distance from here to Athens is measured in months. It's such a vast country, not primitive at all. The most important thing is that there are dragons on this road. As for the dragon clan, a dragon that doesn't steal the princess always feels like something is missing. In other words, does the princess who hasn't been snatched by a dragon have a lower value? After casually speaking something that confused Andrea, Ryan looked back at the city under the night. Half of it is brightly lit, and the other half is dotted with stars, showing the differences in class. It is much earlier than expected to leave now, but there is nothing we can do about it. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. After all, without meeting her personally, who would have thought that an Athenian princess with no recorded myths would suddenly pop up in such a remote place? And the result of this is that whether Andrea died here or was rescued here, it will definitely attract the attention of the kings and gods of Athens. Let the pursuing paladins and priests think that this is another cannon fodder to spread suspicion and cover up the true whereabouts of the princess. That's what they originally thought anyway. After all, Ryan doesn't want to be noticed now, especially by someone who can't beat him if he doesn't delete his account and start over. So he made a prompt decision and decided to flee and head south, preparing to see Athens in this period and the existence of alchemy. Now, let's go, Andrea. Use your cleverness. With a smile on his face, Ryan opened a book found on the corpse in the carriage. Then he thought about it, and handed out a piece of prepackaged food. "I'm sure you'll master driving quickly. And besides, this is your breakfast. I guess no one feeds prisoners, so settle your belly and get going." Taking it silently, Andrea tried to climb onto the driving position of the carriage. Holding the warm food, she recalled the way she remembered driving and then tried to get the carriage moving. The dark clouds still obscured the moonlight and even became thicker and thicker. It seemed that a heavy rain was about to fall, and after the rain, all the traces left here would be wiped out by the water. The other side of the endless void world. The periphery of the Hemenu world. Cold and dead silence are still the main themes here, and perhaps it is a coincidence, or perhaps it is destined. Just before and after Ryan's human incarnation was completely born, in the darkness, a certain consciousness changed from rigid to agile. Since the power of the world was withdrawn, the gods left one after another, and the surroundings of the Hemenu world became quiet again, leaving only the only god who did not leave. And when the god lost most of his humanity, he would no longer feel bored or lonely, and would ignore the length of time. Time flows like water, but he just exists here, like the world itself, for thousands of years. Until today, he was awakened. It was not because of the incarnation of humanity at the other end of time and space. He just noticed that a strange wave came from the darkness in front of him. Something seemed to be about to be fulfilled, and this long-awaited change also meant that he should take action. Palace, Moses, faith. The whisper echoed in the void, and then the vast and boundless consciousness condensed in an instant. A trace of time and space power that was barely detectable but essentially outstanding suddenly emerged, and then stabbed at the darkness in front of him without any warning. The void was still quiet, but unimaginable collisions took place thousands of times in an instant. However, the result was doomed. Even though the power of the world now dropped again compared to before, he still successfully repelled the outsider who tried to invade his body. However, the power was repelled, but some information transmitted between spirits was not. It flowed in along the fleeting gap. Then, attracted by some connection, it flowed towards a certain place in the world. The place where it fell was a mountaintop, and there were shepherds in the wilderness below the mountain. It is a manifestation of spirituality, so it is the initial manifestation of spirit in the elemental realm. It is a ball of fire, but it will not burn the body of the living being. The shepherd was called Moses, or Musa. He drove his flock and was the first to see this wonder that fell from the sky, a scene he had never seen before. "What is this?" The old shepherd looked stunned, and was a little at a loss. But for some reason, a call from the soul emerged from his heart. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 318, Meeting God. From any angle, Moses was not a young man. On the contrary, even in later generations, he could call himself old. From birth to old age, he has witnessed 80 years of human life, and for Moses, the memories of this life can be roughly divided into two parts. Before he was 40 years old, in the year when Moses was just born, Heliopolis, the center of Upper and Lower Egypt, underwent a huge change. The sun, which had been ownerless for 1,000 years, once again welcomed a new owner, or it could be the old owner. In short, the ruler of the Hemenu world, Amon-Ra Adam, ascended the supreme throne again and was obviously more powerful than before. So all the past was buried in the ancient history, and the open and secret struggles among the gods came to an end. Even the pharaohs on earth hurried to express their piety to the Lord of the Sun who never sets, and his way of expression was to further implement Amon-Ra Adam's previous orders. He ordered the Hebrews to build magnificent buildings, but did not provide them with tools. He drove them out of the land with abundant grass and water, and made them live in desolate and remote places. He also ordered the Hebrews not to have a second male heir, trying to reduce their number, and Moses was born at this time. He was the second child in the family, the one who was not allowed to survive by the law. He was secretly hidden, but as he grew up, Moses' existence could not be covered up forever. So in order to protect his life, Moses' mother took a papyrus basket, smeared it with tar and oil, put the child in it, and secretly placed the basket in the reeds by the river where Pharaoh's daughter often swam. She told Moses' sister to watch from a distance, wanting to know what the child's fate would be. Perhaps it was the guidance of fate, or perhaps it was just pure coincidence, or perhaps someone else secretly pushed it. In short, the Egyptian princess discovered Moses and finally decided to adopt him. Seeing this scene, the child's sister pretended to meet unexpectedly and expressed her willingness to invite a wet nurse for the noble princess's adopted son. So the child's original mother returned to her child, but under another name, and everything was on the same track again. From this day on, the knowledge and civilization from two worlds intersected in Moses, just like his soul composed of two worlds. The adoptive mother from the Egyptian royal family brought knowledge and learning to Moses, separating him from those short-sighted and ignorant people, and his biological mother, who raised him in the name of a wet nurse, let him receive the inheritance of race and religion, and let him remember the faith passed down from generation to generation by the Hebrews, which was completely different from the worship of gods by the Egyptians. It was not until the age of 40 that Moses, who went to visit his own people in the place where the Hebrews lived, encountered a turning point in his life. When an Egyptian bullied his fellow tribesmen in front of him, he killed the other party out of indignation, and thus made a big mistake. It was intolerable and a betrayal for a royal adopted son of Hebrew descent to kill an Egyptian for his own people. Even his own people did not understand him and thought that his behavior would only increase the suffering they had endured. So Moses fled to the land of the Midianites, a nomadic tribe. He eventually married and had children there, forgetting the past and spending another 40 years of his life. Until today, in his 80th year, he saw the unburning bush on the hillside where he was grazing. He is coming. When the Spirit invaded the world, the bush on the hill was ignited, and the Lord of the sun above Heliopolis opened his eyes. He pursued that fleeting perception and the feeling that his authority of fire was violated, but he found nothing. Since his rebirth, Amon-Ra Adam has successfully taken a step further. With this rare opportunity, he absorbed the power given to him by the world when fighting with the outer gods, and then partially integrated the symbol of absolute space in the 8 primordial gods, and therefore had a little authority over the barrier of the world. So he was sure that something had come in just at that moment. No result. His expression was cold, but he was not angry. Ra raised his eagle-like head and looked down at the earth. As expected, he found nothing, but this time, Ra was not in a hurry at all, because he figured it out. Before, he was always afraid that taking action against those mortals with foreign blood would cause him to miss some clues, but now it seems that whether he lets it go or not, the invasion of foreign lands has never stopped. Even as he got closer to the power of the world, Ra breathed with the world faintly. He could feel that this world that nurtured Upper and Lower Egypt and gave birth to the civilization and gods on the banks of the Nile River was in a very dangerous situation. I am still too timid. The longer we delay, the greater our disadvantage will be, so what we need is change. A fierce look flashed across his face, and Ra stood on the sun and looked down at the world. Problems must be solved, and those who know there are problems but don't know where they must be solved even more. There is no victory in this world that can be waited for. That is the privilege of the winner. Let him personally put these garbage that should have been swept away into the pile of history. After he clears the hidden dangers at his doorstep, he will also try to cross the void and take a look at the other side of the world. Finally, he is here. Same content, different tone. Under the nameless hill, unlike Ra, Isis is as beautiful as ever at this moment, but her expression is a bit complicated. Excited, terrified, and a little overwhelmed. Hidden around this nameless hill, Isis hesitated. This was her first time to directly contact the will of the foreign god, and she also felt the other party's power very directly. If she hadn't known the existence of foreign souls long ago, she might not have noticed the arrival of the power of the foreign gods. But this was not the reason for her hesitation. What really made her wonder whether she should go forward was the other party's unpredictable attitude. It's ridiculous to say that although she did a lot in the past, she ordered the ancestors of the Hebrews to remember their traditions and pass down the legends of foreign gods from generation to generation. She discovered the soul that broke through the world and secretly gave him extra care. But all along, she never really had any communication with the foreign god who arranged everything, and the other party might not even know her existence. In this case, no one knows what choice the other party will make. This is the price of betrayer. I don't know which one I can believe in this world and the other world, but I can't turn back. Looking up at the sky, Isis looked at the sun that was much stronger than 1,000 years ago. Ra was getting stronger. Isis didn't know if she could continue to hide her whereabouts after the other party completely balanced the space and the sun. But in any case, if she didn't want to die like a mortal, she had to keep moving forward. If I had chosen to tell Ra everything, would things have turned around? With a sigh, Isis stepped barefoot on the soil, feeling the vitality of the world. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, I hope the result will be as I wish. Looking at Moses, who grew up under her watch, Isis bit her lip. Let's see what instructions he will receive first. It's better to wait for contact with the foreign god. On the nameless hill at this time, Moses looked at the burning but immortal thorn. This is a vision, but as the adopted son of the Egyptian royal family, he knows very well that this level of vision can be faked. Those sorcerers who obeyed Pharaoh could do similar things, summoning fire, calling the wind, and turning their staffs into snakes or frogs, and they all obeyed Pharaoh, who compared himself to a god on earth. Was this the pursuer who had been delayed for 40 years? Moses didn't know, but he didn't think so, because in the burning flames, he only felt the warmth that went straight to his soul. Go up.
What?
Who is talking? Subconsciously asked, but the next moment, Moses realized that no one was talking at all. Only the sound of the sheep and the wind at the foot of the mountain echoed between the world. Come forward. Come forward. Moses. Come forward. There was no sound, but the sound rang in his heart. Hearing his name, Moses took a step back, but the warm feeling made him more eager. I'm here, who are you? Why are you calling me? Asking loudly, for some reason, an unprecedented feeling rose from his heart. Moses didn't know what he was longing for, but his subconscious seemed to have some hope. No educated person would spend his whole life shepherding sheep, nor would he live his whole life as a fugitive or a criminal, nor would he see his fellow men being treated as slaves just because of their innate bloodline. But the past 80 years told him that all this was unchangeable because the supreme god among the gods lived in Heliopolis, who appointed Pharaoh as the ruler of the world and declared that the Hebrews were born sinful. Mortals could not resist the will of God, and this was an irreversible truth in Upper and Lower Egypt. Come forward. I am your creator, and will soon be your savior. You will be destroyed, and you are their only salvation. Come forward, go up to Mount Sinai. This is your innate mission. The voice sounded again in his heart, in a way that ordinary people could not understand. Moses asked a few more questions loudly, but this time no one responded to him. With his old body still strong, Moses looked back at the place he had been to 40 years ago. He didn't know whether what he did was right or wrong, but he felt that he should do something. In that case, I will come to see you. After a moment of silence, Moses stood up, took off his shoes, and walked towards the flames, following the etiquette he had learned when he was young. The fire ignited him, but did not hurt the hair on his skin. As if passing through a barrier between illusion and reality, all kinds of bizarre scenes flashed before Moses' eyes. He didn't know if this was an illusion, so he continued to move forward. A world of gray and white, a bubble of illusions, rivers flowing in the void, and winged creatures singing praises. That was a world that Moses had never seen before, but he felt inexplicably familiar. It seemed that it was his hometown, the destination of his heart and soul. Subconsciously climbing forward on the sacred mountain that runs through the 7 layers of the world, Moses didn't know how long he had walked. Until a certain moment, he suddenly realized that everything before was left behind, and he had reached the top of the mountain. Is this the residence of God? Walking on the ancient stone road, Moses moved forward step by step. He became excited because he realized that he might see the real gods. In the past, he had imagined many things about what God looked like, such as the statues built by the Egyptians and the murals they painted for God. The banquets of the gods are not always required to be present at all times, and there are more than one or two gods who leave or join in the middle. Therefore, Zeus's behavior was not eye-catching. He left the Golden Palace directly, leaving Ares, who wanted to say something but was interrupted. "Damn it, it's like this again. You don't take me to heart at all." "Phew. I am obviously the god of war, but why didn't you give me the power to be invincible?" Taking a deep breath, this was not the first time Ares encountered this situation. With his priesthood, fighting was something he could rarely do, but there were still many people he couldn't defeat. Holding back the violent emotions in his heart, the god of war looked at Hera, the queen of heaven. If it hadn't been for Aphu's reminder, he wouldn't have even noticed that the mother goddess seemed to have been injured some time ago. Maybe he should go and express condolences. Regardless, Hera was on his side in many ways. Aphu is such a good wife. Secretly sighing, he had never observed it carefully. Ares feels that at least at this point, fate is still favoring him. There were rumors among the gods before that Aphu was also having sex with other male gods, but how is this possible? She is obviously her favorite. Snort. Just like the cripple who overestimated his abilities, Ares never took him seriously. On the mountainside of Mount Olympus, there is a dangerous cliff. The turbulence of the world's power becomes more and more obvious, just like digging a hole in the river embankment. It is only a small amount of tilt at the beginning, but as time goes by, the water volume will become more and more majestic. However, the gods on this sacred mountain did not feel it at this time, and they could not detect the fluctuations at that level. Perhaps some beings who have reached the pinnacle of the realm of true gods and are beginning to think of ways to go further will be a little wary, but they will definitely not be as clear as the original gods. However, the God King is an exception, even special. In this regard, Zeus's perception is much clearer than Erebus. As the God King selected by the present world, he has actually noticed the abnormal fluctuations in the world's power for nearly 1,000 years. Although he didn't know the reason at first, it was because it happened just after Typhon, so Zeus attributed it to the influence of the mother tree. Until today, when the fluctuations began to surge at an abnormal rate and even produced a chain reaction, the God King finally realized that something was wrong. It was not because of any internal factors, but external factors.
Zeus was thinking about this just now.
However, even if he noticed it, the God King could not do anything. Royal power can be regarded as the home field in all places ruled by itself, and can exert a stronger power, but it will also be weakened to a deeper level in all places that do not belong to it. Therefore, even if Zeus knew the existence of foreign lands, he could only enrich his knowledge with this. But it seems that some people don't think so. With a slight movement in his heart, Zeus stood on the cliff and looked at a shadow not far away. If it was 1,000 years ago, he might not be able to find the other party, but now he can. "Your Highness Erebus, it's been a long time since we last met. You look the same as before. I still remember the gift you gave me last time. It's just a small reminder, but seeing your surprise and embarrassment when facing Typhon, you didn't take my reminders seriously." The voice came from the shadows, and Erebus stepped out. He looked at the towering sacred mountain, swept through the gods with bright or dark auras, and then locked his eyes on the depths of time and space. "Is that the kingdom of God that you opened up in imitation of the spirit world?" "Yes, but your Highness Erebus, Typhon is a thing of the past, and its failure is well known. As for the Asgard god realm, if you are interested, you can come with me to take a look." "No need, I came here for something serious. As for your god realm, it's just a toy." Waving his hand slightly, Erebus expressed that he was not interested in this kind of god realm, especially the god realm of Olympus. He was too lazy to even take a look. Mortals don't know, but he can see it clearly. This so-called kingdom of God with God is only half a scam, and even its construction itself does not rely on Zeus' own power. It is not completely fake. The ruins of one of the 9 realms provide it with a foundation, the knowledge learned from the Hall of Heroes fills its skeleton, and the ubiquitous magic network can extend its power. Therefore, the souls of devout believers will indeed be collected after death, and even mortals can communicate with the souls of their ancestors after making great contributions to the Church. It's just that the gods' descriptions of this place are somewhat different in other places. For example, there is no eternal life here. How long a soul can stay here often depends on the status of his descendants in the mortal world. The souls of those civilians usually don't stay for long and are released to reincarnation. Only the ancestors of those strong and nobles can live here for a long time. In this case, it is natural to live in the kingdom of God for a long time after death, and the spirit world has not reacted to this. After all, more than 99% of souls will still return to reincarnation, but a little later. And those mortals who witness the souls of the dead returning to the world in the form of holy spirits would naturally believe in the Church's propaganda. But that's just because you have no choice, right? In fact, if it is possible, you don't want to go through so much trouble. Pointing to the souls coming and going, Erebus said with a smile, "Who would want to fake when they can do the real thing?" What's more, the believers in the spiritual world still wantonly claim that Olympus is a false god, and you have repeatedly failed to attack their human kingdom. You clearly know that there are mortals there who are denigrating and laughing at you, but you can't do anything as a king of gods. Despite your constant suppression, there are still some mortals who are full of doubts about your power. Even your descendants question the power of the gods because of this, and even kill their own sons and then arrogantly test the gods. Erebus' words are sharp, but so true. Zeus knew who he was talking about, Tantalus, his descendant in the mortal world. At first, the king of gods loved this child so much that he allowed him to feast with the gods and travel freely between Olympus and the mortal world. But gradually, perhaps because of his arrogance, or perhaps because he was really influenced by those pagans, in short, as time went on, Tantalus began to test the authority of the gods little by little. He leaked the secrets discussed by the gods at the banquet to the mortals. He stole the wine and food on the sacred mountain and shared them with his mortal friends. He even stole the sacrifices offered to Zeus by mortals until this step, the king of gods could still tolerate his behavior. After all, as his own offspring, since he failed to become a natural god, it was not bad to enjoy the willfulness of mortals. Until that day, Tantalus invited the gods to his home as guests, and in order to completely deny the power of the gods, he did not hesitate to kill his son, who was also Zeus's grandson. He grilled and fried Pelops and made a dish to entertain the gods. Of course the gods discovered this, but since it was the king's family affair, no one pointed it out first. They just kept their distance from the dish. Only the goddess of agriculture, who was distracted, accidentally ate a piece of it. That is, she ate her nephew's shoulder bone. Zeus was furious about this. Cannibalism has always been the biggest taboo of the god-king lineage. He gave Tantalus eternal punishment for this, but the temptation itself has always been a thorn in the heart of the god-king. So, what do you want to say? As a god-king, I will not violate the iron law of the world. Even if you want to take action in the world, I have to stop you. This is the responsibility given to me by the world, and it will not deviate because of my personal preferences. Zeus's expression flickered slightly, and he didn't know what the Lord of Darkness was going to do by saying this. Provocation?
No.
He thought that the other party came because of the fluctuation of the world's power and wanted to use him, the God King, to do something, but now it seems that he is trying to provoke his dissatisfaction with the spirit world. This does not need to be provoked, because he is already very dissatisfied. So, you want me to join you in targeting the spirit world? Speaking lightly, the God King felt that he had grasped the context of the matter. But like I said, any original god who takes action in the world will be targeted by the world, and I will follow closely. It will not be different because I hate someone more. If everyone takes action, then I will target everyone. Maybe, but Zeus, everything has its priorities, right? Erebus asked with a smile, not paying attention to Zeus' words. I just want to know, if you are given a chance to eliminate those mortals who curse you, to strengthen your authority, and to increase your power, will you do it? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Shaking his head slightly, Erebus said slowly. You have to deal with those gods who disrupt the order. This is the order of the world, and the order of the God King. This is not a problem. But if two gods disrupt this order one after another, you can always choose to deal with the god who attacked first, right? After all, you can't defeat everyone at the same time, so you can naturally arrange a sequence, which is also in line with the rules. And this is what I want to say. You want to become a god king who completely dominates the world. I can help you. As for how everything starts, the conflicts caused by the human world, so naturally they must start in the human world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 3:21. Each with their own agenda. Erebus's plan was very simple, and it wasn't even a plan at all. He just described such a situation. As long as Zeus could use some means to make Ryan attack him first, Erebus would follow his promise and come to help him, and not just him alone. In addition to Zeus and himself, he also thought of several people who could threaten Ryan. And they had enough reasons to attack him, and they could even become a threat to Zeus after everything was over. Yes, becoming a threat to Zeus, after all. He never intended to really create a god king who ruled everything, and when he achieved his wish, the existence of the god king would be a trouble. It sounds feasible, but how do you plan to guarantee that you will fulfill your promise? The sticks cannot bind you. This is something we all know. Standing on the cliff, Zeus thought for a while. He looked a little tempted, but in fact he was secretly alert in his heart. The abnormal flow of the world's power obviously had some changes, and the Lord of Darkness happened to come to see him at this time. No matter how you think about it, there must be some conspiracy that goes against the rules of the world. When you don't know what the other party wants to do, the best way is to refuse. As long as he doesn't accept it, he will never suffer a loss. However, when the words came to his lips, Zeus hesitated, because he suddenly realized that although Erebus might have his own plan, this might not be another opportunity for him. The Lord of Darkness wanted him to target the spirit world and exaggerate the threat of the other party. But what about the spirit world? Is it really his biggest enemy now? I'm afraid not necessarily. In fact, it is more of a loss of face, and the real impact on the Olympus god court is not that great. Over the years, the hard work of Zeus and other gods has not been in vain. Humans with divine blood have long been all over the earth, and their noble bloodline has made them an indispensable part of the ruling class. Not every one of them may fear the gods, and there are even some rebellious beings like Tantalus among these descendants of gods, but in any case, they are basically proud of the divine blood in their bodies. Everyone above me is equal, and the class below me is clear. This can be said to be the inner portrayal of many descendants of gods. On the one hand, some of them think that they should have a status comparable to the gods. They question the power of the gods and think that they are just SOSO. But on the other hand, they think that compared with mortals without divine blood, the descendants of gods are two completely different classes. They are born to be rulers, and mortals are servants to be driven. In this case, the doctrine of Silver Moon City denies the gods, which is actually denying the noble legal system of these nobles. Those devout believers of the Olympian gods will not compromise with Silver Moon City. Those humans who may not be pious but have power are also unwilling to accept this idea. This is also the reason why the belief in the Olympian pantheon in the world is still as stable as Mount Tai, even though all the expeditions under the suggestion of the gods have failed. Interests are the root of everything. Over the years, Zeus has figured out a way to deal with humans. In contrast, he thinks that many of Silver Moon City's practices are too naive. If there is no extraordinary power in this world, and there is no blood of gods, then their doctrine of self-centeredness may really have an advantage. But there is no if in reality, so their extreme thoughts are a kind of bondage. After thinking about these things become clear. Perhaps the existence of Silver Moon City is not that important. Even if they are defeated, the extra faith will not bring any qualitative change to Zeus. But a real war involving all gods and humans may be able to do so. The Olympus god court has ruled the world for thousands of years. It is no longer as weak as when it was born, and the current god king is no longer the one who first ascended the throne. He has more and more descendants, and their strength is getting stronger and stronger. From the sky to the earth, from the past to the future, there are many creatures chanting the name of Zeus. Maybe at this time, he should clean up some troubles left over from the old times. For example, those Titan gods who do not obey orders and occupy the stars as kings, such as the Ocean Lord who has not yet officially bowed to him, and even Hades, the king of the underworld, who has drifted further and further away from Olympus after marrying the queen of the underworld, and is not sure what small actions he is doing in his own territory. Their obedience to him is all superficial, so that in terms of authority, Zeus's royal power has not increased much power. So now he needs a war, but not to wipe out Silver Moon City or defeat the primitive ancient gods far away in the spirit world. What he really wants to do is to use this as an excuse to involve all the gods in this world in this war. Whether or not he can defeat Ryan is not important. It is good if he can, but it doesn't matter if he can't. Zeus is not arrogant enough to think that he can enter the spirit world now. That is something he needs to consider after he truly unifies the world. What he really needs is to use this to wipe out the troubles that have been left behind. At that time, when his royal power covers the starry sky and the sea, the mountains and the netherworld, then under the favor of the laws of the world, I am afraid that even Erebus will no longer be his opponent. On that day, he will be the true master of all gods. Give your guarantee. I can start first, but you can't just stand by and watch. It seems that a long time has passed, but it is only a moment. Zeus looks like he has been persuaded by the Lord of Darkness, but his expression is still a little hesitant. Guarantee? What kind of guarantee do you want? Asking back, Erebus smiled secretly at Zeus, who seemed a little moved. Guarantee doesn't matter. As long as Zeus is willing to take the lead, he has no intention of breaking the contract anyway. As long as Zeus takes action, he will follow suit. Regarding dealing with Ryan, he has made 2 plans for winning and losing. But no matter what, he will definitely fight. 3 conditions. First, your forces in the human world must join this war. That is, those lives living underground, and they must fight together with the believers of Olympus. Second, you must hand over the golden apple tree to me. From now on, the goddess of life will completely become a part of the temple and will have nothing to do with you. Finally, I want you to persuade those gods in the underworld to serve me secretly. As far as I know, they were born at the end of the first age under the power of you and the Mother of Night. The Mother of Night has never asked about their existence, let alone regarded them as offspring, and you did the same before. But if you are willing to speak now, I think they will know who to be loyal to. 3 conditions not difficult. But Zeus, I am also working for you. Why does it seem like I am doing things for me? Erebus said casually with an unchanged smile. Do things for me? Zeus shook his head slightly and said indifferently, I will not make such an arbitrary decision before I figure out what the fluctuation of the world power means to you. The scene was quiet for a while. The weakening of the world power must mean that something that conflicts with the laws of the world can be done more easily. The god king and the primordial god looked at each other for a while, then turned away. Maybe they all have their own ideas, but now at least one thing is the same. They all think that they should take action against Silver Moon City, and they all think that a war of gods with the gods of the spirit world is needed. And Ryan's existence is the final boss of this war. I accept your conditions. The dark elves have multiplied, and the golden apple is not so important to them. You will get what you want, but I also hope to see your actions. You will see it, and the development of things will definitely be beyond your expectations. Exhaling a breath, Zeus nodded with satisfaction, and another hidden danger of his own was eliminated. As one of the 12 pillars supporting the kingship, the body of the goddess of life is not on Mount Olympus, but under the control of the Lord of Darkness. This is something Zeus has only recently discovered, and this matter has always been a thorn in his throat. Now that he can take the opportunity to solve this problem, it has reduced his worries. As for the remaining 2 conditions, let alone the latter, The main reason for the former is that Zeus is really afraid that Ryan has not been brought out yet, and the Olympus system will not be able to defeat Silver Moon City in the human world. Although this possibility is not very large, after all, every previous conflict was mostly carried out under the suggestion of the gods. It was just a single act of a mortal kingdom, and failure was inevitable. However, just in case, and in order to let Erebus participate more deeply, Zeus still made this request. The conditions were negotiated, the matter was agreed, and everything was roughly arranged like this. The two exchanged some details again, and soon, just like when they came, the figure of the Lord of Darkness disappeared silently on the sacred mountain. Standing alone on the cliff, Zeus did not rush to leave for a while. He just stood quietly for a while, and then sighed. Athena. Zeus sighed as he silently recited the name of his most outstanding daughter, who was also the one with whom he had the most distant relationship. In recent years, she has spent most of her time in the starry sky, and has even seldom come to the sacred mountain. So, what are you thinking about? No matter what she is thinking about, Zeus has to do something. How to provoke disputes, how to intensify conflicts, how to gradually turn a war between mortals into a war between gods, and finally achieve his own goals. All of this gradually took shape in the mind of the God King in the conversation just now. However, this requires a trigger, not just the God King leading the Olympian gods to attack the Silver Moon City. In the final analysis, you have gone too far. After a long silence, with a flash of lightning, Zeus returned to the banquet in the Golden Palace. The Queen of Heaven was still sitting on the golden throne, with Ares by her side. The gods each had their own things, and no one noticed the return of the God King. Looking at his own God Queen, Zeus nodded secretly. Hera thought he didn't know what she had done. Massacres, blood sacrifices, nothing that her church couldn't do. But for some reason, the God King had always pretended not to notice this. As for now, of course he would continue to pretend that it didn't happen, and would even tempt her to increase her efforts. The sun suddenly became bright and dim, and Heliopolis was already in chaos at this moment. However, far away in Midian, these ups and downs could not affect here. In a trance, Moses stood at the foot of the hill, feeling that everything just now was a dream. Thumb. The cane lightly touched the ground, and the solid touch brought Moses back to his senses. When he left the abode of God and returned to this hill before, the thorns that were originally inflamed by fire turned into a cane. This is what God gave him to protect himself, but it has no divine power now. Only when he returns to his tribe and starts his mission will it gradually become extraordinary. The more serious the disaster they suffer, the stronger the power of this staff will be. One day, it will be able to separate the sky and the earth, tear the ocean and the stars, and have incredible power, which is also the promise God made to him. I should leave here. I want to go back to Egypt. Touching his violently beating chest, Moses calmed down. He has been away for 40 years and even married and had children here. The appearance of Egypt has long been blurred, and he can no longer remember many things at that time. I hope everything is fine. I think so, but reason tells Moses that this possibility is not great. Fortunately, God is with him. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 322, Attack. Times began to move forward, and the living carried the fate of death. The world of Hemenu was very lively on this day. Leaving this nameless hill, Moses returned to his family and friends. He declared to them that he had received divine revelation, except for his mother-in-law, the priest of the Midianites. He claimed that he would go to Egypt to rescue his people according to God's will, and even the Egyptian gods who lived in Heliopolis could not stop him. He was ready for this, but Moses' words and deeds were naturally questioned. No one would believe that this 80-year-old old guy really received God's grace, not to mention that it was not those well-known gods, but gods that only existed in Hebrew mythology and had never appeared. Compared with divine revelation, they would rather believe that Moses was hit by the remembrance and self-blame of his people and had mental problems, so that he thought he had seen God. "Father, I understand your attachment to your people, but your idea is a little too unrealistic." Looking about 30 years old and dressed simply, Moses' eldest son was the first to express doubts. "You want to save the Hebrews, there is nothing wrong with that, but they are now slaves of the Egyptians, and only Pharaoh has the right to decide whether they stay or go. But who are you to go to Pharaoh and save your people? As a messenger of God, God is with me. This is not a problem." Shaking his head and refuting his eldest son, Moses saw his second son step forward. "Father, I understand your respect for God, but what name has been passed down for the one you believe in? In Hebrew mythology, only the God who gave you the revelation has no name. If someone asks you who the God you believe in is, can't you answer him? As a mortal, you naturally shouldn't call God's name." Moses was really stumped for a moment, but he quickly thought of a way to answer. "But God naturally has a title. If someone asks me, 'Who sent you to save the Hebrews?' I will tell him that it was the I am God who sent me. The I am asked me to save them and take them out of suffering and torture." "But they won't believe it." Moses' wife immediately retorted. She was a Midianite, the daughter of a Midianite priest. She didn't receive the same education as Moses, so she naturally had no reverence for those unproven legends of gods. "When I reach the most fertile place on the banks of the Nile and return to the land where I lived as a child, the miracle will naturally appear. So are you willing to leave with me, or stay here?" Raising his staff, Moses expressed his determination to his family. The debate lasted from evening to morning, with one question after another being thrown out and then answered by Moses. He was not good at speaking, but now he answered fluently. When the sky lit up again, his family finally reluctantly agreed with Moses' opinion. They would follow him and set off to return to Egypt, back to the center of the Hemanu world. This would not happen immediately, and they still needed to make a lot of preparations. For example, selling property and preparing supplies. So day by day, Moses' family's preparations were gradually completed, but they did not notice that from beginning to end, when they were busy, there was a girl in a green dress standing by. She watched everything, but never said a word. The present world, the human world. Time passed quickly, and the days gradually approached the end of midsummer. Under the scorching sun, trees absorb water through their roots and then evaporate it from the leaves. Some insects chirped among the trees, and the seasonal fragrance of flowers came from both sides of the road. There were no pedestrians on the dirt road, or in other words, there were no pedestrians traveling between cities in this era. Anyone who could be encountered outside the city was either a supernatural being with special skills or a caravan of more than 100 people traveling in a group. Especially since there were rumors of dragons on this road recently, this made most people avoid it as much as possible. Let me move it again. When I go home, I will ask you to move it 100 times. Near a large pit that looked like it had just been dug, Andrea muttered in the scorching sun while gritting her teeth and pushing a corpse into the bottom of the pit. The first time she did this, Andrea was still not used to it, but now her movements have become more and more skillful. Ryan was responsible for killing people, and she was responsible for burying the bodies if not 10 times along the way, at least 8 times. It's finally over. After almost an hour, Andrea wiped her sweat and threw the shovel aside. Running back to the carriage, feeling the cooling effect of the alchemy array, the little princess looked alive. "Ivan, you can solve it with magic. Why let me dig the hole?" Puffing up her cheeks, and then realizing that this was not in line with etiquette, Andrea still maintained that aristocratic smile she had learned since childhood. Just from her tone, you can clearly hear her full of resentment. "If you just want to see me working hard under the sun, you can just say it. You should call me Mr. Ivan. Besides, didn't I tell you that this is a special course I opened for you? Speaking of it, you have buried it so many times. Have you seen anything?" Putting down the book in his hand, Ryan smiled at the angry Andrea. "What can you see? What can you see?" After a pause, Andrea recalled that there was nothing special about the people who attacked them on the road for various reasons, whether in terms of strength or status. some northern barbarians, and some descendants of nobles who were deprived of their titles. What's wrong with that? Then Andrea. Why are the nobles of the divine blood nobles? Ryan gave a persuasive answer. Because of their blood, the divine blood allows them to more easily tap the power in their bodies. As long as the blood is not exhausted to a certain extent, almost everyone can become a professional. Mastering power will naturally lead to mastering status. And hereditary power will naturally bring hereditary status. It looks like he was reading from a script, but in fact, this is what Andrea's father told him. She still remembered her father telling her that pure violence does not equal stable power, but when power can create wealth and bring violence, then power and power are equal, which is why he turned a blind eye to the ban from Olympia. He was close to wizards and promoted alchemy, not to go against those Western powers, but because he saw an opportunity in it. The influence of the Church of the Gods penetrated into the world, and even in many places it was more authoritative than the king. In essence, the divine arts were different from the divine blood of the nobles. The latter could only bring violence, but the former could also create wealth. Holy water that heals injuries, divine arts that make agriculture productive, armor and weapons made in a special way. With these, the church is so irreplaceable. Just like Athens now, if the agricultural church announced its withdrawal from the kingdom, I am afraid that the grain output of the entire country would drop by more than 30%. And to get rid of this situation, witchcraft and alchemy are the solutions Theseus thought of. This is another group that can create wealth and have power. Of course, Theseus did not intend to replace the church with them. What he wanted at this time was just the second option. Yes, Andrea, just like you said, hereditary power brings hereditary status. Nodding, Ryan agreed. Even if they lose their titles, their blood itself means value. As long as they want, they can continue to live a life that ordinary people can't dream of. But Andrea, haven't you noticed that there are so many descendants of God's blood in your kingdom who have become robbers, while ordinary professionals rarely appear? Why do you say this? Because of the policies implemented by my father. No further specific explanation, because this is no secret in Athens today. From the time the king abolished the noble councils in various cities and only maintained the council established in Athens, the intention of this legendary king was very obvious. He was suppressing the authority of the nobles and concentrating them on himself. And at this moment, compared with reality, Andrea felt that she really understood something. Is it because my father was so anxious that he didn't care about these minor issues at all, or maybe he didn't take these nobles who resented him seriously at all? But in fact, they are not without threats. Not only those we met on the road, but even during my kidnapping, someone secretly informed me, and even ignored those cultists. This is Athens. They couldn't have done it all on their own. Looking a little depressed, Andrea felt that she had a clearer understanding of human nature. In this era, there were no sociologists, no psychologists, and almost no politicians. Even the king of Athens was just instinctively trying to maintain the balance. In addition, the knowledge church as the state religion did not reject it, so he brought in witchcraft and alchemy. But if Theseus really wanted to explain the principles, he himself might not be very clear. Even now, Andrea felt that she only understood a little bit. I know what you mean, so I don't have to dig holes anymore, right? As if she had realized something, but the first half of the sentence was still very serious. But Andrea immediately changed the subject and looked at Ryan with shining eyes. Of course no. With a slight smile, Ryan shook his head and refused, then pointed to the front under the little princess's angry stare. Let's keep going. We still have a long way to go, and we can't stop here. You hum. With a light snort, Andrea climbed down the carriage, hung the shovel that she had thrown down before beside the carriage, and then returned to the driver's position. The carriage quickly moved forward again, and Ryan also leaned in the carriage and closed his eyes to take a nap. It was night. There were no clouds in the sky, and the stars and the bright moon accompanied the entire night sky. Ryan lay on his back on a large rock, looking at the starry sky above his head. Andrea was sleeping in the carriage. On this point, Ryan did not have any problems with the little princess, but he usually would not stay in the carriage. He prefers to think about things in this kind of silent environment, as if this would make his mind more active. There is no reason, neither physics nor magic, but Ryan does think so. But today, he encountered a problem. Because when Ryan asked for holy power from the Midgard serpent on a daily basis, he received an additional message. As a shareholder of the Nine Hells, the serpent of the courtyard also felt the abnormal loss of the world's power. However, others still need to guess, but Ryan knows why. This proves that the divinity far away in the foreign land has begun the plan, and the power of the two worlds has begun the final fight. The destruction of Heminu is completely in the countdown, and Khaos is likely to produce all kinds of chaos. This is expected, but now Ryan has to face a problem. That is, as a human part, he woke up too late. He didn't expect that he would accidentally hit the time and space bubble, which was originally an extremely small probability. In his previous plan, when the divine part began to act, his human incarnation should have done what he should do and waited for the show to start. But now that this situation has been encountered, the problem will follow. What will the gods who perceive the fluctuations in the world's power do? What kind of response will those primitive gods have? Once the power of the world is weakened, will the blockade of the mother tree still be so strong? He can't be sure, just like Ryan still doesn't know what tricks Erebus is playing. This is also why Ryan deliberately replaced Hera's sacrifice with the honorific name of the mother tree. It was not just to make the Queen of Heaven suffer a small loss. After all, it actually has no meaning. Ryan wanted to use this to see the mother tree's ability to interfere with the present world. Judging from the results, his seal should still be very strong, if he is not pretending. Will the flesh and blood mother tree disguise? Ryan didn't know. He never knew much about this existence from another world, and most of it was limited to guessing. Wait a little longer. Anyway, the worst result won't be too bad. After thinking for a while, Ryan still couldn't think of any way to deal with it, so he had to take it one step at a time. At least he had to see how these opponents would make their moves. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 323, The Messenger from Olympia. The next day, taking a carriage, Ryan headed south. He did not stop in the cities he passed by and went straight to Athens. If it was before, Ryan might not be so direct. He might have walked all the way like a traveler and saw more of the customs of this place from the perspective of a mortal, but with the occurrence of the abnormality, he was obviously not in the mood. Ryan planned to go to a place where information spread faster to understand what the various aspects of the world were like after the turmoil. The information obtained from Hell was still one-sided and incomplete. Although there were many of their believers in the dark world now, they were not the mainstream after all. In contrast, Athens was different. At that time, it will be time for this little guy to play a role. His eyes narrowed slightly. Sometimes when he thought about it, Ryan was surprised by the audacity of those Hera believers. Of course, they themselves might not know the specific situation, or they might know it clearly, but their faith in God overwhelmed their fear. You know, since the first meeting, Andrea claimed to be the high-level priest of the goddess. And this is not a general name, but a real proof of strength. In today's chaos, people divide the power of the mortal world in various ways, such as the most traditional first level, second level, third level, fourth level, or black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. There is no difference in essence, just different names. There are even spellcasters who simply use the level of contact with the magic network to identify and divide the levels into 1 to 9 ring wizards, but in fact it is just a copy of the former first level 1 to 3 rings, second level 4 and 5 rings, third level 6 and 7 rings, fourth level 8 and 9 rings, just different names. The same is true for clergy, and even more straightforward. They directly divide the realm below the legendary into 2 levels of low-level priests/priests and high-level priests/priests, because the level of clergy before the legendary is more derived from the gift of God, and once the gift of God is taken back, they will return to the mortal world, so there is no need to divide it into 2 detailed levels. They use the 6-ring magic as the boundary to directly separate the high and low among the clergy. Therefore, Andrea's high-level priest is very valuable. If the holy power in her body is not sealed by the power of another god, she can crush the pagans who kidnapped him 10 times. It's just that Theseus in the original myth was raised by Poseidon's followers, so he had a close relationship with the Sea King, so he killed Minotaur without being retaliated, but now Theseus and Poseidon have no such connection. Thinking of Andrea, the Athenian princess who didn't exist in the myth, she happened to be attacked by the Resurrection Church who believed in Hera on the sea. After the incident, the king of Athens also chose to run and fight with a certain incarnation of the sea god at the first time. Obviously, this is probably a joint plan of Hera and her brothers, but now it has failed. If you count it this way, Athens is really making enemies everywhere. Secretly sighing at the absurdity of chaos god again, a king like Minos is actually a well-known wise king. But in addition to this, Ryan also realized the undercurrent under the calm surface of Athens. At the level of the gods, it is hard to say which gods on Mount Olympus of Athena are on her side, while Ares, Aphrodite, and Hera are obvious enemies. At the level of the mortal world, Athens has no allies, whether on the sea or on land. It's a bit strange Athena would put herself in such a predicament. I don't know and I don't know. Ryan didn't think about it anymore. He asked Andrea to find an inn to receive foreign visitors. After a while of settling the itinerary, after parking the frame, Ryan immediately took Andrea to a crowded place. When entering the city, Ryan noticed this place. It was a place to register the identity of outsiders, and stone tablets of different levels were issued according to the different visitors. It is not mandatory, and the verification of identity is also very broad. But considering the possible conference that may happen soon, I am afraid that you really need an identity to enter. You too. I wonder if you want to register your professional level or bloodline level? Not long after, Ryan and Andrea arrived at the place. The priest in charge of registration raised his head and smiled politely. Bloodline level, Lien said softly, and signaled with his eyes. Andrea hesitated for a while but still raised her hand and pressed it on a crystal ball in front of the priest. SHHHHH. Nothing changed at first, but the next moment the red light shone brightly, and the entire crystal ball seemed to have turned into a large magic lamp, illuminating a large area around it. Many people nearby cast their eyes on this place, but no one rushed forward. This is God's blood within 5 generations. The priest in charge of the test calmed down quickly after a low cry. In today's world, bloodlines within 5 generations of gods are not common, but they are not so rare. It's just that he has not been seen much. Maybe it's the illegitimate daughter of a foreign king, just like the king of Athens before he inherited the throne, or maybe she is just a princess of a certain country. In fact, there are hundreds of foreigners who gather at the Panathenaic Games held every 30 years, if not 1,000. Even now, there are still many, but most of them will directly reveal their identities and accept the church and the king's reception. Few come here to receive their identity stone tablets. This is your temporary stone tablet. There are traces of the goddess's holy power on it. It cannot be imitated. If you lose it, please come to register in time. The attitude is much more respectful, but as a clergyman, the middle-aged priest is just following the rules. Thank you. After taking the stone tablet, Andrea thanked politely, and Ryan did not test it again. This one is enough, and the priest obviously regarded him as a guard and did not care more. Don't you want to be low-key? I don't see where this is low-key. After the matter was done, the two left quickly, but before they walked far, Andrea tugged at Ryan's clothes. In theory, there is nothing wrong with this choice. After all, she and Ryan are a sealed Athena priest and a Hell priest. Obviously, it is impossible for them to register as professionals. As the daughter of the king of Athens, Andrea is indeed a descendant of the top bloodline. Anyway, the error of this kind of measurement is very large, and it can only roughly determine a category, otherwise it would not have only come up with the answer of descendant of gods within 5 generations. But no matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with hiding your identity. You are hiding your identity, not pretending to be a passerby. If you meet someone, you will be ridiculed. Once a conflict occurs, you may be exposed. Small seclusion is in the mountains, medium seclusion is in the world, and great seclusion is in the court.
Learn it well.
If you really maintain the identity of an ordinary person, I will go with you to buy some high-level ritual materials, and I guess we will be secretly noticed. If it is to avoid being hunted down, then naturally it is as ordinary as possible. But if you know that you are here to cause trouble, it will be better to give yourself a vest with a high status first. In the next period of time, Ryan plans to upgrade first, and then consider how to participate in this strange conference. His intuition tells him that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The priest of the God King suddenly made such a request, most of which is probably for some reason. But he is not suitable to win a championship directly, and if he fails to win, it will be even more embarrassing. Regardless of the existence of authority, Ryan thinks it is better to be cautious. But no matter what, Ryan still hopes that the final winner will come from his own hands. So about this matter, he thought about it and felt that he still had to cheat. East of Khaos, the Sea of Pontonoris. This is directly above the largest trench in Khaos, but it ranked second after the appearance of the East China Sea whirlpool. This is the birthplace of the ancient sea god Pontos, who once symbolized the concave surface of the earth, and it is also the place where he later slept. This place is always quiet, because its owner instinctively rejects his former opponent and nephew that belongs to the power of the Lord of Ocean Currents, and Poseidon is unwilling to show the power of the storm here and offend this ancient sea god who is no threat. Therefore, the Sea of Pontonoris is considered by many mortals to be a dead sea, not a sea without life, but like dead seawater. Considering its long-sleeping master, this description is actually very appropriate. However, today, the quiet sea was broken by the sound of thunder. Boom! Lightning flashed in the sky, and dark clouds turned into chariots, which was a sign of the arrival of the God King. Zeus did not hide his whereabouts, but noticed from afar that the arrival, the eldest son of Pontos, the current manager of the Sea of Pontonoris, the gentle sea Nereus, had been waiting for a long time. "Your Majesty, welcome." The old sea god smiled warmly and expressed his respect to the God King, who came down from the cloud chariot. And Zeus was also very face-saving. He laughed and gave Nereus a hug. "It's nice to see you, Elder of the Sea. I know that my visit today may be a bit abrupt. Please don't be offended. As the King of the Gods, you have the right to go anywhere in this world without prior notice." Ha ha ha. Laughing, Zeus waved his hand. At Nereus' invitation, he walked into the ancient sea god's former palace, which seemed to have been desolate for a long time. None of Pontus' children lived here, and even Nereus built a new home of his own nearby. However, in order to express his respect for the visitor, he still used this dusty palace. Going all the way inside, Zeus saw many descendants of the ancient sea gods, especially the daughters of Nereus. Amphitrite, the queen of the sea, was once one of them, but now she has become the queen of Poseidon. I hope they are not all so stupid, but it seems that stupidity has nothing to do with me now. With an unchanged expression, Zeus sat on the golden throne prepared by Nereus. The sea nymphs performed songs and dances, and many sea gods toasted and exchanged cups. As time passed, more sea gods who learned the news came here, and the king of gods seemed to be just attending a banquet, feasting with the gods. Time passed in a flash, and Zeus seemed to be a little drunk with a red face. He shook his head, no longer maintaining the demeanor of a god king. At one point, he patted the old sea god's shoulder intimately and suddenly pointed at a dancer in the audience. "Nereus, who is she?" "This is my daughter Thetis. Is her dancing good enough for your majesty?" Nereus smiled and responded, glancing at his daughter. Like Amphitrite, she is the most beautiful of his 50 daughters. It seems that the God King has taken a fancy to her. If so, there is nothing wrong with it. Isn't it for this situation that he followed the example of the Ocean Lord to have many children? It's a pity that none of his children are true gods. He thought so in his heart, but the next moment, Zeus's response made his heartbeat suddenly stop for half a beat. "No, Nereus, I'm not planning to do anything." Drunk, Zeus seemed to say inadvertently, How dare I fall in love with her? That's impossible. After all, she is so special and favored by the world, just like Métis. She will give birth to a child stronger than her father. This is a prophecy and fate. She knows this herself because she has foreseen it inadvertently, but the goddess of fate also knows this. She told me and hoped that I could help her make a good marriage. Nereus, this is a good thing. Everyone hopes that their offspring will be stronger than themselves. So, I plan to choose an excellent husband for her. What do you think? Of course, Your Majesty. It's her honor. Nereus said with a smile, without changing his expression. Very good, then arrange it as soon as possible. I will let all the gods come to celebrate for her. Nereus, this is the honor she and you deserve. Nodding, Zeus drank another glass of wine, and then enjoyed the song and dance in front of him. It started, let her ignite the beginning of everything. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 326 Opening and Game. The God King was interested, and Nereus was not going to refuse, so everything went smoothly. Wings grew on the letter paper, and it flew out from the heavy sea water and flew towards the underworld of heaven and earth. In order to show his importance to this matter, Zeus invited almost all the true gods in the world, even those who had long been away from the world. Of course, invitations are invitations, but whether they are willing to come is another matter. In addition to the gods who have long had old grudges with the ancient sea gods, Zeus also wants to see in advance how much influence he has in the world with his current status. This matter should be urgent. Thinking of these things, when Zeus drove the cloud car to leave the Sea of Pontonoris, he suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the earth. Erechtheian Temple, although the God King has never descended a miracle there, it does not mean that he cannot hear the prayers of believers through his own statue as a medium. Someone is reporting to him the progress of the development of things, and everything is going very well. The mortal named Noros did a good job, and he deserves to be promoted to a holy spirit. With a satisfied smile, Zeus set off again. His cloud car crossed the sky and went in the direction he came from. The only thing left was the still calm sea. But Zeus did not notice that under the shadow of the sea, until he finally left, a black shadow that he had never noticed from beginning to end appeared. It seems that I thought too much. It turned out to be just an accident. I thought his strength had improved so quickly in secret that he could even detect my traces outside Olympus. Is he here for other things? This is more normal. If Khaos's kingship is so terrible, I'm afraid I will change my mind in advance. The voice sounded faintly, and the black shadow was relieved a little. But he still planned to postpone his trip, at least until Zeus finished what he wanted to do. He just peeked at the envelopes flying out from under the sea. They were wedding invitations. The bride was Nereus' daughter, and the groom was a guy he had no impression of at all. But no matter who it is, this means that this place will probably be lively for quite a long time in the future, and Zeus will definitely come again. In order to prevent accidents, it is better to be cautious. He doesn't want others to know about what he's going to do. Thinking of this, the black shadow flashed and fled to a farther place in the sea. Thousands of years ago, when the unexpected adventure ended, he saw a special scene on the way back. But he didn't care at that time. After all, it was just a junior, and there were injuries on his body to be solved, but now it's different. Anyway, the ocean god has a grudge with the ancient sea god for an era, and the other party will not come to this wedding. Taking advantage of this time, it doesn't hurt to adjust the order of his actions. Athens, Acropolis. Compared with half a month ago, this city closest to Athens has once again welcomed a large number of people. Tens of thousands of visitors from various city-states and countries have poured in here just for the upcoming conference. Various activities, foreign goods, and exotic costumes are everywhere. Although the real competition has not yet begun, the prelude has already begun in various places in the city. Most of these are speeches, poetry competitions, or discussions on a certain issue. After all, for those who have long been famous, they may be directly qualified to join the conference. But if the rest of the people don't want to be just a spectator, they may need to do something to get an admission ticket. Not only them, you also need an admission ticket. Ryan just upgraded himself a few days ago, and he looks very energetic. He looked at Andrea, who had changed her appearance after being dressed up by him, and was very satisfied with his craftsmanship. Your blood can make you a guest of honor in the audience, but it does not mean that you can go on stage as a contestant. After all, this is not a test of martial arts. So you need to let everyone know you in the shortest time and think that you are a rare wise man in the world. But I'm a woman. Frowning, Andrea said, "The goddess of wisdom is also a woman, and this is Athens, and your father's old lover is the queen of Amazon. So, if it's just to go on stage, this is at most a small obstacle. But I'm probably not as smart as you think. I can neither make people think that I am a knowledgeable wise man, nor can I win after going on stage. This is based on the premise that your disguise effect can really deceive the gods. Otherwise, we will all be burned at the stake for blasphemy." Rejecting again, the little princess looked at her new look in the mirror. As if she was a dozen years older, she was elegant and charming, making people unforgettable, but her temperament was a little bit off after all. She was actually too young. "You don't need to worry about this either. I let you go because you meet both the requirements of descendant of God and obedient, and there is no one else who can replace you for the time being. In fact, I have already thought about your path to fame, and there will be no problem. What's more, even if you really qualify to participate in the conference, you probably don't need to really go on stage." Shaking his head with a smile, Ryan said lightly, "In fact, as long as the winner is not the Athenians, I don't care who wins in the end." That being said, Ryan felt that the final winner of this conference must be an Athenian, or even a believer of Athena. Even the reason why this conference was held in Athens was probably just to make the result look more reasonable. As for why this was the case, Ryan was not sure. So, if the result could not be changed, he would replace it with someone he could control. "Even if what you said makes sense, if these are not problems, why don't you go on stage yourself?" Raised her eyebrows, Andrea asked again. "Of course it's because it's dangerous." Concisely speaking, Ryan smiled at Andrea's accusing eyes. "Like you said, what if you're found out? But you should not be burned to death. Anyway, Miss Captive, go ahead. You are already a knowledgeable person. Just based on what I taught you, it should be enough for you to sweep away these so-called wise men." It goes without saying where the danger comes from. Although Ryan's disguise technique blessed by the power of the atrium serpent can deceive almost everyone, it is probably very doubtful whether it will still work in front of those great or nearly great beings. After all, he's not a special existence in charge of disguise. His ability in this regard is completely based on his strength and the help of Keto's authority, who joined the 9 prisons a long time ago. In contrast, Andrea is different. She was originally the princess of Athens. Even if Zeus or someone else saw her identity, they would only think that this was arranged by Athena behind the scenes. As for the so-called sweeping away of the wise men, Ryan can only say that the gap between ancient and modern philosophy may not be very large, and no one can even guarantee that some smart people will not suddenly have an epiphany, but mathematics is different. No one should be able to suddenly realize mathematics. He thought to himself, and in front of Ryan, after staring at each other for a while, the defeated Andrea turned around helplessly and walked towards the wooden table that had been prepared not far away. At this moment, there was a large circle of people around the wooden table, and a large sign stood diagonally on the side of the road. People were whispering about something, and there was a large pile of gold coins on the table. In today's world, the circulation of gold is far less than that of silver, but in many places, the consumption of gold is higher than that of silver. Whether it is the construction of the temple or the preparation of certain alchemical products, they will consume a large amount of gold reserves, so that as a precious metal, an Athenian gold stat is not only officially exchanged for 20 large silver coins, but it is common to actually float 50%. This pile of gold coins is placed here, which is tantamount to displaying millions of cash on the street in later generations. The visual impact alone is quite strong. And right next to the wooden table, there is another open box full of gold coins. This is almost equivalent to having an unguarded money transport truck full of bills next to millions of cash. If this is not the Acropolis where the conference is about to be held, I am afraid someone would have been unable to resist doing something. Ahem, make way, everyone make way. She felt a little timid, but while reviewing the so-called mathematical knowledge she had learned last night, Andrea mustered up her courage and walked from the crowd to the wooden table. Although she said before that her wisdom was not up to standard, as a believer of Athena who is not proud of her intelligence, now that she has the opportunity to try it, the little princess is actually quite excited. Are you the owner of this newly opened casino? The crowd made way as they were told. They have been waiting here for a long time. Not long ago, they heard that someone here had set up a wooden table to gamble with everyone who came here, and the cost of participating in the gambling game was 1/10 of their wealth. Needless to say, if you lose, but if you win, then how much you bet on the table, you can get 100 times the wealth from the other party. No one thought that the other party could not afford it. After all, the shiny gold coins could not be faked. Yes, sir, but this is not a casino. After all, I am alone. And this is not gambling, it is just a game. Going behind the table, Andrea pursed her youthful smile, but under her current appearance, it made the audience's heart waver. Does anyone want to try it? How can I guarantee that you will abide by the bet? He didn't even ask what the game was. Obviously, the young man who spoke was dazzled by the gold coins. After hearing this, Andrea just placed a holy emblem of Athena on the table and spread her hands. Obviously, there are people who dare to make trouble in front of the holy emblem of the gods. After all, the holy emblem is not a statue of the gods, and even the statue of the gods may not be noticed by the gods. But in the Acropolis of Athens, if you dare to break the contract in front of the holy emblem, even if the goddess Athena does not punish you, the clergy and guards on the street will not be vegetarians. Are you a witness to the goddess? I don't know. What are the rules of your game? If the rules are very biased towards the dealer, I'd better stay away from it. Another person questioned it. It was a middle-aged, wealthy businessman. He looked harmless, but no one would believe that he was really such a good person. But Andrea was not in a hurry. She stretched out her hand and spread the pile of gold coins on the wooden table. The shining golden light made people feel shaken, and even more people in the distance were attracted by this scene. The game is very simple. There are 3 rows of gold coins on the table, and the number of coins in each row is unlimited. The participants and I take turns to take gold coins. Each time, we can only take 1 coin from a row, and there is no upper limit. The person who takes the last coin wins. It's very simple, right? However, Andrea said with a smile, as if she remembered something. For the sake of fairness, if I decide the number of coins in each of the 3 rows at the beginning, the participants will be the first to take the coins. Conversely, if you plan to arrange a reasonable start, I will arrange who will take the coins first. There should be no objection to such a rule, right? But what the other party plans to do has nothing to do with him. The chips promised by Erebus have been paid, and the force he wants to send has been prepared. He can also leave the underground with his body and completely belong to Olympus. Thinking of this, Moanda discovered that she was also considered resold 3 times. The god who gave him new life turned a blind eye to him and sold himself to the Lord of Darkness for an unknown price. After Erebus used her to create life, he sold her to the god king again, but he just didn't know. This time, how long can Zeus last? No one knows the answer. In short, in the underworld, which is dominated by dark tones, a deal destined to be recorded in the history books was concluded. The wedding banquet on the Sea of Punto Norris is still being prepared, and the stage has not yet been set up, but the preparations for the audience are already half done. Snapped. If I remember correctly, this is the 3rd round. Yes, it looks like the result is not good. The prince has already lost 2 games. It's hard to say. I still can't tell the result after 2 games. This game is getting more and more complicated. Maybe it's luck. I don't know, but the woman who placed the bet said that there is a secret in her game, and if someone can crack it, it can be regarded as winning. Who knows if it's true or not? Even for the legendary big monster, the riddle of the Sphinx, I haven't heard that there is a fixed solution. Every puzzle it creates is different. Same. It's hard to say. If Prince Odysseus can't win, maybe only the goddess of wisdom can see through the mystery behind it. There are more and more people in Acropolis. After all, this is not a large arena. It is just a street. People outside couldn't see inside at all, as a dense wall of people blocked the place. Fortunately, there are many professionals among these onlookers, and they naturally have ways to solve this problem. At this moment, all kinds of mystical eyes, birds that have concluded contracts, or other ways of snooping are densely scattered around the small streets, staring at the wide table in the center. Gold coins are being placed on the table one by one, making a snapping sound. This is already Odysseus' third game. Your Highness, the wealth you brought out of the house seems to have been used up. If you can't win this round, I'm afraid there will be no chips to use. After taking a sip of tea, I felt much clearer. Andrea looked at the gold coins that had piled up into a hill out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but give advice. This is already more than the tax revenue of a city in several years, and Qatar is not a famous big country. It is just an island country close to the Ionian Sea like Phoenicia. You know, the changed gambling situation requires Odysseus to use an equal amount of wealth as a bargaining chip, which means an exponential jump. I know, but most of these are actually my gains from traveling to various countries over the years. I have never cared too much about the growth of wealth before. Taking a deep breath, the young prince's expression was already extremely serious. He carefully placed the next gold coin on the table. At this moment, 6 long rows were neatly arranged from left to right. My intuition tells me that the secret of this game is closely related to the order of moves, so your rules require that if you are not the one to arrange the gold coins, then it is up to you to decide who gets the first one. But it's a pity I haven't seen the mystery yet. Raising his hand to indicate that he was done, Odysseus stared at his opponent's expression. Although he was very relaxed at first and even wanted to get acquainted with this beautiful girl named Leah, now he has regarded Andrea as a comparable opponent. He noticed the other party's thinking, as if he was calculating something, and then took away the corresponding number of gold coins without hesitation, but unfortunately, he still failed to understand what the other party was calculating. Miss Leah, what are you going to do next? If no one can crack your game, will you spread it as a puzzle to the world? I don't know, but at least I have no plans to reveal the mystery until the end of this conference. While chatting, Andrea didn't know the prince's changing mind. After all, ever since she knew the algorithm of this game, she knew that she couldn't lose anyway. The only surprise was that someone saw it. The rules inside win in this way. However, the human world of this era may have had some achievements in geometric composition due to the needs of architecture, but that is all. So after less than half a water clock, Andrea won the game again. Crash. Chong. When the third round ended, a large amount of wealth was dumped on the hill nearby, including even a very gorgeous-looking sword. There was already a lot of sweat on Odysseus's face, and he looked solemnly at the empty table. He had a vague feeling that the existence of this kind of succession seemed to maintain a kind of balance. As long as this kind of balance existed, he would not be able to win the game no matter what he did. Logically speaking, he could have given up, but he happened to understand something a little bit more, which made the prince unwilling to end it. Touching the empty waist, maybe there was something on it. Odysseus gritted his teeth slightly. If I lose in the next round, I will bring you enough bets later. And if we are enemies in the future, I will definitely give in to you 3 times. Then come on. Andrea said nonchalantly and nodded. So the fourth game began, and then ended naturally after half a water clock. The result was no different, and the little princess once again won the final victory. Looking at the chattering crowd and Odysseus, who was barely maintaining etiquette, Andrea showed a heartfelt smile. The young prince was so distracted that he even forgot about the frustration of failure. Who else? Looking around, Andrea tried to speak in a calm tone. You know, she has been waiting for this moment for a long time. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 330 begins. There is always nothing new in Acropolis under the sun, except this time. People in a city are stumped by a game, and it may even evolve into an entire world of smart people being stumped by a game. This kind of thing has never happened. Not surprisingly, this will definitely become another legendary story that will be spread throughout the world and be talked about by people. Although it did not kill the demon and quell the disaster, the prestige it brought may not be lower than the former. This is even a plus among some groups. So, what changes will this bring? Compared to the previous ones, she doesn't have that much interference. In the temporary residence, looking at the sun outside the window, Ryan pondered silently. Different from thousands of years ago, if the original sun being pulled by the golden chariot was just a metaphor and the two parties were actually pulling the sun in a special way, then this now is a real sun chariot. A light body is suspended behind the frame. It may not be as big as the original sun, but it is also closer to the ground. What hangs now is the evening sun, and its light has an aura of decay and dilapidation. This is a power that the ancient sun god himself never had control of during his lifetime. In other words, it was precisely because he was crushed that the sun also had some symbols of this aspect. There is actually a precedent for non-gods to become godlike. Perseus is like this. Under the guidance of the gods, he killed Gorgon, and with the divine blood in his body, he finally ascended to heaven, but he did not have his own authority, just like the big and small constellations that later ascended to heaven. And their actions seem to be restricted. There are often only records of their ascension, but no subsequent actual circulation. Pandora, she is like that too. The disasters in the world originate from the gods, and she only played a role as a tool in the process. So until I left 1,000 years ago, she did not show any signs of gaining authority. So, the so-called great achievements and great fame cannot actually directly bring real authority, at least simply having it cannot. There is definitely something missing in this which I have ignored. And Hercules, I don't know if he was born now. Hercules was not the only immortal mortal, but he was indeed the only mortal suspected of possessing power. Moreover, the authority of power has its owner. In theory, apart from the world, there is no situation in which one can be deprived of his priesthood later in life. So where this Hercules came from is highly debatable. Or is this really just a title, and he has never had real authority? Hope that's not the case. If it is, that's very disappointing. Squeak. While Ryan was thinking, the door was pushed open and there was a slight sound. I have to say that the bearing design of this era is indeed average. From the palaces of gods to the portals of the mortal world, there seems to be no door that does not make a sound. Evan, I'm back. Pushing the door open, Andrea's figure jumped into the door. She looked around, and then, as expected, she saw a familiar figure in front of the table. Come back as soon as you come back. It seems you have got what you need. Without raising his head, Ryan didn't think there would be any surprises about such a trivial matter. The age gap between the two parties is too big. Andrea will definitely win big, as long as she doesn't get nervous and cause problems. However, his indifferent attitude actually calmed down the little princess's excited mood. Well, I defeated Odysseus, the prince of Qatar whom I told you about yesterday. He is very famous. After he loses, I will follow what you said and say that the level of these challengers is too low. I will not accept competitions from ordinary people in the future, and I will not wait there anymore. Pursing her lips, Andrea sat across the table. After calming down, she was also a little worried. The head of the church in Acropolis, who is also a friend of His Excellency the Patriarch, plans to meet me and invite me to directly participate in the final round of the subsequent competition. I won't be recognized, right? If it's a normal situation, of course you will. Even if your appearance is different, some habitual movements will still be recognized by acquaintances. After all, you have not experienced professional training. But after you have built such a big reputation, no one will recognize you. You were put together with the missing princess. After all, what abilities you have, the more familiar you are, the clearer they will be. The implication of Ryan's words is obvious. You were so good before, and the gap between you and now is clear at a glance. Others will naturally not equate you with the original Andrea. Although this was the truth, Andrea still felt like she had been hit by an arrow when she heard it. I see, you know everything. With a soft hum, the little princess lay down on the small bed on the side and made a big font. After being out for a few months, she felt that she had forgotten half of the etiquette she had learned. But to be honest, her father didn't really care about these things. But then again, Alvin, what are you going to do here and let me participate in the competition? What good will it do to you if I win the championship? It's secret, Ryan said calmly, with no intention of answering. Anyway, he also had a black robe that represented secrecy, so there's nothing wrong with saying that. But that's what you said before. Can you say it another way? Then this is fate. Aren't you a bard? It makes sense that a bard can predict. Just think of me as coming to save Athens and bring peace to the world. Lien shook his head slightly, smiling. World peace. There is probably no wish in the world that is more difficult to achieve than this. But specifically for the Khaos world, I don't know if it will be a little more peaceful than before without Olympus. Maybe it will be in the short term, but after a long time, there should be no difference. But Ryan doesn't care much. Although it is not very beautiful and full of sins compared to the Golden Age, maybe this world is the world. Time passes like water, and from the perspective of the stars, the trajectory of the sun is constantly changing. Because of the pomegranate seed she once ate, Persephone, the queen of the underworld, will only stay in the sacred mountain in the first half of the year, and will go to the netherworld in the second half of the year, and then the whole world will enter late autumn. The game competition, which lasted just 2 days, is now known to everyone in the city and has even begun to spread to further places. People call this Leah's game and speculate about Andrea's origins. After all, she has been invited to various dinners more than once in recent days, and her performance is impeccable. This proves that she has definitely received a good education, and the strong blood aura proves her extraordinariness. However, no one can really find out Andrea's background, even Odysseus, who has often visited her since his failure. Andrea's origins are like a mystery, hidden in the fog. However, these are just episodes before the competition. Days pass by, and preparations are in full swing. Thousands of contestants, with very different cultures and identities, obviously cannot rush into the completed venue and take turns to decide the winner. In order to save time and space, the Athenian government temporarily drew up cases and puzzles piled up in various cities under its jurisdiction and prepared hundreds of topics. In the streets, in the city, in the park, in the square, in the theater, and even in front of the court and the church, large and small competitions began day and night. There was no referee and no one announced the winner, only soldiers responsible for maintaining order. When a competition was over, the audience on the scene voted anonymously, which was also a manifestation of the classical Republic of Athens. The winner of each game continued to duel with the winner, and the loser continued to duel with the loser. In the end, the total number of wins of each player was counted and ranked to determine who was eligible to participate in the final victory. This was a scene that was difficult to see in other kingdoms of this era, and even in other places in Athens, because in order to understand the debate, understand the process of decryption, or judge whether the judgment was reasonable and legal, it required a certain level of cultural level and literacy support. Except for the largest sanctuary of the Church of Knowledge on Earth, the Parthenon, no other city could achieve such a wide literacy rate. Standing on the towering city wall, the middle-aged man with a trace of boredom in his eyes looked at the city, feeling somewhat relieved. He came here alone. In fact, as the monarch of this kingdom, he had not paid much attention to the progress of this competition until today. There are many things that bother him, and the disappearance of his little daughter is actually just a trivial part of it. Because Theseus knew very well that the hijacking encountered by Andrea was just a superficial phenomenon, and behind it was the dissatisfaction of traditional countries with their belief in gods. Athens was born too late, its geographical location was too good, and many of the things it chose were too unorthodox. This is not surprising. This is a challenge that latecomers must face. For example, the former kingdom of Eleusis, a kingdom that believed in the goddess of agriculture, has now become a servant of Athens. It monopolized the channels for communication between the maritime countries and the continental countries, and its influence continued to extend inland, and suppression followed. In fact, Athens was almost surrounded by enemies before Theseus ascended the throne, and even just faced the failure of a foreign war. So Theseus, who grew up in a region with a strong witchcraft atmosphere, decisively reformed many systems of the kingdom, from politics to diplomacy. He abolished the noble councils in various places, traded with Silvermoon City, developed marine trade, and introduced the alchemy industry. He also invited the great wizard Hermes, whom he met during his adventure, to Athens. This was also the first precedent among the countries to openly invite a spellcaster to the kingdom. Athens' national strength grew day by day, but what followed was naturally more direct, open, and secret struggles. Compared to it, it was more interesting at the beginning, holding a sword, chopping whoever I was unhappy with, and running away if I couldn't beat them. There was no need to give the gods face, so there was no need to worry about so many things. Somewhat nostalgic for the past, Theseus glanced at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there were no clouds in the sky. Since the preparations for the conference began, the weather has been so good. Many people said that this was a sign of the gods' favor, but Theseus knew very well that at least the gods worshipped by Athens had never descended their power to affect the celestial phenomena. So, if this is really a gift from the gods, it's probably from some other gods. Whatever you want to do, I'm ready. The newly built conference hall in the distance was bustling with people. It was a huge building half located on the hillside. It was carved out of the mountain, and the seats continued to rise along the mountain. The statues, columns, and reliefs on the arches were engraved with the deeds and history of the gods. And this rare event in the world was about to begin here. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 331, Title and Bad Guests. Under the clear sky, crowds of people are constantly pouring into the Acropolis Conference Hall. This newly built building relies on the mountain, with dozens of corridors from top to bottom, hundreds of rows of seats, and even suspended corridors that obviously do not comply with the laws of mechanics. From the beginning of its design, it was required to be able to accommodate at least 150,000 people at the same time, even exceeding the population of some remote towns. The exquisite design allows this huge building to have good ventilation and appearance. When the alchemy pattern is turned on, even the most peripheral audiences will not be affected by the loud voices and can hear clearly. Go to the voice on the floating platform in the center of the venue. This is destined to be a magnificent building that most countries in the world cannot build despite all their wealth. This is not only a matter of money, but also a technical gap. Many visitors from various countries were shocked by this. After all, not even half a year had passed since the decision to build this building. Even in later generations, it would be very difficult to build such a building out of thin air in a few months. In this era, it is simply a man-made miracle. I heard that no legendary wizards were involved in the construction of the Acropolis Conference Hall. The entire construction was mostly completed by ordinary spellcasters and craftsmen. Sitting in the player's seat in advance, Odysseus asked the priest who guided him here. Yes, although more than one great wizard who was interested in this matter offered to help, His Majesty rejected their offer. Take the initiative, I understand. The corners of his mouth moved, and Odysseus knew what was going on. It's not that those wizards are easy to talk to. In fact, as far as he knows, there are actually extremely few people who can truly become legends on the path of spellcasters, even clerics. The rare quantity and irreplaceable ability naturally bring a higher status, but in this kind of matter, it is really possible for them to help for free. After all, it would be quite interesting if the conference proposed by the God King priests was held in the building they built. The gods of Olympus reject wizards, so they naturally don't have a good impression of each other. In contrast, the northern part of the mainland does not have any dislike for spellcasters. There are even 3 goddesses of destiny living on Mount Niso in the north, and they do not have a church in the world. Instead, they have an organization called the Witches of the North. According to some legends, They seem to be able to see the future and destiny and often guide many heroes to the right path and achieve extraordinary achievements. However, although sometimes the so-called correct path is indeed good, sometimes the results are not good, so that others have a rather neutral impression of them. Speaking of which, Your Excellency, I have always been curious. As clergy of the Church of Knowledge, how do you view those beings who have shallow beliefs and attempt to invade the realm of gods? Don't you think this is blasphemy? After hesitating for a moment, Odysseus finally asked what he had been doubting, and beside him, the middle-aged priest also explained calmly. Your Highness Odysseus, this is actually a misunderstanding by outsiders. We are equally averse to intrusions into the realm of the gods. The problem is, wizards are not invading the realm of the goddess.
No.
The expression was a little strange. Odysseus didn't understand what the other party meant. Just like the special fertilizers invented by alchemists, the plants grown with them are close to the effects of the agricultural church's exclusive divine magic. This once made many people question Demeter's authority. Another example is some special alchemical preparations sold in Athens today, which can keep people youthful and energetic for longer. Even if the churches of the goddess of beauty and queen of heaven explicitly prohibit it, a lot of smuggled goods still flow into Western countries. This kind of violation of the authority of the gods happens almost every moment. Even if it is far less effective than the authority of the gods, this behavior itself is intolerable. A breakthrough from 0 to 1 is not necessarily any worse than a breakthrough from 1 to 100. Yes, not at all. Nodding, the middle-aged priest's expression remained gentle. The goddess is a symbol of wisdom. Whether it is skills or the art of war, they're just an extension of the field of wisdom. Your Highness, have you ever discovered that there is any way to truly improve a person's wisdom? Wisdom, not intelligence, not memory or understanding. At this moment, Odysseus felt as if he understood the other person's thoughts. True wisdom has indeed not been violated by humans. On the contrary, all their achievements prove the importance of wisdom. But having said that, can Her Highness Athena really enhance the most fundamental wisdom of a life? Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Odysseus obviously would not ask such a blasphemous question. Not to mention how to measure a person's true wisdom is inherently difficult to say. What most people can see is nothing more than the manifestations of experience, personality, memory, knowledge, etc. If you add these together, you don't know if it is true wisdom. Odysseus didn't know that the reason why he suddenly started thinking about these problems was not because he suddenly changed into a philosopher, but mainly because he was hit by Andrea before. After losing several times in a row, he often looked for other people to play against, and even found a few so-called sure-win ways to start, but they were just rote memorization. The exhaustive method solves the problem, lists all possible options, and finally finds that one party does have a sure-win method, but he only knows the method but not the reason. Although Odysseus later won more than one victory in other aspects with words and quick wit when facing other opponents, and regained some confidence, it inevitably made him begin to doubt his wisdom. He was conceited and wanted to find the Sphinx with a lion's body and a human face to solve its mystery, but he never got any results. Now I feel that I may still be too confident. There are always things I don't know about the world. Dear guests, envoys and citizens from major city-states and kingdoms in the eastern part of the continent, as well as Phoenicia, Lydia, Phrygia, and other countries, the conference is about to begin. Odysseus was only in a corner of the venue. While he was communicating with the priest, people continued to enter here. Until the sun was at its zenith, most people had already sat down, and an old man from the court stood in the center of the platform, facing the tens of thousands of people in the audience. Today, under the witness of God, and under the rule of the Kingdom of Athens, we will hold such a grand ceremony where the wise men of various countries will show their talents and present them as gifts to the gods. But before that, we still need to do one thing, which is to finally choose the topic and referee of this conference. Raising his hand, the old man on the suspended platform in the center of the venue pointed to the air, and then 12 leather scrolls bound together floated in the air. The 12 scrolls have different numbers and colors, and their appearance is so bright and eye-catching that every audience here can clearly see its existence. Everyone has his own ideas in his heart. The truly fair judges are none other than the guests from various countries. They use wisdom to solve the questions, use judgment to prove fairness, and use words to convince you that this is the best way to judge. The real winner will have his own opinion, and each topic may be biased, so we choose to leave everything to fate. Choose a scroll you like and raise the corresponding sign next to your seat. We will choose the topic and process of the finals based on this. Now, please be quiet. Choose a topic. Start now.
Hualala.
The waves hit the calm sea surface, bringing bursts of sound. Thousands of gorgeous carriages passed through the sky and fell straight down, and the sea also parted in front of them. Perhaps because of the arrival of the Earthshaker, the usually calm Sea of Pontonoris also became turbulent, but it seemed so small and ordinary in front of the gods in the sky. What a hasty wedding! There was not even half a year from the decision to the start. What a joke! Aphrodite was a little upset as she picked up a rose and watched it bloom and wither. She didn't really want to come here, and she didn't know the specific reason. At first, she thought it was a warning from fate, that something bad was going to happen on this trip, but she remembered it later. She hated this place for a long time, not just 1 or 2 days. It was just that she didn't want to get close to it subconsciously before, but now she had to come because of the order of the God King. Such a hasty wedding, but the God King personally sent out an invitation. Could it be that he finally couldn't help but break the oath he once made and exert his influence on the sea? The goddess of beauty spoke as if no one was around, and her daughter, the goddess of harmony, Harmonia, said nothing. Her husband Cadmus, who was famous in the world, was no longer there, and he couldn't leave there at all, and the goddess of harmony was naturally alone most of the time. But she still didn't quite agree with her mother's words. Perhaps it is the nature of the priesthood that in the eyes of the goddess of harmony, Zeus's connection with the laws of the world has become more harmonious and close. This is a good thing, just as the second-generation God King once believed that the creation code was the most suitable artifact for the God King. This special state can allow Zeus to have power far beyond his imagination when facing the existence of rule-breaking. But on the other hand, this connection that directly acts on him is also different from the artifact. The more benefits you get, the more constraints you need to bear. If there is anyone in this world who will never violate his oath and the order of the God Court, the goddess of harmony thinks it is Zeus. So no matter what the God King is here for, he will not use his own power to conquer the ocean. Forget it. You are always so boring. I didn't support you marrying a mortal at the beginning, but it was a pity that this was the order of the God King. But I don't think he really wants to repay the human named Cadmus. Shaking her head, Aphrodite said no more. Cadmus's later years were not good, and the Thebes he founded and his descendants were even more troubled, and even she had some influence in them. But no matter what, that was in the past. The float went down from the separated sea surface, and Aphrodite and her daughter walked into the palace of the ancient sea gods with the respectful welcome of the sea nymph at the door. Behind her, more gods came one after another. Even the god of light and the goddess of daylight, who had been away from the world for a long time, came in person. These are 2 ancient gods with powerful divine power, but at the invitation of the King of Gods, they still came from the starry sky to the human world. In addition, Aphrodite even saw traces of the first generation of Titan gods, who seemed to be the goddess of light who took refuge in the starry sky, the wife of the god of lightless celestial bodies who rarely left traces in history. And her, why is she here too? Aphrodite saw a red hem with a glance, but turned around and disappeared. The goddess of the magic net, the god who wandered outside the court of gods, they had nothing to do with each other, but because of an accident, the goddess of beauty seemed to have offended her. Since then, Aphrodite has been the target of the other party's teasing, and each time it was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Humph! With a cold snort, Aphrodite walked into the palace of the sea god. She had planned to wait for Ares, but now she was in no mood. At most, she would say a few nice words, and that reckless man would not remember such things. The flow of people was like a weaving, and as time went by, more and more gods arrived. Until the sun was at its zenith, even Apollo temporarily abandoned his golden chariot, let it hover in the sky, and then came to this palace. Gradually, the outside of the sea god palace became quiet again. If nothing unexpected happened, the wedding banquet should have started. No god would put on such a big airs and come at this time, so the sea nymph guarding the door also relaxed. "Who is there? Come out." Suddenly, the sea nymph in front of the palace seemed to find something wrong, and her face became nervous. She stared at the deep sea tide in the distance and subconsciously took a step back. And in her eyes, a gray-clothed goddess slowly approached from a distance. The visitor did not take the carriage, but the sea nymph was still relieved. It's good that it's a god. She was just afraid of encountering an irrational monster. The gods will not make a scene at the wedding banquet hosted by His Majesty the God King, but the latter will not care what the God King is. "Welcome, Your Highness, I come from the underworld," Eris said lightly, without any ups and downs in her voice. "No matter where you come from, as long as you are the God King. I don't have an invitation either." The sea fairy was silent for a moment. She knew why. After all, the gods of the underworld. Even she didn't remember them for a while. Even the Hades was forgotten, let alone the goddess in front of her. But the gods are always gods, and the God King will never really shut her out, so she still responded respectfully. "Then, Your Highness, I will go in now." "No need." Raising her hand to refuse, the goddess of disharmony showed a strange smile. She looked at the palace in front of her and said calmly, "Without an invitation, you don't have to go in, but since you are here, you must give gifts." "Let you pass on my gift. I don't know if this is lucky or unfortunate for you. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 332, dedicated to the most beautiful goddess. There are thousands of auspicious colors in the Sea of Pontonoris. Compared with the last time Zeus came, this ancient Poseidon palace has a completely new look. The sea surface reflects the color of the sky, colorful corals grow on the bottom of the sea, and various fish swim among them. Creatures with sacred blood are thriving, and they use their own magic to show how unusual this place is. Because of the gathering of gods, thunderclouds and strong winds rise and fall on the sea, flowers grow in the sky, and petals fall down, bringing bursts of fragrance. In the ocean, huge seashells open their shells, and pearls like stars shine. All this was originally prepared for both parties at the wedding, but when the God King stepped off the golden chariot, he found to his surprise that the sea nymph Thetis was not at the head of the throne. It seems that she also knows that such a wedding is definitely not held for her, but she probably only thinks that the protagonists are me and her father. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zeus walked into the palace, surrounded by nymphs. He was actually a little pity. The reason why the God King knew about the prophecy about Thetis was naturally not because he was inspired by gods and suddenly went to Mount Nysa to ask for advice. In fact, he first fell in love with this beautiful sea fairy before seeking guidance from his fate. After all, one accident was enough. As for the result, obviously, just as he worried, it was another Métis, so Zeus decisively gave up on her. Just like he has never been close to Aphrodite, the God King may not care about the identity issue, just as he has never been soft on his granddaughter. But he always stayed away from some people. In the huge palace, Zeus walked into the main hall surrounded by nymphs. The gods who arrived first were already changing cups, drinking, chatting, and laughing. Seeing the God King entering the palace, the gods stepped forward to salute one after another, and Zeus responded with a smile. He sat on the golden throne prepared for himself, and then talked and laughed in a low voice with Hera beside him. Compared with before, the queen's complexion was much better, and this wedding where all the gods came together also made her in a good mood. Therefore, Hera took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Zeus, which surprised even the God King. Maybe it's because he has had too many illegitimate children over the years, but Hera hasn't given him a good look for a long time. Time passed like this minute by minute, until Apollo, who was on duty, also arrived, and almost all the gods who were willing to attend the banquet came. The heavy palace door slowly closed with a loud noise. The gods all realized that the wedding was about to begin, and they also looked at the god king and Poseidon Nereus, waiting for their speeches. This wedding will never really be just a wedding. Just like Poseidon looked at his superiors with a gloomy expression at this moment, and occasionally glanced at his queen Amphitrite. However, this sea nymph, who is also the daughter of Nereus, seemed not to realize what was happening at all. She just shuttled between her former sisters and showed off her current life to them. There is no true god among Nereus's children, so Amphitrite is the one with the highest status among them. Let's get started, Hera. You are the guardian of marriage, and you should be the one to preside over it. Without getting up, in the eyes of the gods, Zeus gestured to Hera.
I.
Somewhat unexpectedly, Hera looked at Zeus, but she only received an affirmative look. The god king had no intention of saying anything, and his focus was never on this wedding. In comparison, even that mortal event was more worthy of his attention. Zeus was not sure if everything would go smoothly. After all, there were always many surprises. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance. All right. Nodding in agreement, Hera slowly stood up from her seat. If Zeus didn't want to say it, just say it. She actually didn't understand what this sudden wedding was about. However, there was nothing wrong with the Queen of Heaven delivering a speech on behalf of the King of Gods, so Hera straightened her expression and spoke calmly and confidently. Everyone. The golden crown shook, and the queen looked at the wedding protagonist, who had been pushed to the corner. Today, at the invitation of the King of Gods. Squeak. After a while, the originally closed door suddenly opened, and Hera's speech was interrupted midway. The eyes of the gods gathered together, and they immediately recognized the person. It was the guest of honor at the wedding banquet, another unknown daughter of Nereus. Some of the gods planned to rebuke, but the next moment, they fell silent. Because everyone has seen the familiar yet unfamiliar golden fruit. Walking hurriedly in the palace, Anik held a silver tray in his hand. There is no wine glass, just a treasure that exudes fragrance and brilliance on the tray. Even after just smelling it, Anik felt the power in his body surge and even slightly increase. This is not an illusion. Compared with true gods, they actually do not have the so-called upper limit of divine power, because regional gods without priesthood and authority can only approach the lower limit of true gods infinitely, but cannot reach it. There are exceptions, but Anik naturally does not belong to this exception. Feeling the power churning inside her body at this moment, she was once again shocked by the power of this legendary Ares. Tell me, who is more beautiful, me or your mother goddess? Ah. Her eyes were dazed. In Ares' eyes, his wife, who had always been distant from him, was so beautiful. Her eyes were like the stars in the sky, her lips were like the sweetest wine, and her skin was as white and smooth as milk. At this moment, she was the moon in the night sky, the only one among the gods. Needless to say, Aphu, how could the mother goddess compare to you?
Boom.
Before the words fell, a huge roar sounded from the top, and the next moment, the whole temple shook. But soon after, under the power of the King of Gods, all the noise was suppressed again. Beside the golden throne, Hera glared at her disappointing son. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Ares dared to say such words in front of the gods. She could almost imagine that her son admitted that he was not as beautiful as Aphrodite. This matter might be laughed at by the gods for 10,000 years. Enough! With a roar, Zeus finally couldn't bear to watch any more. Even while speaking, he couldn't help but glare at Ares. This idiot, how could he and Hera give birth to such a thing? If you inherited 1/10 of my ability, you wouldn't be played around by Aphrodite. Huh. Exhaling, Zeus's anger was only for a moment, and Ares was just a small matter. But he had originally planned to let the existence of the golden apple ferment among the gods, but He never expected that even if the armed robbery was prohibited, the situation could escalate so quickly. Add fuel to the fire? No need. These are just Hera and Aphrodite. He can't imagine what will happen if he continues to let it go. Zeus decided to speed up the progress after glancing at Athena, who was involved but still felt like she was out of the script. He was quite satisfied with the development of the matter. In terms of creating conflicts, the effect of the golden apple was better than expected. Although the two people who had the most intense conflict were not the ones he wanted, he should not hesitate any longer and should proceed directly to the next step. So Zeus showed anger on his face, as if he was angered by the argument between the goddess of beauty and the queen of heaven. But he glanced at the gods and seemed helpless. You are all my relatives, my arms, or the respected ancient gods. It is not a wise move to fight for such a false reputation, and it will only make this matter a laughingstock. Then how do you plan to solve it? As if watching the fun, Hecate did not know when to conjure a big pumpkin for herself. She sat on the pumpkin and shook her calves, breaking off a piece and putting it in her mouth. Since the goddess of the magic net is so interested in this, it seems that you are not going to fight for the golden apple, so why not let you decide where it belongs? A divine light flashed in his eyes, and Zeus said unintentionally. Many gods present were terrified, but before they could question, Hecate shook her head. Don't leave this kind of troublesome matter to me, little Zeus. I'm here to watch the fun, not to make myself the fun. Hecate sneered as she glanced at the queen of heaven and the goddess of beauty, who had the most intense verbal conflict before, and then lay back, and then disappeared in a flash. It turned out that a big pit that could just accommodate one person appeared in the center of the pumpkin at some point. Come on, Zeus, start your performance. Let me see what you are going to do. Since you don't want to, forget it. But the arrival of the goddess of discord is indeed an accident. Zeus was not angered by the presumptuous words, and when facing Hecate, he seemed to have a high tolerance. He looked at the gods and looked at each one separately, as if he wanted to select a fair judge. Some people looked expectant, and some people didn't want to be involved, but in the end Zeus didn't choose anyone. When the last god moved away from his eyes, the king of gods smiled. I know that many of you here want to be the judge, but what I want to say is that, except for Themis's golden scales, no god can make all the gods feel that his judgment is fair and correct. So, I decided to leave it all to fate. Stretching out his hand, the tricolor scepter of the king of gods appeared in his palm, and Zeus waved it gently, and a phantom appeared in the air. Through the phantom, the gods saw a temple and a believer kneeling there to pray, and when the image was raised, they saw a city. That is my believer, one of my agents in the world. Not long ago, he prayed to me and prepared to dedicate a grand event to me and my favorite daughter as a gift to the gods. Maybe this is the revelation of fate. The world is selecting wise and fair heroes, and the conflicts between the gods need such a person. Why not let this event decide who the golden apple belongs to? The gods looked at each other, and they thought this proposal was acceptable. No matter who among the gods is the judge, they will not be convinced. Although it is a bit of a joke to hand it over to a mortal, they can use various means to ensure that the mortal's choice is not affected by the will of the gods. As for the fact that this event is held in Athens, it may give some gods an advantage. Athens is not the only one in the Church of Knowledge, and there are not necessarily fewer visitors from other countries gathered now, and the quality is even higher. Then let it be. Her anger has not subsided. Hera looked at Ares and Aphrodite expressionlessly, and finally glanced at Athena standing quietly beside her. It has already made such a big joke. No matter what, the golden apple must be hers.
Hua.
Hua la la. In the east of the earth, a human event is being held. On the Sea of Pontonoris, a marriage ended without success. The couple who were supposed to be the protagonists did not even have the opportunity to say a word and could only huddle aside and watch the gods who almost broke out into a war. On the cliff of the sky, at the end of the sea, the long river that flows forever flows endlessly and has never stopped flowing. That is the river of the world, the symbol of the office of Oceanus, the god of the ocean, the beginning of the ocean currents in the world, and the boundary between the sea and the void. Here, a temple that is always flowing stands between the waves of the river. Except for the Oceanus couple, almost no one can set foot here. But today, there was obviously a small accident here. In the empty hall, I don't know when there was a third person. What do you think? Oceanus, this is your last chance. In the past, you worked hard for 3 epochs, but you know very well that if there is no accident, even if another 3 epochs pass, you can't succeed on your own. Standing in the shadow, or rather, the place where he stands will definitely become a shadow. Erebus looked at the still hesitant Oceanus and stated the facts lightly. This is his last attempt in a short period of time. After Zeus's wedding banquet is over, he has other things to do. The Sea of Pontonoris. He still had something to do with Pontos. Although the other party had been asleep for a long time, it would not be difficult to wake him up if he wanted to. You know, Oceanus, in this world, most people don't want others to have smooth sailing just because they have suffered. On the contrary, they get wet in the rain and want more people to get wet with them. And in this world, there are only 2 people who once did not have great power, but later had it and are still active in this world. Lien and Zeus, unfortunately, they both have ill will towards you. Your Highness Erebus, there are indeed some misunderstandings between us. Saying words that he didn't really believe in, the ocean god used this excuse more than once to refuse, but his attitude of refusal softened again and again. But malice, isn't it dash? Hee, doesn't Ryan's sword hurt, or did you forget it so quickly? The Lord of Darkness smiled faintly and continued. As for Zeus, I dare say that as long as he is still the king of gods, you will never be able to unify the sea, even if Pontus has been asleep for a long time and Poseidon can't even stop one of your hands. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is the sharpest knife. The sword mark that once cut off the long river was indeed fresh in the memory of Oceanus, and Zeus' attitude was almost revealed. Even though he sent 2 daughters to him one after another, one was swallowed by him, and the other gave birth to the goddess of grace with him, Zeus still did not relax his vigilance against Oceanus. No matter what, the other party would never allow him to unify the sea, work together with his wife, and become the true supreme who controls the sea and water. Tell me what you want me to do. After a moment of silence, just when Erebus was about to leave, Oceanus finally gave in. The other party was right. If he simply waited, he might not be able to seize the opportunity even if he really had it. However, although he gave in, Oceanus had made a decision that he would never be cannon fodder. No matter how fantastic the other party's words were, Oceanus would not do anything unless his method could allow him to reach a higher realm first. As for after reaching it, that was another matter. What choice he would make at that time would naturally depend on the situation before making a decision. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 335, The Lost and the Long Silence. Chapter 335, The Lost and the Long Silence. Half a day passed, and in the palace of the ocean god, a secret conversation that no one knew about began and ended. Under the full force of the Dark Lord, time and fate were isolated, and the laws of all things could not be seen. Everything here was hidden, and even the present world itself could not detect what was happening here. This was more stringent than when the secrets of the silver humans were covered in the Second Age, because Erebus did not understand the authority of the God King, and he was not very clear about how closely Zeus was now related to the present order. Although strictly speaking, he was actually looking for and creating teammates for him, just as Erebus had planned long ago. He was not really going to help Zeus, and his means of creating helpers were definitely not acceptable to the God King. And this is exactly why the Dark Lord did not take action until recently, because the abnormal turbulence and passage of the world's power did make many things much easier, turning the impossible into possible. When the power is poured into the outside world, the induction of the inside will naturally decrease. It seems that you have also realized what you need most. In comparison, it's no big deal to have 2 more enemies who are already on bad terms. After all, before, you didn't even qualify to be an enemy. After the secret talk, Erebus finally showed a satisfied smile. The first stop after leaving Zeus was so smooth, which made him feel very good. It is said that mortals who are superstitious about fate believe that a good start often brings luck to subsequent things. He doesn't know much about fate, but he is willing to believe that this is a good sign. Maybe, I just don't know what role I play in your plan, or in your plan for the future world. The tone was a little self-deprecating, and the look was a little tired, not physically, but mentally. Okeanos didn't know whether his choice was right or wrong, but he was still moved by it. But when he thought of the price he had to pay for it, he hesitated. Erebus did not tell the whole plan, but the part that involved him made the ocean god feel terrified, which made him think of some things that happened a long time ago. Fortunately, they are all in the past. Of course, I want to play the role of the supreme ruler of the ocean and water. Isn't this exactly what you want? Besides, I didn't ask you to do anything, Oceanus. I just told you what I was going to do. As for whether you do it or not, I can't force you to do it. After all, you can regret it at any time, and I can't ask you to swear to the Styx. But, my dear nephew, this world is so big, and there are only so many positions. If you get more, others will inevitably get less. This is something that cannot be changed. Then as long as you still want to move forward, you will definitely have grievances with others, just like the path I described to you. You can choose not to do it, but you know very well that every time you do something, you will become stronger, and when you finish it, you will get what you want, and of course, you will have more corresponding enemies. To go or not, it's all up to you. I'm not the god of the sea, and no other god of the sea has a more unique opportunity than you. The Lord of Darkness spoke calmly, and he actually didn't think much of his indecisive nephew. In fact, from the fact that he chose to have many children and make many relatives, we can know what kind of god he is, but I am not worried that he will refuse. The conspiracy will be exposed, the calculation will be discovered, but at this moment, I am wholeheartedly thinking about him and analyzing the future path. As for the troubles that will be brought about in this process, isn't that justified? There is no eternal enemy, Oceanus. As long as you can achieve your wish, you must make a choice. Or, are you willing to entrust your fate to Zeus? At least you should be glad that you still have a choice, while more people have no chance to choose at all. Maybe. Sighing, Oceanus finally confirmed, I believe you can do everything else. As a primitive god who lives with the world, your power is unquestionable. But there is one thing. I remember that in the past years, only the God King could lock the gods into the abyss. How can you do it? Send a god of the Olympian pantheon into Tartarus, and then make him unable to be released by Zeus. This is my business. As I said, you can regret it at any time, right? With a faint smile, Erebus did not explain. The abyss was also a stop he expected, but it was not the first few targets, because he didn't know that much about it. It rejected the entry of great divine power, especially since the Third Age. But at least there was one thing he was relatively clear about. At the end of the Second Age, Kronos abandoned everything and opened up a boundary in the abyss. He saw it with his own eyes, with the power left in the soul of the silver human. The other driving force behind it was Ryan, so in a sense, the spirit world and the abyss should be considered enemies. Over the years, those lives called demons have dealt with the outside world a lot, and he also learned about some of the changes there in recent years. The abyss gave birth to life, and even fought against each other with the interface opened by Cronus. These were all unexpected and reasonable things. Comparing the information he had obtained, he also further confirmed how the interface called Hell was opened by stealing the power of Tartarus. But this in turn proves that the idea of opening up the world and absorbing the growth of the original realm of gods is feasible. Cronus could only tear each other apart from the unconscious abyss and spend a long time eating away at it, because after all, he was not a primitive god, but he did not need these. Of course, those are all things for later. For Erebus now, he has already made preparations beforehand and afterward, but the right time is just missing. That's it. You still have a lot of time to hesitate. But I hope that by the time the opportunity comes, you will have made the final decision. After saying this, He waved his long sleeves, and the figure in the shadow disappeared as quietly as when he came, leaving Oceanus alone in his palace. He had nothing more to say, so time would tell the rest. Brush. In the blink of an eye, from the outer sea to the inner sea, Erebus, who left the river of the world, crossed this long distance and came to the Ionian Sea. The kingdom of mankind is not far away on a large island, and some ships are cruising offshore. But the reason why Erebus came here was that it was relatively close to the Sea of Pontonoris. Zeus was still there, and he was in no hurry to get there. After considering his preparations again, Erebus repeated the only condition he lacked: an opportunity. Or rather, the timing of his death. Although he is already working hard for this, he actually doesn't know whether Ryan can provide this opportunity. Because the opponent has never shown such invincibility and strong dominance before, and it has never made him feel invincible. In the last battle between the two sides, they only missed by a negligible margin. So if it's just Ryan like this, can he really kill him? It doesn't matter, I never put all my money on it. One of you and Zeus, or the spiritual world, and the real world, must win. With a faint smile, the Lord of Darkness felt that the problem was not big. Oceanus is only the first, but he will never be the last. He will gather all the helpers he can find one by one, and then create an opportunity and a reason to weigh himself with them. Let's take a look at how many cards Ryan has left, or what he shows is all he has. If he can really fight against the lineup he envisioned on his own, then there is no doubt that such an invincible power will definitely tear him apart, and then he will die himself and let him continue to conform to the laws of the world. Let's fight it out. After all, the God King is also a member of the lineup. He doesn't believe that Ryan, who killed Zeus, can still live in peace with the world as it is now. But if you can't, then it's not a big deal. Many existences will wipe out all traces outside the spirit world, and then form hatred with Ryan, and he is just one of them. When that time comes, the Lord of Darkness will activate the backup option, and it will be Zeus again. If you think about it this way, it seems that no matter which option you choose, the God King will definitely be unlucky. But it's normal. I am the master of the lightless realm. Ryan is the master of the spirit world, and even Cronus has now become the master of hell. But only the God King has never been the master of this world and destiny. Looking at the colorful lights on the Sea of Pontonoris, Erebus felt a little regretful. He heard that Ryan liked to paint, but unfortunately, he was not very good at it. Otherwise, he must paint a painting to commemorate Zeus, like The Last Wedding or The Feast of the Golden Apples would be good. That day will be the end of the Third Era, and once again the God King will lose his throne. I just don't know who will be the fourth God King. It is late autumn, 852 years of the new calendar. God's attention is concentrated on the sea, but some are at the wedding, and some are on the long river. Human beings gathered around Athens, waiting for an audiovisual feast to determine the winner, who is destined to be famous all over the world. As a year that is about to go down in history, just like 1914 and 1931 in later generations, it not only attracted the attention of gods and men on a practical level, but also caused ripples in the field of destiny. At this moment, when the competition was just beginning to select its topic, various colored brands were lifted up in the hands of tens of thousands of spectators in the trapezoidal auditorium. 12 numbers emerged in midair, recording the number of brands of different colors. This is not image recognition, but a simple application of alchemy, because everyone's voting signs are placed in a simple mechanical structure. Only one can be selected at a time, and the next one can be picked up only after putting down the previous one. Through the transmission structure, one can easily calculate how many people lift each sign. Sitting in a remote corner, Iapetus looked at the lively crowd with interest. In the past, competitions were not uncommon, but they were the stage for heroes and wise men. The audience could only cheer and watch, but now the design of Athens is truly pioneering, making people surprised and pleasantly surprised to be able to participate. Iapetus was no exception. He was holding a black sign and enthusiastically joined the noisy crowd. It's really changing with each passing day. I still remember that humans in the past would only kowtow to each god and worship, and their leaders would carry huge stones to build temples for the gods. Time flies, so many years have passed. Iapetus, the god of speech, had a lot to do with the birth of mankind in the first place, and his eldest son Prometheus was the creator of bronze mankind. Since creating the silver generation together with Gaia, this ancient titan has been living in seclusion in his own place and no longer participates in the affairs among the gods. Even if one of his descendants is imprisoned and the other goes to support the sky, he turns a blind eye to this. But perhaps because a person's life is too boring, he often turns into a human and comes to experience life in the realm of mortals. As for this time, maybe it was because he had been invisible pull after having glimpsed his destiny. Maybe it was simply because, as the god of speech, Iapetus liked this kind of occasion where wise men debated. In short, he came to the human world again and came to in this arena. He was in a good mood. After all, the once weakest titan had become stronger with the increase in intelligent life. Well, he was still the weakest. After all, Mnemosyne, the second-to-last weakest, has no idea where she went, and the remaining first-generation titans are basically gods with powerful divine power. Even if Hyperion, who has turned into 800 petals, can survive, Sun will not be able to match speech in the field of combat. But for Iapetus, he didn't intend to fight anyway. It didn't matter whether he was strong or not. There is nothing better than a day like this. Suddenly, Iapetus' figure froze for a moment. He couldn't believe what he saw. He took a deep breath and looked there again. But this time he saw nothing. It turns out I saw it wrong. Yes, the mother goddess has not been seen for a long time. How could she appear here? She was not seen when Typhon was suppressed. It is impossible for such a human debate to attract her attention. Yes, no possible, absolutely impossible. He comforted himself silently, but Iapetus felt that he should run away. Although Gaia had promised before that dealing with the silver human was the last thing she asked of her, and would even use her power to protect him from now on, Iapetus had no hope for this. No one knows what the Earth Mother can do. Her actions, like hitting the sacred mountain before, were beyond the comprehension of the god of speech. Therefore, although he wanted to see this event, in order to avoid trouble, it was better to stay away as soon as possible. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 336. In addition to mathematics, there is also substitute playing. Ahem, please make way, thank you. Try to act like an ordinary person, even politely. Iapetus stood up from his seat and walked to the periphery of the venue. In the entire terraced auditorium built on the mountain, there is a flat interval road every dozen rows of seats, which is curved and connected to the door to the outside world. However, at this moment, the spectators who participated in the conference as spectators were very enthusiastic, and it was common to see people talking loudly and standing up. So much so that Iapetus almost moved out of the viewing platform little by little, and even had to greet acquaintances on the road. Well, yes, acquaintances. In fact, Iapetus not only has acquaintances in Athens, but also has a noble status passed down from generation to generation, a large fiefdom, and a wide reputation. In the impression of most people in the upper class of Athens, he is a family heir who came from a foreign country and has been passed down for hundreds of years. As the head of the contemporary family, Mr. Ilos is like his ancestors, keen on books, calligraphy, and painting, and likes to watch speeches and debates, but rarely participates in them personally. Yes, I just suddenly remembered that there is an urgent matter that I haven't done. Yes, I can't postpone it, and I have no way. Looking helpless, after talking to the last friend for a few words, Iapetus strode out. It is likely that he was dazzled just now and Gaia should not appear here, but despite this, he still doesn't want to stay here for even a second. He walked hurriedly, observing the movements of the crowd in the distance without making a sound, searching for the target in the lively venue, and the exit portal was just in front. Bang! Accompanied by a dull collision, Iapetus staggered and almost fell to the ground. The god of speech who reacted subconsciously expressed his apology. He didn't pay attention to the movement in front of him just now. Hiss. I'm really sorry, I didn't notice you just now. The tone was sincere. If it were other gods, I'm afraid many of them would have been furious, but Iapetus didn't take it to heart. Even if there was no suspected existence of Gaia, he wouldn't remember this little thing. Since ancient times, whether it was Iapetus, Prometheus, or Epimetheus, they all dealt with humans because of their own weak power and thus developed different personalities. For example, Prometheus once knew himself as a leader and protector, with a kind mentality in his arrogance, and Iapetus felt that there was no difference between humans and gods, and the two sides only differed in strength. After all, he had been the weakest god, and at that time even the regional gods did not exist. So even though he was in a hurry to leave here, Iapetus still apologized politely. I'm really sorry, but I have something urgent to do. I am Count Ilos who lives in Athens. If I have time in the future, I will be happy to entertain you at home and have dinner with you. Count Ilos. The voice came from the front, and Iapetus nodded slightly. From the other party's tone, as the god of speech, he easily read surprise, and thinking, strange. Is this someone who has heard of his name, but has never met before? At least Iapetus can be sure that he has never seen the young man in front of him. But no matter who he is, he has to leave here quickly. Although it is a bit rude, I'm afraid I can't stay for long. I have something urgent at home. I understand your urgency, Count Ilos, but I'm presumptuous to ask. The young man looked up and looked at Iapetus in front of him. Are you hiding from her?
What?
Looking up suddenly, it was not until this moment that Iapetus suddenly felt something was wrong. He followed the finger of the strange young man in front of him. At the end of his sight, the familiar reddish-brown hem made him hold his breath subconsciously, but fortunately, the other party did not look at him. It's really here. It was not an illusion just now. But why did Gaia come to Athens? What is she doing here? Is there something wrong with this conference? And besides that, with a serious look, the god of speech looked at the young man in front of him. He looked about 20 years old, or even younger. The handsome appearance and well-made clothes seemed to prove that the visitor was not short of wealth. But at this moment, what attracted Iapetus was not these mortal creations, but those hidden underneath. He just reacted. Even though he was nervous because of Gaia's fleeting figure before, it was impossible for him to bump into others. Although Iapetus took the initiative to block his body, which was not strong among the gods, but could be regarded as the top in the mortal world, in order to behave like a mortal as much as possible, this definitely did not include his perception ability. Not to mention just thinking about things, even if he ran with his eyes closed, Iapetus would not bump into anyone. The only possibility for this to happen is that the person in front of him avoided his perception, avoided the perception of a god. Even in the mortal world, this is still a very incredible thing. So who is the existence in front of him, and does he realize the true identity of himself and the woman he is pointing at? Who are you, and what do you want to do? He didn't try rashly. Not to mention that there was a big thunder next to him. Even if there was no thunder, he would not easily make such a risky move. Iapetus just asked seriously, and in front of him, the young man spread his hands innocently. Don't be so nervous, Count Ilos. I'm just a poet passing through Athens, of course. You can call me a prophet or a prophet. Anyway, it's fate that guides us to meet here. Fate? Iapetus secretly complained that the surprise of this person when he saw him before was not fake. He didn't know who he would meet here, but on the surface, he still looked like he believed it. Okay, just treat it as fate, but I'm leaving here. So, you are really avoiding her? But at such a close distance, can you really avoid her? The young man said casually, with a smile. Maybe, but you have to try it. Or, do you have a better way? Speaking in a deep voice, Iapetus knew that the other party was telling the truth. No matter why Gaia came here, and why she didn't notice him for the time being, since he was here, he would be discovered sooner or later at such a close distance. Unless he directly used the power of a demigod to quickly leave the city and keep a safe enough distance, but this would only make him discovered faster. I have no choice, but under the guidance of fate, If you stay by my side, you will not be discovered by her for the time being, provided that you don't do anything that attracts too much attention." The young man took 2 steps forward and sat back in his seat. He raised his hand slightly and asked with a smile, "So are you going to leave or stay? What do you want me to do?" After a moment of silence, I don't know why, Iapetus felt as if he had recalled a long time ago. It seems that there was also such a prophet who pretended to be in the name of fate and guided the mother goddess who was still normal at the time to do many things. But now, thinking of the old figure that he couldn't understand, Iapetus took a few steps and sat on the empty seat next to the young man. There was a fragrance in the air. It seemed that there was a girl here, but now I don't know where she went. Don't make it sound like I'm threatening you. I didn't instruct you to come here, did I? Well, but I do need your help with something. I wasn't sure before, but now I can. Nodding slightly, the young man asked, "Count Ilos, I heard you're good at debate?" "I know a little bit." Iapetus responded cautiously, not knowing why the other party asked this. "That's fine. I don't care if you know a little bit, but this is what I'm asking you to do. Play to your strengths and win a debate for me. It's your rent to stay here." "No problem. Which one are you talking about? Who's your opponent?" After just a little consideration, Iapetus glanced at Gaia in the distance and agreed decisively. If it's just a debate, it's nothing to him. But besides this conference recently, are there any other debates? Obviously, Mr. Ilos, haven't you guessed it? The young man still smiled and pointed forward. "I'm talking about this match. Your opponent is on the stage." Who? After taking several deep breaths, Andrea sat in the contestant seat. Thanks to the previous game, she used her wisdom to defeat all the self-proclaimed smart people in the city, and no one has cracked the secret of the games so far. So she skipped the previous competition and got a ticket to the finals. At this moment, the people sitting next to her are all well-known figures in Greece, and she, a 12-year-old girl, is about to compete with them on the same stage. She really doesn't know how to win, so she can only try to make her lose less ugly. After all, she has won the wisdom level. As long as she gets a good score in the fair debate, she should be able to get the title of champion. Miss Leah, I have to say that your game is really unfathomable. I have spent a lot of time studying it these days, but unfortunately, when the difficulty rises to 5 elements, I can no longer find a solution with a higher chance of winning. With a sigh, Odysseus sat aside, watching the voting on the topic in the field while chatting with Andrea. He was very enthusiastic, but the nervous little princess didn't want to pay attention to him at all. She just felt that this Qatari prince was annoying, buzzing in her ear like a mosquito. This is normal, after all. This is a puzzle that only smart people can solve. With a flat voice, Andrea decisively killed the conversation. Odysseus remained silent. His mouth twitched slightly, and then he said he didn't hear the conversation just now. He saw that Miss Leah, whose origin was unknown, didn't seem to want to pay attention to him now. Although he was a little regretful about this, he didn't continue to pester her. Maybe she was calming herself down for the upcoming competition. He really looked forward to competing with her on the same stage again. If he could defeat her head-on, she would probably face up to her own existence. The young prince fantasized in his mind, but he didn't know that Miss Leah was indeed preparing for the competition at this moment, but her way of preparation was not quite what he expected. Falling into a shallow state of meditation, Andrea used her mental power to outline a strange-looking, ever-changing rune in her mind. Gathering her mind, the little princess called softly. "Hey, can you hear me, Alvin? Can you hear me? I feel like I'm no match at all. Please think of a way for me." There was no reaction at first, until after a long time. The runes in Andrea's heart trembled slightly, and a voice came out of it. "Ahem, I can hear you. Don't be impatient. You are the Princess of Athens. You must have the determination to do not change your face when the sacred mountain collapses in front of you, nor move your eyes when the demon runs past you. In ancient times, all the great heroes are like this. You should also learn from it." "I don't. I'm only 12 years old, and I'm not a big hero. You can't ask an underage princess to have this kind of ability. Such human beings deserve to be destroyed." Rather than cutting sacrifices and stealing divine fire, this was the last straw that led to the fall of the Bronze Age. The existence of Pandora completely proves that this generation is useless, and destruction is theirs. The only end. On the high platform, another player talked about his philosophy. Unlike the previous ones, the entry point he chose was Pandora. The first woman created by the gods opened the magic box and brought chaos, unrest, and disease to the earth. After 3 months, the gods sent a flood to destroy the world. This is undoubtedly a point of view with a different perspective, but with sufficient arguments, and it also aroused widespread recognition from the audience present. After a burst of warm applause, the middle-aged man with short hair who spoke bowed politely and then returned to his original position. At this moment, Andrea was the only one present who had not yet spoken. Taking a deep breath, looking calm and composed, the little princess took a step forward, and the floating platform she was on moved to the center position. Hundreds of thousands of eyes focused on her, and many people recognized her. This is not only because of the spread of Leah's game, but also because of her appearance. No matter what era it is, there will always be many people who follow their 5 senses in their outlook on life. Being beautiful is an advantage in itself. Mr. Iros, I hope you are as powerful as you say. Andrea prayed in her heart, but she immediately remembered that in Athena's teachings, cheating was not something Athena praised. Now she was blatantly cheating at the conference dedicated to the goddess. If it weren't for Ryan's previous promise not to be discovered, and she actually hoped that Athens would win, she wouldn't be here. Dear viewers, contestants on the same stage with me, civilians or nobles, gods or elves, I am honored to be here with you to discuss the history of the past. Just now, your views have been explained very clearly. Regarding the gods, the recognition is also very clear, but please forgive me for making fair remarks under the gaze of the goddess. I disagree with your point of view. The sound was not loud, but with the help of the alchemy formation, it spread throughout the venue. As a princess, Andrea is quite good, at least in her demeanor and tone. She doesn't seem to be reading from a script at all. Madam, do I think what you just meant is that you think the gods acted unfairly during the Bronze Age? Suddenly, another voice came from the player's seat, but the next moment, a red light lit up from the platform where he was. What followed was the calm voice of the previous host. Mr. Knows from Olympia, in the opening stage, each other is not allowed to ask questions or argue. It is your turn to speak freely after the last contestant has finished speaking his position. Every player is qualified to express his or her opinions independently and completely, so I am warning you now. If you do similar behavior again, I will declare you out and expel you from the venue. I'm really sorry, Miss Leah, I made a mistake. The slightly bent contestant named Nose apologized in Andrea's direction, and Andrea nodded in agreement. It doesn't matter. This is indeed not the time for a formal debate, but since you asked, I can answer you in the affirmative. What happened in the Bronze Age, I do think the gods were unfair. As for the reason, please let me come one by one. Standing in the center of the venue with her head raised and chest raised, Andrea looked at the audience that was gradually becoming restless, and the runes in her heart kept flashing. For some reason, Andrea seemed to feel a little helpless and angry from those paragraphs of text. Those are not the emotions shown, but those hidden in the heart. Before, you have said a lot about the justice of Olympus. You mentioned that those who violate the agreement should be punished, and those who violate the law should be punished. This is no problem, and is recognized by people. But if the destruction of the bronze humans is the so-called punishment, then this may not be consistent with the justice you say. Over the years, I have read history books and appreciated the wisdom of the ancients. In the history of more than 1,000 years, I have seen many ancient heroes, or wise and violent kings. Since ancient times, people have always had the same evaluation of kings. In the face of an unjust war waged by an enemy country, those who only defeat the opponent's army, capture the king and nobles, and spare the soldiers and servants, are benevolent monarchs. They use their virtue to subdue the people of the enemy country, and use their own character to calm the world's chaos. Those who defeated the enemy's army, killed the king and nobles, and piled the heads of the enemy soldiers into a hill to frighten the rebels were kings who used the corpses of the invaders to overwhelm the bandits and hold them in their palms. His sword shocked the nations, causing the heroes of the world to restrain their ambitions and not dare to raise weapons in the world. As for the behavior of killing the enemy soldiers, conniving to plunder the city, killing 3/10 of the people in the city, and taking away all the food and property, that is what a cruel king can do. They used fear subjugates their subjects and uses strength to maintain their rule, so that resistance continues, and heroes from all over the world rush to draw their swords to prove their martial prowess. This is not only the history of humans, but also the history of gods. In the ancient times, this is how the first generation of god kings ruled the world, and he was eventually overthrown by his own descendants. As for humans, such kings have been rare in ancient times, and they have not one can get a good death. This is already a rare atrocity in the world, but the destruction that occurred in the Bronze Age is even more so, even far beyond the former. Even if I search the history books, I have never heard of a king who killed the enemy's kings and nobles, killed all the invading soldiers, and massacred all their people. The blood dyed the river red, and the civilization turned into ruins. This is something that all life cannot tolerate, but this is exactly the disaster sent by the gods, and it is the suffering that people in the Bronze Age suffered. Deception is unjust, and breaking promises should be punished. But apart from the Illuminati gods and priests who did all this, what mistakes can more bronze humans make? Even if the gods were angry about this and gave them famine, plague, and heavy rain, this could be considered as something a cruel king could do. However, the flood tilted the earth, and 7 days and nights passed from east to west. All life on earth was not destroyed. Even the birds in the sky fell into the ocean because they had no place to stay. The gods deprived mortals of their lives, whether they were pious or unfaithful, whether they were birds or beasts. Chong-fei, can such behavior be called fair? The voice echoed over the venue. At first, Andrea was just following the script, but gradually, she herself was a little convinced. Yes, over the years, wars between many city-states and kingdoms have been common, and cruel kings have appeared from time to time. They can kill all the lives of a country, leaving nothing behind from the population to the livestock, even if they use humans to perform blood sacrifices. There have never been any barbarians in the north. If the gods of Olympus did such a thing, it would be an act more cruel than the most cruel king in the world. How can such an approach be called justice? For a while, the venue was a little quiet. The first stage of the conference is over, and the debate among the players can begin. However, on the high platform, no one stood up to refute for a while. So, Miss Leah, is this your point of view? Yes. Andrea nodded upon hearing this, and on the other platform, Odysseus' voice remained steady. She didn't expect that she could convince the wise men present with just one sentence. This was just the beginning. And next she will also witness the wisdom of others. In that case, I will speak frankly. Miss Leah, although your speech just now is very wonderful, there are also many flaws in it. With a smile on his face, Odysseus was unkind in his words. Although he did have a good impression of the Miss Leah in front of him, for Odysseus, he never believed that love was obtained through prayer and concession. Beautiful lady, just now, you compared Prometheus to the king who launched the war, the students and priests who followed his orders to the nobles, the bronze humans to the citizens, and the divine court was another country that responded. This is certainly a good metaphor for the behavior of the fire thieves who instigated the priests at that time to violate the agreement and deceive the gods, but there are loopholes in it that cannot be covered up. Everything you are talking about is a war between kingdoms and a war between people. Therefore, when human kingdoms fight against each other, they do not massacre the enemy country. The battles between people, they did not come to destroy an entire group. But I heard that humans cannot understand the behavior of beasts, so fish in the water eat their own children, but humans regard it as evil. Humans cannot understand the behavior of insects and jackals. The mantis devours its own husband, but humans cannot accept this atrocity. This is how humans view beasts, so why do gods view humans the same way? The cruelty that humans think is not necessarily the cruelty that God thinks. These are not objects that can be compared together. They are conclusions drawn from different perspectives. Based on a under the wrong premise, it must be a wrong result. If you cannot face the essential gap between gods and humans, you will naturally be unable to judge the fairness and injustice. Therefore, it can be seen that, Miss Leah, your previous remarks are probably meaningless. The words were sharp and powerful. Odysseus did not argue whether the god king was cruel or not, but expressed that the comparison between the two sides was meaningless based on the gap between gods and humans. Debate is like this. Many times the debate topics of both sides are not right or wrong, and sometimes they are right or wrong. But what really determines the outcome is whether the opinions of each party are rigorous, whether they can form their own logic, and whether they can grasp the meaning of the other party's words. Loopholes. For a moment, the atmosphere on the field seemed to have changed, and the abnormal movement caused by Andrea's blasphemous words also subsided. Faced with the opponent's counterattack, Andrea wanted to refute it, but she didn't think of how it could refute the separation between gods and humans. After all, no matter how much content is said, the other party can drag it down to as a human being. How do you understand God's thinking? However, Andrea was not discouraged by this situation. After all, she was not very familiar with debating in the first place, and her real means of coping was the voice that sounded in her heart. Well, Prince of Ithaca, you avoided my question and instead tried to respond with the excuse that this question should not exist. You believe that humans cannot understand God, just as humans cannot understand birds, beasts, insects, and fish. Although I don't agree with your statement, I'll just stick to your point of view. Andrea politely looked around at the hundreds of thousands of spectators present, and her voice was unhurried. Just now you said that humans cannot understand birds and beasts, so humans' habits are completely different from those of birds and beasts. Humans cannot understand gods, so there can be differences between humans' behaviors and gods' behaviors. But humans praise the diligence of bees and use their character to praise themselves. Humans refute the atrocities of swallows, so they denounce the behavior of jackals. Any evaluation in this world is itself a measurement of external objects from its own standpoint. The so-called whether it is fair or not is based on this. Evaluating right and wrong from a personal standpoint is fair to the individual, but others will refute it. Judging right and wrong from a city's standpoint, that is fair to the people of this city, but people in other city-states will refute it. I won't agree. If you judge right and wrong from a country's standpoint, the result is fair to that country, but other countries will have doubts. But if you judge right and wrong from a human standpoint, then for human beings, this evaluation is to be fair. As for life other than human beings, if we can't understand it, why should we care? Today, this grand event is held in Athens. Heroes from all over the world gather here. The wise men of the world use their wisdom to worship the gods. This is a competition that reflects human wisdom, not the gods. This is a debate among humans. It's not a debate between man and God. If you don't use human standards to measure justice, but ask for it to be evaluated from a non-human standpoint, wouldn't that go against the original intention of this conference? Now, back to my original argument. Odysseus, Prince of Ithaca, wise hero of mankind, please tell me, what if you, I, and everyone here can understand divine justice? Then, from a human perspective, do you agree that the destruction of the Bronze Age is in line with human justice? The voice was calm. At this moment, a breeze blew in the clear sky, and the clouds blocked the sunshine, but Andrea's eyes were still bright. It is meaningless to discuss justice outside of humans in debates that belong exclusively to humans. Justice is relative. If people want to think about the justice of God, do they also have to think about the justice of plants, trees, insects, and fish? Since we are human beings, we should think about issues from a human perspective. In this case, Odysseus' previous doubts were naturally undermined. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 340 Guidance. Only the sound of wind remained in the huge venue. The clouds gathered in the sky, as if foreshadowing the coming rain, but no one in the venue took it seriously at the moment. This was not only because of the words of the two contestants just now, but also because they believed in Athens' technology. It is rumored that in the distant Silver Moon City, the local people have mastered the magic technique called mystery lock, which can tilt the strings of the magic net in a local area to form a semi-permanent huge barrier, thereby resisting disasters and manipulating the climate. Of course, Athens does not have this ability, and even the mystery lock in Silver Moon City is just an isolated case. It is said that it was made by the goddess of the magic net for Artemis, who once lived in seclusion there. Some people also say that it was a gift from her to the first generation of wizards. In short, the existence of the mystery lock is not replicable, but it is not difficult to simply resist the rune barrier of heavy rain. It cannot be used for military purposes because it covers too large an area, resulting in it actually not being able to stop the knight's sharp lance. But if the object of resistance is rain, it seems very easy. Sure enough, compared to the gorgeous appearance, the brilliance of the soul is more impressive, and how many people in the world have both? Without paying attention to others, Odysseus has put the other contestants aside at this moment. These wise men from various countries may indeed have some ability, but this conference was held too hastily, and they may not represent the peak of their respective countries. And, with their level, how can they compare with himself? Fortunately, he still has an opponent. Before, Odysseus was still regretful for the three abandoners, but now, he only feels the challenge. Miss Leah, although you and I are opponents on the debate stage, I still want to applaud your speech just now. But my answer to your final question is no different. Speaking loudly, standing on the debate stage, Odysseus' voice echoed in the venue. You ask me, from a human perspective, is the destruction of the Bronze Age fair? But in fact, even if we refer to human customs, cognition, and history, I still think that there is nothing unfair about the destruction of the Bronze Age. And the reason is what I explained at the beginning. First of all, I am very grateful that you acknowledge the difference between gods and humans, and acknowledge that there are objective but incomprehensible differences between humans and gods, just like between humans and birds, beasts, insects, and jackals. Your character is so noble that you are willing to admit remarks that are unfavorable to you, but what I want to say is that the gap between gods and humans is not just this. The difference between gods and humans is actually incomparable to the difference between humans and all other lives in the world. And this is exactly why the destruction of the Bronze Age was fair. I heard that excellent craftsmen would use the most suitable tools, so the forging hammers of casters should be suitable for strength and materials, and they would be constantly replaced as they grow older. Excellent musicians would use the most suitable instruments, so the strings of poets would be constantly adjusted and the materials would be changed according to their own habits. People would not blame the casters for abandoning the old forging hammers, because the forging hammers were born for it, and they had reason to recast them. People would not blame the poets for changing the strings because the strings sounded for it, so naturally they had the right to change them. Isn't this the biggest gap between gods and humans? Gods are different from other lives. Immortality, but the reason they are superior to other lives is that all spirits in the world were created by them, right? Humans are different from birds and beasts, but humans can only kill them. Gods are different from humans, but gods can create life. Since the ancient times, everything that can move in this world has been created by gods. Everything that can grow in this world has come from the hands of gods. If you use human justice to judge gods, then you must naturally use the same standards to treat them. If humans can do something, then gods can also do it without being blamed. Therefore, when humans give up imperfect creations and create perfect ones, it is not an act that will be blamed. Gods give up imperfect creations and create perfect ones. Perfect creations and expecting perfection should also be recognized. The imperfect Bronze Age was destroyed, and our generation was born. This is the proof that our generation is superior to the Bronze Age, and it is also the embodiment of the justice of the gods. The destruction of mankind is not the goal, but the replacement of corrupt creations with excellent creations is the root cause. You use human justice to measure the gods. Have you forgotten that the birth of bronze humans came from the will of the God King, and the reason why humans in the Bronze Age were corrupt? How could it be lacking Prometheus's wrong teachings? With a loud and powerful voice, Odysseus once again hit back at Andrea's remarks, and this time, he also thoroughly unfolded one of the supports for his point of view. Andrea used human justice as a standard, believing that human debates should naturally measure everything by human standards, but Odysseus pointed out another key, that is, in this mythological world, humans are not born naturally but like other lives, they are lives created by gods, and no one can deny this. The status between the creator and the created is inherently unequal. Even if we think from the perspective of humans, we cannot force ourselves to think that there is no difference between the two sides. Moreover, by using this argument, Odysseus cleverly avoided a question, which is, if the gods intend to destroy the fourth generation of humans in the same way, do you think this is fair? Because they did not want the gods who created humans like Prometheus to continue to appear, the king of gods did not arrange for the gods to personally create the fourth generation of humans, but delegated it to humans. So Odysseus's argument can be applied to the Bronze Age, but not to their generation. This is somewhat sophistry, but debate is like this. It is not to really argue the problem clearly, but to express one's own opinions, show the art of language and their own talents. As soon as these words came out, the situation on the field stabilized again, but no one thought Andrea would be stumped. This contestant who suddenly became famous, like a comet, has proved her ability, and everyone is looking forward to her response. And sure enough, under the gaze of the audience, Andrea remained as calm as before. Although I don't agree that creation is equal to ownership, especially when the object of creation is a being with wisdom and thinking ability, given that humans cannot yet create intelligent life, I will just follow your line of thought. You said that God created humans, so God destroyed the old humans, just like humans replacing old tools is normal, but people with character only deal with their own tools, and don't cross the arms of others to deal with other people's tools. People with good manners don't cause other people's property to be destroyed because of their own behavior, but don't feel ashamed afterwards. You think that God created all spirits, so God naturally has the qualifications to replace them, but does life in the Bronze Age really belong to Olympus? Facing her opponent, Andrea's voice continued on the wide platform. This debate about fairness may be difficult to determine the winner for a while. The clouds gathered more and more, and there was a trace of moisture in the air. In the huge venue, the speeches of several debaters spread to every corner with the effect of alchemical props. In addition to Odysseus and Andrea, several other contestants also spoke from time to time. With the humanistic level of this era, this is undoubtedly a rare debate event in the world. The audience gradually let go of their shock at Andrea's views and began to appreciate the confrontation on the stage. In a corner of the stands, far away from where Iapetus was, but vaguely able to see the other party's position, a man and a woman also listened quietly to the speeches on the stage. From time to time, the taller man would applaud gently, as if to give his praise to the contestant's wonderful performance. It seems that people still remember your things very clearly even after so many years. At this time, the person speaking in the center of the venue was the contestant in front of Andrea at the beginning. He was elaborating in detail the proof of the inferiority of the Bronze Age, but compared to Odysseus, his language seemed a lot more empty. But this is not because his ability is really so poor. In fact, those who can defeat all opponents all the way and stand on the final stage are basically of good level. It's just that for a debate, if you are not only thinking about the topic on the field, but also being affected by the pressure outside the field, it is normal that you can't perform at your level. Obviously, this contestant has given up winning. What he wants to do now is just to show his piety. If he were in the Bronze Age, he would probably be the first priest to support deceiving the gods and enjoy it, provided that he can really be selected. Epimetheus made a faint comment, thinking that the possibility of the other party being selected is still not small. He knows Prometheus, and even knows him better than himself in many cases. As a god who is late to realize, Epimetheus has followed his brother for so many years. He already knows what kind of person the other party is. If it was Prometheus back then, he would definitely favor the other party because he is smarter than others and even accept him as a student. However, the most ridiculous thing is that the student he values most neither appreciates his kindness nor is loyal to him, and even his wisdom is not reflected. If he really gained immortality through betrayal, Epimetheus would still look up to him. However, from beginning to end, that human was like a joke. Just tell me, what are you going to do? With a depressed look and long hair scattered on her shoulders and neck, leaning back in her seat, Pandora looked like a mortal who was sleepy because of staying up late. Her voice was lifeless, as if she had no interest in anything. Compared to the past, her body has not changed much, but her spirit seems to have changed a lot. Isn't it your contribution that my story has spread so widely? A strange sect, strange sacrifices. After trying so many times, you should give up. Whether it is the methods of the righteous gods, the evil gods, or the foreign gods, baptism, burnt offerings, or human sacrifices under cruel torture, they are useless to me. I am not you. I can't draw strength from them, and I can't become a god. Maybe this magic jar is a joke made by the Lord of the spirit world. It has no power to change fate and create miracles. Even though I made a wish for it so long ago, what is the result? She gritted her teeth slightly, not knowing whether she was resentful of the goddess of the moon who gave this gift, or the gods who induced her to open the magic jar, or simply venting her anger on her nominal husband. In Pandora's opinion, compared to the jar, perhaps she herself was Epimetheus's test subject. She had wanted to give up more than once, and suggested that the other party change someone to do the experiment, change another human being, but each time the other party flatly refused. I don't know whether your act of giving up the magic jar to others will affect your fate, and then make the magic jar no longer belong to you, and no longer belong to me. I won't take unnecessary risks. As an immortal, no matter how small the probability is, it will be realized before the eternal time. You don't have to lose faith in it so early. He said so and did so. Then, in addition to more useless work, Pandora felt that she had gained nothing. Don't worry, I feel there is still a chance this time, said Epimetheus with a smile, still enjoying the debate. This time, we walked all the way with your coin tossing and branches to determine the direction and distance, and we just happened to come to the Acropolis and encountered this seemingly abnormal debate. Do you think this is the guidance of fate? Maybe I interfered too much before. So this time, I will do nothing. Everything follows your steps. See who you can meet, and what will happen in the meantime. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 340, 1 The Second Broken One. If you think so, then so be it. It's the guidance of fate. After all, I can't resist you, right? Pandora spoke coldly, without further response, and gently closed her eyes. Compared to Epimetheus, she was in no mood to watch this so-called debate, because as the years passed, there were more and more beliefs lingering around her, but unable to absorb them. Even if there was no direct contact, the countless pleadings, curses, hatred, and fears tortured her all the time. Whenever the world encountered natural disasters and diseases, she was mentioned by humans as the incarnation of disasters. Even if the number of beliefs she received on a single disaster was not as good as that of the gods in charge of the corresponding authority, the total was more than that. In this case, even if the blessings of the gods had never been taken back, Pandora still felt the pain and fatigue from the heart. For a moment, she felt a little regretful. It was not regret for opening the magic jar because she had figured it out. Maybe the meaning of her birth was to open it. What she regretted was that thousands of years ago, during the first heavy snow that covered the world, she pretended to accidentally reveal her name during her journey. The woman who brought disaster thought that the existence of Pandora would attract the attention of the gods, and then find her and Epimetheus. She wanted to pray to the gods to forgive her sins and end her aimless wandering on the earth, but the result disappointed her. No god paid attention to her, as if she had done nothing. Instead, the god of hindsight seemed to have gained inspiration and established a so-called church for her. Of course, this church that was labeled as a cult was also useless. After using the tools, they can be destroyed. If you don't know where they went, it doesn't matter if you consider them missing. Maybe the gods didn't take back their blessings to me. Not only is this troublesome, but more importantly, they forgot me. In Olympus, no one would remember the existence of Pandora. Not sure if it was in a dream or reality, Pandora hadn't slept for a long time. With her eyes closed, the debate and the occasional applause in the meeting seemed to be getting farther and farther away. I don't know how long it has been, maybe a long time, maybe just a short while. At a certain moment, Pandora seemed to hear a low cry from Epimetheus in the haze, and then the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Even the interference brought by the mixed beliefs seemed to be blocked. She hasn't felt this kind of peace for a long time. Are you Pandora? A female voice sounded from the front, and Pandora opened her eyes. A woman who looked to be in her 40s was standing there, with various patterns embroidered on her brown robe. Her long hair was gathered on her head, and a crystal-clear wooden hairpin passed through the middle. Pandora didn't know this woman, but she knew that she was definitely not an ordinary person, because Epimetheus was quietly standing aside at this moment, just like when they first met. I am. Nodding, Pandora admitted her identity. After all, she had the blessing of the gods on her body, which was a clear mark. That's good. I've been looking for you for a long time. It was not an illusion, nor was it an accident. Just as Iapetus saw, Gaia really came to Athens, but not for this conference, and certainly not for the god of speech. Gaia looked Pandora up and down again, and smiled with satisfaction. Tools will indeed be destroyed after use, but even as tools, no one should want to disappear silently like this. What do you want me to do? After a moment of silence, Pandora seemed to resign herself to her fate. I don't know. Shaking her head slightly, Gaia stretched out her hand, and a sphere with flashing starlight and different sizes of light spots inside appeared in her hand. At just one glance, Pandora seemed to see the collapse of all things, the end of matter, and some desperate and twisted shouts. She felt a little familiar. This special state. How could it be a bit like what Epimetheus said, those fragments of divinity belonging to the ancient sun gods scattered on the earth? At this moment, many speculations flashed through Pandora's mind. Could this be the belated fate of the magic jar? But this is not in line with her own prayers. She has seen many beasts that have merged with divine fragments, but they are not only constantly polluted by the spirit in the fragments, but also cannot become gods by this. Even after the Typhon disaster ended, when the 3 artificial suns containing authority rose into the sky in turn, Pandora also discussed this matter with Epimetheus. The other party told her with certainty that even if someone could withstand the spiritual impact brought by the 3 suns and hold the corresponding authority, they would not be considered true gods. After all, the authority of the true God cannot be deprived by the existence outside the world, but if the divine fragment is taken away by others, then the power that originally belonged to you will also be lost. So Pandora is very sure that what she once prayed to become is obviously the true God who has authority that cannot be deprived and is immortal in this world. Is this the fate in the magic jar that cannot be achieved? So she has to settle for the next best thing? Or maybe this actually hinted at something, such as if one wanted to become a true god, this fragment of divinity could play a key role in that. For a moment, Pandora's mind was in 1,000 twists and turns, but Gaia obviously didn't see what she was thinking. It is normal for mortals to be shocked and stunned when they see the scene. If it is true that mortals cannot understand the justice of the gods, it includes both observing marriage and destroying marriage, then Odysseus's remarks are also falsified, because the justice learned by humans from the gods is also wrong. Humans have learned the wrong things, just like Prometheus taught deception, which has become the basis for the gods to punish them. In the conversation, the psychological suggestion established by Odysseus was easily broken, and even further made the audience doubt the justice of the gods. Although injustice in marriage does not mean that it is necessarily unfair in other things, people are always willing to believe that the criminal has committed more than one crime. So in this way, standing on different viewpoints, The debate between the two sides lasted for several water clocks, and in this battle of thoughts and words, the audience on the scene also felt the charm of language. There is no need to really decide the winner in a debate. Unless the difference in level between the two sides is too great, it is difficult for one side to be speechless. More often, one side can only defend and fall into a disadvantage in the confrontation. So in the end, as time went by, the debate finally came to an end. Now, please ask the contestants to make their final statements. After that, the 183,000 audience members on the scene will make their choices. They will decide the champion of this debate as referees. The old man who had disappeared for a long time returned to the platform. Seeing his tired face, he probably didn't understand how the topic was changed in the end. However, at this point, facing the audience and contestants, he still smiled. Your wonderful debate will surely go down in history, and this collision of wisdom will also become one of the most dazzling pearls we dedicate to the goddess. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 344 Go. Like speech, debate is a test of both mental and physical strength. The brain's thinking and flexible response, and the expression of emotions through body language. After all, this is not the so-called debate competition in later generations where one person only has a few minutes to speak. Compared with concise speaking speed, the participants pay more attention to the impression they bring to the referee. After all, the real object of the debate seems to be the opponent, but in fact it is the audience in the audience. As long as they accept your logic, your argument is successful. Everyone in the audience, my friends on the stage with me, and the gods in heaven and earth. The order of the concluding speeches is reversed from the opening speeches, so at the end, when it was Odysseus' turn to deliver the last speech, he stood in the center of the venue, with his hands open, as if embracing the whole world. Before, we have explained in detail the process of the destruction of the Bronze Age. As for Miss Leia's focus on human justice, she comments on the merits and demerits of the gods, and even the right and wrong of their actions. This is a thought-provoking point of view. But as I said, gods are born innately, and they are the creations of the world. All spirits are created by gods, and all living beings are creations of gods. As mortals who are not born aware, from the distant golden age to the present, human beings have be it good or evil, which one is independent of the influence of God. Belief in human justice is not inconsistent with understanding God, because the relationship between human beings and God is close, and there is an inseparable connection between the two parties. In the distant golden age, God created human beings in his own image and transformed everything into positive and beautiful things were given to them, and the connection between humans and gods was born. As a concept based on the society of living beings, the same is true for justice, that does not exist naturally, since the principles of human society originally originated from it. To God, humans should naturally learn it first instead of questioning it. I heard that heroes in ancient times made countless achievements in their lives, and they were eventually promoted to heaven. This is the closest portrayal of the relationship between humans and gods. Everything humans have comes from gods, and everything gods have is the end of humans. In the end, I would like to dedicate this grand debate to wise Athena, which is also the etiquette I should have as a Gentile. Wow. With the end of Odysseus's final speech, this event has truly come to an end. Discussions rang out among the crowd and the audience, and applause for these wise men from all over the world also came and went. The debate is over, but the final winner has not yet been chosen. Everyone knows that soon it will be time to choose a champion. Almost at the same moment, another box was opened on the seat of the auditorium, and a similar arrangement as when the topic was selected at the beginning was presented to the eyes. All spectators will once again pass short flags with the names of different players, bringing the conference to a successful conclusion. As the organizer, I will announce the prize for the winner of this competition in advance before the results come out. The host came on stage again and faced the audience. The treasury of Athens will be open to him, and the winner will be eligible to choose what he wants from it, and the rewards belonging to the church will be seen by the gods themselves. After the words fell, the atmosphere became more heated. There was a lot of noise, and as the host raised his hand, the voting for the final winner officially began. Several projected numbers floated in midair, counting changes in the votes of different contestants in real time. However, it can be clearly seen that two of the numbers are not at the same level as the others. That's fair. Sitting in the audience, Iapetus nodded. But the fairness he talks about is not fairness in vote counting, but fairness in competition. Purely from the perspective of debate, this young man is actually in a disadvantageous position. The title of this competition is to tell the justice and injustice of the demise of the Bronze Age, but due to his identity and position, he can only limit the topic on the basis of God's justice. We are often at a disadvantage in the process of debate. But judging from the environment outside the venue, people generally fear gods after all, and they will naturally be biased in their voting preferences. Between this +1 and 1-, the effects will cancel each other out. As his hobby, Iapetus still hopes that this competition can have a fair result. So, watching all this with satisfaction, the god of speech quietly waited for the winner to be selected. As time passed, the numbers floating in the sky became larger and larger. The illusory hourglass reminded the audience to make a choice as soon as possible, and before the sand ran out, the last audience member finally gave his vote. The result had come out, and people should have cheered the birth of the champion, but at this moment, the stadium became awkwardly quiet. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but the two votes with the highest scores are exactly equal. There's no difference. For a moment, Mordia, as the host, was stunned again. In the past, the referee box for a game would usually set the number of votes to an odd number to prevent a tie. As for the counting of votes involving hundreds of thousands of viewers this time, he thought something similar would not happen. After all, it was too difficult to get an equal number of votes among tens of thousands of votes, but the result was that the fact happened before his eyes. Ahem, Mr. Mordia, announced the final champion. With a slight cough, Odysseus broke the silence. He looked at the host and then at Andrea. You won this game, not because of the debate, but because I have not been able to solve your puzzles so far. This is a conference that tests wisdom and fairness. After all, debate is only a part of it, and I, Odysseus, will never ask for honor that does not belong to me. The voice of the young prince sounded in the field, and the originally awkward atmosphere immediately eased, followed by warm applause. Andrea was stunned by this sudden scene. She wanted to refuse because only she knew how she won all the way, but in the end, she still accepted it with a smile. It's not that I defeated you, Odysseus. I just stood on the shoulders of giants, and it was the wisdom of my predecessors that made me. But since you're so interested in my game, I will tell you its secret. It's just a game. It doesn't represent wisdom, but I think its solution will definitely make the knowledge of this era bear more fruitful fruits. As the conversation went on, the champion of this conference was completely determined. As the host, Mordia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and gorgeous flower belts floated out from everywhere and began to dance in the sky. The debate, which had twists and turns, finally ended. The floating platform where Andrea was located slowly rose, and then came to the center of the arena. A few people with extraordinary strength could already feel that a powerful breath was rising from the east. That should be the capital of Athens, King Theseus, who was protected by the fortress city east of Acropolis. He will personally present the award to the champion, which is also a consistent tradition. The legendary king of Athens developed it from a medium-sized country to the current regional hegemon. Those guests from various countries wanted to see what this king, who was not so respectful of the gods and the rumors, but was still arrogant and domineering, looked like. Andrea felt a little guilty. After all, since she had escaped the pursuit of the resurrection sect, she should have returned to the palace long ago. Although this was all because Ryan didn't allow her to go, she knew very well that Andrea had never tried to secretly contact the Athenian officials on the way. I don't know how angry my father is. She was a little panicked, but tried not to act so panicked. Like the audience present, Andrea was waiting for Theseus to arrive. However, the next moment, the little princess looked up and so did the audience. A hole suddenly appeared in the clouds in the sky, and the sunlight that was originally blocked flowed out and shone in the air. A figure wearing a light blue kimono and a golden robe appeared in the sunlight. He held a scepter in his hand and looked down at the hundreds of thousands of people in the wide venue. Invisible air currents surged around him, blowing his clothes. "I am Zephyrus, the main god of Olympus, the lord of the weather on earth." The voice was flat, but a little hurried. The god of the west wind stretched out his hand, and a golden ladder appeared out of thin air. "I am here on the orders of the God King to invite the most intelligent and fair human beings in the world to the banquet of the gods. So, mortal, are you willing to accept such an honor and go to participate in the banquet belonging to the gods?" Under normal circumstances, Zephyros would not ask whether to accept or not, but as he felt getting closer and closer to the king of Athens, he still used gentler words. As a wind god who is good at dodging and wandering, he is not as afraid of those difficult, strong people among humans as the sea god, who has a fixed sea area. But he is here on the orders of the God King now, so it is better not to make trouble if he can. If you have listened to the debate just now, then perhaps you should know that for such an honor, it might be better to choose Odysseus. After a moment of silence, Andrea spoke opposite the god of the west wind. "So, are you going to refuse my invitation?" With a frown on his brows, Zephyros was actually a little unsure about what to do. The votes of the two just now were similar. In theory, if possible, he actually wanted to choose Odysseus. But when he left, the God King did not seem to have any rejection of Andrea. Who knows what Zeus is thinking? But after looking at Andrea, Zephyrus suddenly realized, well, God will not be dissatisfied with the position in the debate on the human world. "Mortal, do you accept my invitation?" He spoke again, but this time, the tone of the god of the west wind was much gentler. "I accept." Taking a deep breath, Andrea nodded in response. Having come this far, she couldn't stop. She called Ryan in her heart, and then she got a corresponding response. Maybe this is why she came to this conference. Thinking about this clearly, Andrea took the courage and stepped forward. In the eyes of the hundreds of thousands of spectators present, who were envious, jealous, confused, or mocking, she stepped onto the golden ladder and headed towards the sky. She heard that the human prince seemed to bless her, and she saw a middle-aged woman standing beside the two young men in the stands, looking at her carefully, but the next moment, she flew to the east under the leadership of the god of wind. This was the first time she had seen a banquet of God. I don't know what the difference is compared to humans. In the blink of an eye, the air currents rolled in the sky, and the earth moved horizontally under our feet. Soon, the horizon was dragged behind us, and all we could see was the sea. "Hey, Alvin, it's time to tell me what you want me to do." There was a god in front of her. Even though she knew that the other party might not be much stronger than her father at the moment, it did not prevent Andrea from being nervous. Fortunately, she was not alone. At this time, having another spiritual support would bring extraordinary results. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 345 Choice Joke Father and Son. In the palace of the original sea god in the Sea of Pontonoris. The debate in the human world has ended, and the illusory image has also shattered. When Andrea was speaking in her heart, the gods in the hall were also waiting for her arrival. At the end of the picture, the god of the west wind invited the winner of the mortal event. The ownership of the golden apple is about to be determined, but the atmosphere in the hall is still heavy. The eyes of the gods are intertwined, making the air slightly distorted. "Zeus, it seems that the referee you found has a lot of opinions about Olympus. Even if it is just a temporary position in the debate, what she said is not what a person who has faith in the gods can say." Her eyes subconsciously swept over the goddess of light, Phoebe, and Hera clenched the armrest. Why did the old thing of the old days still meddle in their affairs? Khaos now belongs to the era of the Olympian pantheon. It's okay, Hera. As the king of the gods, I can always tolerate those dissidents, as long as they are not as crazy as that rebellious son. As my queen, you should also show your heart. Waving his hand slightly, compared to Hera, Zeus didn't seem to care about Andrea's previous remarks at all. Lies are harmless. The truth is the sharpest knife, but all this is based on equal status and power. No one will be angry because of the provocation of the ants. Most of the time, they will just find it interesting. Unless they are in a bad mood, they will just crush the ants to death. Andrea is obviously the ant in Zeus' eyes. Even if he only uses the eyes of believers, as the king of the gods in the world, he still sees some of the other party's details. For example, she is probably a clergyman and the hidden true face, as well as Iapetus he discovered before. As Ryan said before, the disguise made with the power of the atrium snake may indeed have an extremely powerful camouflage effect. It can deceive most gods and make them deceived by the false appearance, but this does not include Zeus, who has preliminarily completed the royal ceremony. He can see the problem, but it is just as Ryan thought. Although Zeus realized something, he did not intend to say it at all. Among the many professionals in the human world, the clergy are the least regarded by the gods, because they can never threaten the gods, and their actions are often instructed by the gods. A clergyman criticized Olympus for destroying the Bronze Age, which obviously did not represent her own intention. It is probably not Athena, and her good daughter cannot do such a direct thing. It seems that without making a sound, the Titan gods of the old era have joined her men. And this layer of disguise, Zeus did not see it clearly before. Now he observed it with his own eyes and found many things that were not right. Athens was suppressed by many kingdoms, but a mortal stabilized the situation. When the gods put down their eyes on the mortal world, their daughter actually had such means. If there was no royal ceremony, Zeus doubted whether he could see through this cover even as the king of gods. She was indeed a daughter who was more powerful than her mother, but fortunately she didn't give birth to a son who was more powerful than his father. This method of forming cliques and increasing strength under his nose was really frightening. He secretly rejoiced in his previous decisiveness. After so many years, the image of Métis seemed to have become blurred in Zeus' memory. That was the right choice, and now he was about to make another right choice. Here we come. Suddenly, a god in the hall spoke in a low voice. He raised his head slightly, and as the door opened and closed, Zeus also noticed the breath of the visitor. Under the gaze of the gods, the wind god walked into the hall first, and behind him, the tall girl with blonde hair followed closely. Her appearance at this moment was not inferior to the gods in the temple, but in Zeus' eyes, when the cover was dissipated, she was just a mortal who had not yet reached adulthood. Let a woman choose the most beautiful goddess, but this is fair. At one seat, the goddess Skylight, Ether, nodded slightly. Beside him, his sister and wife, the goddess of daylight, Hemera, was eager to try. She did not participate in the competition for the golden apple just now, but that was simply because reason overwhelmed desire. No goddess does not want to get this honor, and she is no exception. And if it is not through competition, but this mortal finally chooses her, I am afraid that others can't say anything. Zephyros, my friend, thank you for bringing back this wise man from the world for us. You never let me down. Laughing, Zeus could clearly see that at this moment in the hall, whether or not they had tried to snatch the golden apple before, the goddesses couldn't help but cheer up. The ownership of the most beautiful goddess can bring power to those who desire power and honor to those who desire honor. No one does not want it. Facing such a force, even he who caused all this could not stop it. But Zeus did not want to stop him. Sitting on the golden throne, the king of gods took the scepter returned by Zephyrus. Thank you for your hard work, my most loyal friend, and the winner of the human conference. Zeus stood up from the golden throne and behaved very politely. I listened to your previous debate. It was a wonderful confrontation. It's a pity that the goddess of justice is not here. Otherwise, she would be delighted by this debate for justice. Okay, I won't say much more. Victor from the human world, I think Zephyros has told you what to do on the way before, right? Because of the gift of Eris, the contradiction between the gods spread. But as the king of the gods, I will not allow this to happen. I can't ask the most just goddess among the gods to make a decision, so let you, the most just and wise person in the world, make the decision. I promise you that no matter what choice you make, you even God can't make things difficult for you, and your name will be passed down in the world forever. In the human world, the crowd has not dispersed at the venue. At the end of the event, the gods descended, took away the champion of the event, and invited her to attend the banquet of the gods. No matter which side they had previously supported in the debate, and whether they believed in the gods or not, people were extremely curious about the outcome. Unlike the shepherd who was chosen to decide the ownership of the golden apple in the original myth, although the most handsome mortal was also a prince, he was not well known at the time. But this time, Andrea's departure caused a huge impact, and people stayed at the venue one after another, wanting to know the final outcome of the incident. The appearance that captivates all living beings. Are you moved?
No?
That's right. You are still a child and can't understand adults' pursuit of appearance. Aphrodite is playing the piano to a cow. Do you want the power to rule the kingdom? You don't want it either. Actually, it makes sense. After all, you always get what you want. What's the use of asking for power? Well, and Amphitrite, will she promise you to control the ocean currents and set off tsunamis to destroy your enemies? If she knew that you were robbed at sea not long ago, she probably wouldn't be able to make this condition. Remaining in the audience, Ryan silently commented in his heart on the various temptations Andrea faced. It is ridiculous to say that it is obviously for the sake of fairness that mortals are allowed to make choices, but the gods are still allowed to impose various temptations on those who finally make the choice. But this is also the daily operation of the gods of chaos. They have always been very experienced in creating rules and breaking them. So, what exactly am I going to do? Did you ask me to come here just for the beauty pageant? If so, why not choose Her Highness Athena? The goddess is the most beautiful, and I will not accept any objection. The voice came, and there was no doubt that Andrea was accepting the temptation of the gods at this moment. When Zeus finished speaking, Andrea declined for a while, but finally agreed. After all, people are here, and she always has to make a choice before leaving. And if she had to choose, it would definitely be Athena, even if she has not yet made her own conditions. Don't worry. Athena is the last person you can choose. Athens is already suffering from internal and external troubles. You don't want to find something to do for your country. At this time, provoking another conflict is the best solution. But I only came up with the idea after hearing about the debate in Athens. I don't know if it will work. While talking, Ryan remembered a later joke about the dispute over golden apples. If you were to divide the golden apples instead of the shepherd Paris, to whom would you give them? Of course, the golden apple was divided into 3, and the peel was given to Aphrodite. It was a joke that only the skin could be seen by thousands of people. Then the flesh was given to Hera to show that the cuckold king had no face. I had no choice but to give you the lining, and finally I gave the core to Athena. Since your brother, who is a male god, was stillborn, I can make up for it with you. In this way, the 3 goddesses share the same hatred. Wouldn't the golden apple problem be solved? Well, in short, it is unknown where this joke originally originated, but it did become widely circulated later, and some people even used it to prepare to write a remake of ancient mythological novels. But Ryan definitely can't do this. After all, he is here to calm down the fire. There should be no problem. Ryan thought for a moment. This arrangement of his was really improvised, and he didn't know if there would be any problems. But there is nothing we can do about it. Who knew that we could sleep for thousands of years? Come, have you seen this god I taught you? As a special message was passed on, an enchanting and charming image appeared in Andrea's heart. She had never seen this god before, and there was no statue of her spread in the world, but with such a recognizable appearance, she recognized it at a glance. Just choose her. She will take all the blame, remember? All right. After hesitating for a moment, Andrea agreed. I just need to make a choice. It would be very troublesome for you to strategize from behind, right? Damn it. Why don't you make the choice? So, in the temple of the ancient Poseidon, Andrea suddenly took a step forward and picked up the golden apple placed in front of her. At the same time, the gods who had made promises to her also became quiet. It seems that the words of the gods have not been able to shake your mind after all. Judged from the human world, have you made a decision? Zeus asked with a smile on the golden throne. Yes, no matter how influenced by the outside world, the truth will not change. And among the gods present, I have already made a choice. With a slight salute, under the nervous and expectant eyes of the gods, and under the confident gaze of Zeus, Andrea turned slightly. Then the next moment, those millions of gazes seemed to turn into sharp spikes. You are the most beautiful goddess in my heart, Your Highness. Wow. Who is she? Who is she? In one word, the breath of the gods was shaken, and although Zeus's face remained unchanged, he was suddenly shocked. He looked at the goddess who took the golden apple. She was obviously a beautiful god, but why did he have no impression of her? Eye to eye, the king of gods stared into her eyes. He wanted to see something from them, but for some reason, he seemed to see a pair of familiar and strange eyes. Who are you? On the sea, the reversal in the marriage changed again, and at the same time, in Tartarus, the 9th level of the 9 hells. Standing alone in the vast sky, Asmodeus smiled slightly. Thousands of years in the outside world are the long years in the abyss, which is enough to change many things. For example, he who came to hell with nothing finally stood firm and could look back at the world he once ruled. It's a good plan indeed. Let her bear all the consequences. As long as she returns to hell, the gods' court will be out of reach. It's just a pity that you probably forgot one thing. Although we are allies in the face of the abyss, this does not mean that I am your puppet. Zeus, this is the first time, but not the last time. What has happened will happen again, and what has been done will be done again. From now on, let the world be filled with blood and fire. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Greek Mythology, the Spiritual Dominator. Chapter 346 Gift. Hell is different from the outside world. Women are rare in the 9 hells because there were no women in the Silver Generation. Most of the women who exist today are devils that were born later. Although there are some powerful ones among them, most of them do not have the ability to move in the human world. In this case, there is no other candidate who is from hell and can participate in the banquet of the gods and meet these 3 conditions. Khaos, who was deceived by the great devil Mephistopheles to be a helper, was a sea monster who drank the blood of the Father of Heaven and later became the true god of false beauty. Only she meets these conditions, and the golden apple is only meaningful to her. Dedicated to the most beautiful goddess, this originally limits the conditions for competing for it, and only the gods recognized by the gods can snatch it. At this moment, this golden apple that is the focus of the gods is in front of Khaos, and she can reach it as long as she reaches out. What's going on? When did she come? Why didn't I receive any notification? Sighing in a low voice, sitting in a prominent position close to the god king, the eldest son of the original sea god Pontus, the gentle sea Nereus, was a little at a loss for a moment. What he said actually made no sense. After all, Khaos was one of the few people in the world who could go to the palace of the original sea god without notifying anyone in advance and would not be blocked. And compared to the unfamiliarity of other gods, Nereus knew of Khaos' existence. In other words, in the human world, Khaos had been active for thousands of years, and the reason why she was not well known among mortals was just because she deliberately kept a low profile. As a true god who also defected to the 9 hells, Khaos was different from Mephisto and Khaos. The former was an undocumented person, and always had been. For Poseidon, he did not have a whole pantheon to help him like Zeus did. His only subordinates were the original sea gods who had surrounded him since the turn of the era. Zeus's forced intervention in Thetis's marriage, because of the prophecy, had made Poseidon wary. He felt that this was the king of gods finally aiming at the rights of the sea, so he never said a word at the previous wedding, allowing the bored sea queen Amphitrite to participate in the fight for the golden apple. As a result, it seems that he still thought too simply. Before Zeus had time to do anything, it turned out that the original sea god family had secretly contacted other existences. From the perspective of the god court, this is not a matter of principle. As the main god, the goddess of life was once the subordinate of the Lord of Darkness. But for Poseidon, this is undoubtedly intolerable. So he asked Zeus to solve this problem, and in front of the gods, Zeus did go. But in Hestia's eyes, the king of gods should never leave at this moment. And just as she thought, the next moment, Queen Hera sneered. She didn't pay attention to Poseidon and Zeus at all, but stretched out her hand and grasped the void, and Thunder Arrow appeared directly in her palm. As a queen who shared power with the king of gods, she was the only two gods in the world who could summon this artifact. And with the artifact in hand, feeling the unparalleled power, Hera threw it forward fiercely. Thunder Arrow broke through the air and pointed directly at Artemis and Keto. The former's power was far inferior to Hera's, and without the little power of the Lord of the Nine Hells, Keto could not block this attack. The decision of the golden apple just now seemed to have become a waste paper. Hera's actions undoubtedly proved that she wanted to solve the problem with force. The trajectory of the artifact was reflected in Artemis' eyes. The goddess knew that she was not an opponent, but she still gritted her teeth and drew her bow. Then the next moment, the only shield in the world that could restrain thunder in turn blocked the two of them. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fableversodio@gmail.com. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.